hello, chat. We are live with day number 4 of this crazy tournament called TePe and Sigeman. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. मतलब कल पहली विक्ट्री अर्जुन एरिगेसी को मिली द न्यू द ओल्ड इंडिया नंबर 1 बट द न्यू प्लेयर फ्रॉम इंडिया टू एंटर वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 फाइनली वी हैव वन एंड ऑफ कोर्स आज उनका मैच एक और तगड़े खिलाड़ी के साथ है और वो है नोदिरबेक अब्दुसत्तारोव सहज भाई बिफोर यू कम इन आपने कल बताया था कि नोदिरबेक का मेन पर्पस था मैग्नस से खेलना ऑफ प्लेइंग दिस इवेंट अगर कोई सेकंड पर्पस रहा होगा तो वो रहा होगा ये गेम जीतना
Oh, for sure. But I think Nodirbek has definitely, defeated Arjun in the past in the last round of Tata Steel. वो भी black से and he won pretty, I would say, 2-3 घंटे के अंदर. And then we remember Sendarov played that, 5 hour long game and also won his match. And उसी के साथ साथ Nodirbek won the tournament with half a point lead. But besides Nodirbek and Sendarov, जो भी next पे थे उन सब से 1.5 पॉइंट का फर्क था Nodirbek को. So I think that psychological advantage for Nodirbek should be there because he defeated him with the black pieces that quickly. And I think for Arjun, he definitely has to show like वो जो opening prep होती है या फिर try to get into his groove is very very important today for Arjun. For Arjun, I mean, just to add on to that point, one more thing. Besides Magnus, I think this is the second most important game in the entire event.
Agreed, because chat clearly Magnus will be a contender for the top spot, but इन दोनों में से अगर कोई एक बंदा जीत जाता है तो he will be the second one. दूसरे वाले का chances खत्म हो जाएंगे for first place at least, very very likely. So welcome to the stream chat. क्या हाल चाल भाई लोग? एक बार सबके सब लोग भाई अर्जुन ओपी लिख दो जितने भी 100 लोग अभी चैट के अंदर है अर्जुन ओपी इन द कमेंट्स वंस लेट्स होप सो आज he can give us a treat to watch. Of course, he won the last game against Nils Sahaj bhai. काफी smooth win थी apart from a couple of minor mistakes. But क्या आज ब्लैक से उनकी क्या expectations हो सकती है? What do you think?
I think Nodirbek definitely will get into some, complex position. So we will definitely have a match. One thing is for sure, I think Nodirbek, I think we used to say this about Gukesh. We also used to say this about Prag, Arjun, and everyone, who's sort of rising through the ranks. They always, always, always have have this, drive to play chess. So I feel with white pieces, Nodirbek definitely is gonna be interesting. And by the way, loving this scene,
Yeah,
yeah. Chat, do let
chat,
us know what do you think about this scene because I absolutely love it. But yeah, let us
chat.
know.
Let us know what do you feel about this scene. हम थोड़ा experiment कर रहे हैं. And of course, maybe we can increase the camera. I think there's enough room to increase it a bit more. The size of our
बढ़िया
cameras
लग
because
रहा
the
है भाई.
players का
I love it.
हाँ सो चैट लेट अस नो इफ दिस सीन मेक्स सेंस बट थोड़ा बड़ा कर सकते हैं अपन दोनों को अभी हम मक्खी लग रहे हैं बिल्कुल कोने में बट या अपार्ट फ्रॉम इट आई डू लाइक दिस सीन लेट अस नो चैट इफ यू लाइक इट और नॉट मीनवाइल अर्जुन इज रेडी नोदरबेक इज स्माइलिंग व्हाई इज नोदरबेक स्माइलिंग टुडे अगेन सहज भाई कल तो समझ में आया था आज क्या हो गया
Bhai, I think, I mean, of course, from yesterday, he must be very happy to have that draw. I mean, the way he also played, he didn't give Magnus any chance. And Magnus type की position भी मिली थी. But still, Nodirbek held his own, which is, I think, very, very impressive. And chat में Falcon जी लिख रहे हैं कि भाई please pay equal attention to Magnus because we rarely get to see Magnus and Atiku bhai I feel like that's a very fair point. So we will definitely be paying attention to Magnus as well as Arjun as well as Yagiz and of course as well as Andy versus Zhu Jiner as well. But Magnus पे भी ध्यान रहेगा
बट
chat. You are right.
फॉर श्योर
Magnus को
चैट
बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है भाई. You
we'll
are
cover
right.
all the games, but we have to agree today's star clash is indeed Nodirbek against
Of
Arjun. We
course,
have the
like.
big guy Magnus, but number two, number three battling against each other. Handshakes, the game has begun. Let's make ourselves even bigger. Samay bhai, if possible. By the way, C4 chosen by Nodirbek Sahaj bhai. Very interesting. Not E4, not D4. Could be a surprise for Arjun here.
Yes, the English opening, as they say, is on the board. And well, इंग्लिश ओपनिंग तो कहा जाता है इसको बट इसका एक बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट ये है कि अगर ब्लैक यहाँ पे E5 खेलता है विच इज़ द मेन लाइन देन बेसिकली आप सिसिलियन खेल रहे हो वाइट की तरफ से तो बेसिकली अगर वाइट यहाँ पे खेलता है E4 एंड C5 जो बहुत ही डायनामिक ओपनिंग होती है ब्लैक के लिए वही सेम ओपनिंग आप C4 E5 एक टेम्पो के साथ खेल रहे हो essentially. So this is what the benefit is of this variation. Of course, there are other nuances as well कि कभी बाद में जाके आप D4 खेल के आप कैटलन में ट्रांसपोज कर सकते हो आप नहीं भी कर सकते you can keep the pawn on D4 to go for the Rethi approach with B3 bishop B2. Tiku bhai, I think we can agree that this opening is usually played when you want to confuse your opponent and you don't want to show your cards early on.
Agreed. And I think E6 खेला है, so maybe Arjun is trying to transpose into D4 setups by playing E6, Knight C3 and D5. And very pragmatic. अगर आपकी expectation D4 थी, so makes a lot of sense. And chat, by the way, Arjun now playing a bit faster. So Sahaj, looks like he was not maybe expecting C4 and wanted to transition into a D4 structure.
Exactly. And, I understand that, this is only round 4, I believe, of this tournament. So, still 4 rounds में कहना थोड़ा, maybe थोड़ा early लगता है because a player का style ऐसे आप बोल नहीं सकते. But still, Tiku bhai, since Tata Steel, when the tournament, let's say, did not go Arjun's way, I mean, he lost like 30 rating points and it definitely wasn't a success. I feel that Arjun has changed his style a bit. I feel like he is playing more solid openings, more sound openings, like, and he's used to take these risks earlier, कुछ C5 फेंकेगा, कुछ sack करेगा pawn, go into these different imbalances. But I feel like that has changed a bit.
I kind of, when you said that, that kind of made sense to me. कई बार होता है ना, like, for many years, people used to think, okay, the sun revolves around the earth, but then somebody said the opposite and it just made sense. That also makes sense. Yeah, something like that, Sahaj Bhai. And I think maybe that's what's required, right? To stay at the top level in the world, top 10 and 5 consistently. You don't want to lose your aggression, but you also want to be solid and just not play complicated chess for the sake of it. And by the way, Arjun now the world number 9, finally entering the world top 10 yesterday. And okay, today is a tough game with the black pieces, but if he were to win, he would already be world number 7. So like you can gain rankings very quickly once you're at the top, Sahaj bhai.
Absolutely, and the moves are progressing very quickly. He has just brought his bishop out to
Sahaj bhai,
f5.
we are talking about solid choices, and देखो भाई, bishop f5, and I'm guessing queen b3, knight c6 is anything but solid.
Yeah, but white can play bishop d3 as well, right? And takes के बाद this would be super solid, and white keeps that was छोटा सा advantage, knight e2 वगैरह खेल के play something on the queen side. I mean, this is a typical Carlsbad structure. But while Nodirbek is thinking in this moment, I feel like a chat का भी a request, and I feel like we should also keep switching and keep looking at other games as well. Magnus Tiku bhai has played the Sicilian defense again.
Oh wow. Very
अगेन एज इन
interesting.
लास्ट टाइम प्रग के साथ खेला था जो वो हारा था. एंड
Why
चैट
Magnus?
मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन नहीं, बट मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए था शायद. बट वो ओपनिंग कौन सी थी चैट जो मैग्नस खेला था प्रग के साथ? डज एनीवन रिमेंबर व्हाट ओपनिंग इट वाज? मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन नहीं है, बट जस्ट फॉर योर
Hint.
नॉलेज.
Hint is Sahaj bhai. उस ओपनिंग का नाम का हिंट इज सहज भाई. दैट्स अ गुड हिंट एंड चैट होपफुली यू विल फिगर इट आउट. एंड सहज भाई काफी तेज खेल रहे
I
हैं
don't
मैग्नस
get that
कार्लसन.
hint. I'm just gonna look up the game very quickly because I hoping I'm not guessing it wrong, but I'm not getting your hint, bhai.
I thought it's Sicilian Kaan variation, सहज भाई.
Ah, that's why. That's why. Okay, okay,
You
okay,
see?
okay, okay.
You
Right,
see?
right, right, right. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
But okay, chat. Yes, it was Kylo Kramnik variation, Tikku
ये लोग
variation.
ड्रैगन भी लिख रहे हैं भाई. Crazy. Oh, by the way,
By the
knight
way,
of played by Magnus Carlsen. Bhai, can we see bishops? Oh, whoa, F4. Let's go. Let's bring the fire on the on the board. And by the way, I don't think Jordan is from Amsterdam, but this variation is known as Amsterdam variation. So he's from a town very close to Amsterdam, I believe. But a guy from Netherlands, playing an opening from his own country. Very interesting.
भाई हम भी तो खेलते ना इंडियन ओपनिंग सारी भाई. किंग्स इंडियन, क्वींस इंडियन, ये इंडियन, वो इंडियन, सारे इंडियन हम भी खेलते थे. वो भी खेलेगा भाई. And of course, Magnus now having his first think f4 is very aggressive, but it's not the best way objectively to play on. But it does signal your intentions and not something Magnus might have expected. So maybe the surprise is worth the risk. And Magnus Carlsen taking his first think in this game. Sahaj bhai, What do you expect happens in this game today? Magnus, do you think he goes for the win? He goes for the kill? Or do you think Jordan, with his form that he showed at Tata Steel, will be enough to hold the GOAT?
Well, I think firstly we should address that Magnus himself played f4 many times. I see in top games I can see at least one, two, three, four games. Both two games each against Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, and both games was one win and one draw. So I think Magnus himself has tried it out many times. And another thing is Magnus played this against Nodirbek in 2026. That Wait, when did this
Hmm.
happen, Tikubai?
Maybe an online game,
2000.
Sejbhai?
Sorry?
Be an online game, right? He might have played. It's possible.
It could be an online game, but I'm just gonna check because if I switch here, it's gonna be a bit different. But oh, can you please check when did Magnus play against Nodirbek this? Because that's very important information here.
Wow.
I'm just
I wish
taking
I
a
had
quick
the
look.
tools to check this, Sejbhai.
No, no, but if I click this, भाई वो change हो जाएगा ना? रुको एक second मैं यहाँ कर
अच्छा
लेता
अच्छा
हूँ.
अच्छा अच्छा. But okay,
This was भाई. Okay, no, no, actually, it's a bug. Actually, it's putting up the game from yesterday. Actually, it's not the same game. But yeah,
nice.
Magnus has played this many times in the past. I think with Black as well against Hikaru. So and the opening is known to be quite aggressive. Generally speaking, Black wants to play the move e5 or e6 here. आप g6 भी खेल सकते हो. That's more dragon approach. But if you play the move e5, this is where the main idea behind this variation sort of shows itself. Where this knight will now say I'm gonna go to f3, and इसीलिए मैंने f4 push किया था ताकि मैं king side पे थोड़ा I can prepare for an attack. And the follow up is generally you want to put the bishop on d3, you want a castle, and you might ask कि ये pawn f4 पे क्या कर रहा है. The reason is कि ये जो queen रहती है, it has a very unique purpose in this position, which is to transfer on the king side. So sometimes you might want to play queen e1 and queen g3, and sometimes you want to play queen e1 and queen h4, and black to king side पे castle करेगा. So you can see you will have this bishop, the knight, the pawn, the rook, all of this joining in on the attack, and the queen as well will be there. This is basically the idea here.
Yep, Sejbhai, I think Magnus is thinking, so he's going to take his time. Let's jump to Arjun's game because बहुत moves आ रही हैं. You know, after bishop f5, Nodirbek did think for 2.5 minutes. And of course, he expected Arjun to be very well prepared. Just like Arjun avoided 1c4, 1c5, and, so the c4 lines, Nodirbek also just plays the second most popular move, 92, going for a positional struggle more than the crazy tactics. Castles, rook c1 played instantly, and now bishop to e6. What is this move? Is it preempting something like knight g3, Sahaj Bhai? Like, why just move the bishop to e6 even before white attacks it?
I'm guessing the idea, generally speaking, the bishop does belong on e6. If we ask bishop c8 से कहाँ पे रखोगे आप, तो you would say e6 because it's relatively protected. It can't be kicked anywhere. f5 पे रहेगा, तो like you said, knight g3 is one way to kick it. h3 g4 could be another way to kick it. f3 e4 करके एक और break आ सकता है. Bishop e6 पे is more or less safe, but he did play bishop f5 and then he went back to e6, which feels like he's wasting a tempo. But I feel here it's a bit nuanced क्योंकि बिशप f5 के बाद व्हाइट ने खेला नाइट ge2, एंड नाइट ge2 आप नॉर्मली नहीं खेलोगे इस पोजीशन में, क्योंकि माय क्वेश्चन इज वेयर इज दिस बिशप नाउ गोइंग. एंटिको भाई क्या हुआ? व्हाई आर यू सो
भाई
शॉक्ड?
मैंने कुछ क्रेजी देखा भाई. And I think I understand, maybe I could be wrong, but bishop e6 basically defends and cements this d5 pawn. And
या
for example, white की जो main move यहाँ जो हमारा दोस्त silicon monster चीख रहा है वो है queen to b3. So basically to attack the b7 pawn, again using that bishop that has moved away from c8 chat. That's why this queen b3 move is logical. And black can now play knight c6. And now you cannot take on b7. And if you take on b7, there is knight b4, threatening knight d3 check, winning the game. So you have to play the only move knight g3. And chat, question to you. Black ki best move in this position and the only move, what should Arjun play if this arrives? And I'm 100% sure, I think, like 100% sure Arjun knows this. Chat, what do you think? Black to play the only move.
For sure. I mean, even if he doesn't know it, Arjun finds this in like less than 10 seconds भाई. बुलेट में खेलेगा ये मूव वो.
Chat, come on. Not g5. No, that's g5
So
is the
chat,
second best
like
move.
I'll tell you like how, what is the right way to think here. The right way to think here would be के firstly you're a pawn down, ठीक है? तो you are thinking about this rook b8, queen a7, rook a8 type of a repetition. क्योंकि वही आपके लिए बेस्ट है। अगर गेम चलता रहा तो पॉन पॉन तो पॉन होता है ना, फिर आपकी पोजीशन खराब हो जाएगी। तो आपको ये पॉन बचाना है, क्योंकि रुक बी 8 के बाद व्हाइट खेल रहा है क्वीन टेक C7। तो हाउ डू यू
Yes.
सेव दिस पॉन इज द क्वेश्चन।
Yes, the move is a crazy one. Not rook b8. Rook b8 is the goal, but उससे पहले कुछ preparation करना है हमें. And that is not c5. c5 would be logical, but not in this case. The move is knight to e8, defending the c7 pawn. And a white कुछ भी करे, let's say pawn to a3, rook b8, attacking the queen. Queen के पास square ही नहीं है. Queen a7, rook a8, queen b7, rook b8, draw. And सहज भाई आज की स्ट्रीम शॉर्टेस्ट स्ट्रीम. भाई
भाई
अगर
भाई
ऐसा हो
मैग्नस
गया तो.
खेल रहा है अभी भी।
हाँ, but you get the point. Like मतलब, like that would be a very quick draw. So Arjun knows this. अब नोदर
यू
बे का
नो
क्वीन
व्हाट
बी थ्री
टिकू
खेलते
भाई,
हैं. हाँ.
अगर ये हुआ तो ओके, यू नो व्हाट डन, बिकॉज आई एम सो कॉन्फिडेंट कि नॉदर समवन लाइक नॉदरबेक विद वाइट पीसेस drawing like that is something I will never ever believe.
Yeah, he will not go for this 100%. There's no chance. I'm pretty sure Nodirbek, even if he doesn't know this, will calculate and figure this out over the board, and he will realize कि भाई ये dead draw है. And Nodirbek never, ever, ever will he agree to a draw. That's something that's very, very, you know, uh, you know, core of his personality, so to speak, in how he plays. So he
Hmm.
might play queen b3, queen knight c6, and then he might figure out, okay, this is a draw, I can't take, and he'll find another way to push. So yeah, I don't know anything else that comes to mind apart from queen b3.
Nothing necessarily. I'm thinking of this h3 and g4. This is a very typical plan in this position. This h3 g4 or f3 g4. Both of them are. Oh, sorry. But did he just play bishop g3? He just played bishop g3. Yeah, I
Oh
was not
wow.
sure. That actually has happened. So basically, I think he wants to go knight f4. This is another plan. Honestly, like knight f4 is something I wouldn't go for personally myself, because I'm more comfortable with this h3 g4 stuff. That's what I usually go for. But it's gonna be interesting. I think he's planning to go knight f4 and maybe take the bishop on
That's
e6 if
why
black allows it.
you will not believe it. After bishop g3 chat, so knight f4 idea है. So black की best चाल जो अर्जुन likely अभी खेल देंगे is bishop f5 back. And then
No,
white की
bhai,
best
it's
चाल
not.
मेरे लिए है at least, so it's one of the top moves. And then white की best चाल is bishop f4 back. That's a possible variation.
एक्चुअली बिशप
It-
f5 के बाद व्हाइट की चाल बिशप f4 दिखा रहा है, वो है। वो मैं मान
हाँ.
रहा हूँ आपकी बात, बट इधर बिशप f5 ब्लैक की नहीं दिखा रहा है, इधर c6 इज शोइंग द बेस्ट। बट रुक, यार हमने कल भी डिस्कस किया था ना कि like, जरा सा भी इंजन इधर का उधर होता है ना तो सारा इवेल्युएशन बदल जाता है। व्हाट वी नो इज कि वी डोंट नो, लाइक हम सिर्फ पढ़ रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
हाँ. But okay, like the fact that like this is even possible is hilarious to me. कि by bishop वो bishop g3 draw हो सकता है. That is hilarious. And Arjun, of course, calculating c6, of course, one of the best moves as well. So is knight h5, according to my engines. But I wouldn't play that, I think, because that could open the h file, which could be
No,
dangerous.
no,
So let's
but
see what Arjun plays.
knight h5's plan is not to take on g3, bhai. I think it's more that if you ever play knight f4, I will capture back the knight on f4. So basically, अगर आप नहीं खेलते कुछ, let's say you do something else. I don't know what else will you do if not play knight f4. Any moves? Let's say queen d2. I don't know. I
Huh.
am not gonna take on g3. I'll play c6.
Got it.
I'll wait for
Got
you
it.
to go knight f4. So I think
That makes
from
sense.
that angle, I'm not sure. Knight f4, knight e6 just doesn't look pleasant to me. There are different scenarios like Tikubai, there are positions where, let's say, the knight is on f3, right? And
Hmm.
white sometimes plays knight g5, and it is always not advised to play the move h6, क्योंकि ये knight g5 से e6 मारता है and black की king side थोड़ी ऐसे weak हो जाती है। तो आई एम गेटिंग दो सिमिलर वाइब्स विद नाइट f4 एंड नाइट टेक c6। यस, आपने पॉन यहाँ पे पुश नहीं किया, यस आपके लाइट स्क्वायर्स वीक नहीं हो रहे हैं, बट स्टिल आई फील इट शुड नॉट बी अलाउड।
Very interesting, Sahaj I think I feel like the opening काफी nuanced है. And I don't know if Arjun has played this before and really gone into the depths of it. Like, I hope this is not like a one game idea for him, because otherwise it might be difficult to decipher these subtleties over the board. And it might mean either taking a lot of time, which Nodebek would love to see, him being ahead on the clock, or it might involve making a strategic mistake. So, crucial moment in the game. Does he want to play c6? Does he want to play knight h5, as we discussed? Also an interesting idea. And Arjun having maybe the first think of his game as Nodebek comes and takes his seat.
Yeah, let's see what Arjun goes for. I think it's lots of different options with c6, knight h5, rook e8, knight d7, all of them more or less transposing. But we know it's a Carlsbad structure. And this is a structure I feel we've seen. Maybe it's the most popular opening structure, I think, these days. I feel like we have seen, at least in classical chess, so many games. Tata Steel में ही मुझे याद है Sindarov and I believe it was Gukesh who had this crazy the first round में जो गुकेश एकदम completely winning था and then in the last like 10 minutes or so Saxendaro found this crazy resource and the match ended in a draw. That was also a Carlsbad structure फिर उसके बाद Sindarov ने खुद खेला था ये black so it's one of the most common opening structures that we see. So I mean the ideas are pretty straightforward. Players will be used to it as well. The one key difference is of course knight e2 पे है f3 की
Yeah.
जगह. So that's the one nuance in the position. He plays
Agreed.
c6.
By the way, yeah, C6 played very logical. आपने D5 pawn अपना support कर दिया. Now no drama, and of course any queen B3 can now be met with queen B6 ideas, also keeping it all solid. And will we guys stream Gukesh versus Sindarov tomorrow? Yes. So chat tomorrow. GCT Poland starts. We have Gukesh and Sindarov, battling tomorrow in that epic matchup. Of course, they will only play thrice in the entire 5-day event, Sahej bhai. So we'll have one game between them in Rapid and two in Blitz. So wo bhi hum karenge stream. So it will be at the same time roughly. We'll start streaming 1 hour early tomorrow. But हम क्या करेंगे? We'll look at this match. Then जब भी यहाँ पे थोड़ा slow होगा सहज भाई, we can jump to the Rapid, look at that, come back, and वो switch होता रहेगा भाई.
Exactly. I think it will be fun. Yeah, this is one of the benefits of, I'm guessing, doing online commentary because you can switch between games, you can watch the players and have fun overall. So कल भाई बड़ा मजा आएगा. Sendaro versus Gukesh भाई. I mean, we've been waiting. I mean, we are going to be waiting for this for a long time. But कल एक हल्का सा preview मिलने वाला है आपको chat. What are your expectations?
Oof. I mean, I think it must be playing on Gukesh's mind for sure. Even on Sindarov's, I think regardless of how well Sindarov played the candidates, he did have that little blip, Sahej bhai. I don't know how much it affected him when he got crushed 3-0 by Dubov, but as a player, after the candidates, you think you are invincible, but that match reminds you of your mortality, so to speak, over a chess game. So I feel like it will also be playing on his mind. I don't want to lose against Gukesh. But also Kesh ke liye even more pressure, right? I don't want to get crushed by Sindarov if he plays in the form he was playing at the candidates. So I think it's a very dynamic situation, and psychological play will be very, very important.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's not just about that he lost 3-0, it's how he lost 3-0 as well. That's going to play, you know, I mean, it's definitely going to affect him in some way because bhai wo so raha tha. Like he was just on his bed and he was just kind of laying down and he was making moves with a trackpad. I mean, surely that has to affect you a little bit. And it also goes to show कि bhai at the very, very top level, chess is extremely psychological. So each game you play prior to the World Championship gives you some like वो 0.1%, 0.01% वो छोटा सा psychological advantage आपको देगा, which I think is really really important. So Gukesh के लिए I think rapid blitz में अच्छा करना against Sindaro specifically I think is very important, टिकू भाई.
Agreed, and also because Rapid Blitz is traditionally not a format he does well in, that is Gukesh. Rapid he played very well last time जब Magnus भी खेले GCT वाला event, but Blitz में he struggled. So let's see how he does. Menorca also did not go well for Gukesh, Sahej bhai. Like he got crushed by Nihal 2-0. The only players he defeated was I think Hari Krishna and also like one game against I think it was Rapport. I think he won, but like it was not the kind of event he would love to have in a World Championship year. By the way, in the position we have in front of us,
But
knight
अब
f4
different
खेला
है ना
था.
भाई. हाँ, but अब situation I feel like I feel अब situation different है because अब I think there is a goal for Gukesh because पहले जब मेनोरका खेल रहे थे
हाँ.
तो candidates player wasn't there. I feel like जब वो गोल आया था ना कि ठीक है इसको हराना है भाई, then you see maybe you start to see the remnants of the 2024 Gukesh that we also fondly remember.
Yep, that's the dream, chat. That's the dream. Yes, Dominguez it was. I apologize. Yes. So it will be interesting. That will be tomorrow. I don't think necessarily they're going to play tomorrow. It will be one game in the next 3 days and then one game each in the final 2 games. But regardless, वो rivalry, same hall में बैठना जब आपको पता है कि world championship decide होने वाली है, will be epic. Meanwhile, knight f4 खेला सहज भाई, bishop f5, saving the bishop by Arjun, and now bishop d3. And I think Arjun should be very happy with that trade कि आपने वो अपना bishop यूली जो बैड हो सकता है अपने गुड बिशप के अगेंस्ट एक्सचेंज कर दिया वाइट के.
Yeah, true. And if you played bishop takes d3, which I think is automatic, you capture back with your queen. And again, knight usually f3 पे रहता है instead of f4. And इसका benefit ये है कि you can always play f3 and e4 and make a breakthrough. So, oh, he captures back with the knight. Now
Very
I'm not so
interesting.
sure कि bishop d6 पे knight e5 खेलना चाहता है क्या ये? Because I'm sure he wouldn't allow the trade of if he allows this, then it starts to look very 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 drawish to me. ये तो नहीं exchange होना चाहिए. यहाँ पे I think knight e5 is very good, but I see I'm wrong here, right? Tikku, there is some small tactical nuance here that I'm guessing that Allah forces black to play b6. It's a great positional exercise because bishop d6 feels very logical, but the problem is white can take and play queen b3, attacking this pawn. Black कहीं भी either black plays b6 and इसमें हमारा goal complete हो गया because c6 का pawn weak हो जाता है. But if you don't play b6 and you play something like queen e7 for example, then I have this where you see knight f3 पे और d3 पे का difference क्या है, because now you can play knight c5, force b6 and then bring the knight back to d3 and same position, same sort of pieces, but just one different pawn placement, and black is much much worse because of this pawn. That's how nuanced chess is.
Agreed. And was c6 pawn, it needs the brother on b7 to defend it. That's very, very important. Defending it, the pawn on c6, even more than Mandar Bhai somehow defends me in every day super chat. Thanks a lot, Bhai. But, the good news is ki I'm not going to stop commentating. So Magnus is safe, Bhai. All good.
If he only needs to worry if Tikku stops commentating and starts playing London system, bhai. अच्छा, by the way, when you played that Simon against Magnus, आपके black थे आपके white थे?
ब्लैक थे, हर किसी के ब्लैक थे.
भाई ये क्या है भाई, मैं तो उस मोमेंट पे मैं सारे जो 20 प्लेयर जो साइमल खेल रहे हैं ना, मैं सबको इंडिविजुअली कन्विंस करता भाई व्हाइट लो,
8 ही थे भाई,
ताकि
8 ही
मैं
लोग थे.
मैग्नस के साथ लंदन खेल सकूं.
8 ही लोग थे और आठों के ब्लैक थे भाई. इफ आई हैड वाइट दैट वुड हैव
भाई
बीन
मैं तो
ग्रेट.
आठों को पर्सनली भाई, तो I'll do like भाई we'll do something.
I really want to come to the game for a second because it's very interesting to me, Sehaj bhai. I don't know what your engine says, but Mera engine keh raha hai 94 is the best move. And the fact that Arjun found this in just 1 minute 50 seconds tells me he might be still in prep. He might actually be in prep, Sehaj bhai. 94 maybe not the first one that you consider, yeah? You will not play this in just 1 minute.
True, I think this could be prep, but भाई my question is कि does it change much? Like let's say आपने खेल दिया यहाँ पे short castle, black को यहाँ पे capture करना है knight g3, which is the best move, white को खेलना है h3, black को खेलना है let's say knight d7, whatever, I'm just making a random move. My question is कि ठीक है, आपका बार कहता है कि ये 0. मेरा कह रहा है 0.08, but does it mean it's equal? I'm not so sure because white का plan, firstly there is an imbalance on the board, knight versus bishop. Secondly, white ये b4 a4 b5 फटाफट खेल सकता है and could try to create a weakness on this side. Black को probably टिकू भाई कुछ किंग साइड पे करना पड़ेगा, लाइक नाइट f6 h5 h4 ऐसे बिशप लाओ d6 पे कुछ तो. वो जो रेक्टेंगल हम बनाते हैं यहाँ पे, कौन सा पीस है वाइट का? एक भी पीस नहीं है. सो आई फील लाइक इवन दो इट्स इक्वल, वो हल्का सा dynamics I think are gonna happen,
I
for the
I
lack of a
agree, and
better
also
word.
I think the knight not being on f3 first of all means that the king side is weaker, as you pointed out, and also with that g3 pawn, that white has instead of h2. उसका advantage ये है कि it's difficult to, for example, in some queen's gambits आप खेलते हो queen g6 bishop h3 ideas, वो possible नहीं है. But I do have h5 h4 as you pointed out, and इसका मतलब कि hook सा मिल गया मुझे to potentially maybe at least optically launch an attack. H4 h5 bishop d6, knight f6, queen can also come in. So I think black has enough compensation. I think white की moves are easier, there is no doubt about it. But ये advantage वैसी कल वाली जैसी है, जैसे मैग्नस की थी ना Nodirbek against, it's there. White's plan is simple, he'll be the one pushing, but black has comfortably enough to equalize, and Arjun, especially now that I feel he's prepared, should be okay.
Yeah, yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. But now we are at 94. Let's see
Yeah.
what what Nodirbek plays on here in this position. Short castle, one approach, knight takes e4 perhaps is another approach. There is another approach in this position, Tikova, which definitely is, worth mentioning, which because it really simplifies the position, and that is bishop takes b8. Because you have to go rook takes b8, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, knight c5 आता है. I'm sure in this position, bishop takes c5 is like, like one of the worst moves you can play, because rook c5 के बाद d5 का square आपको नहीं मिलता.
Hmm.
I mean, we are assuming Arjun is obviously not going to do that. He's going to
Hmm.
play queen d5 or something. Maybe there is still an imbalance. Your pawn is a bit overextended. I could still try something on the queen side, but it feels like there is not enough meat in the position, Tikubhai.
Yeah, I think it's also a matter of style. I think Nodirbek, what does he want to do? Definitely an option he will consider. I think Bishop B8, a move which easy to miss for your opponent. So Nodirbek ऐसे opponent definitely सोचेंगे यहाँ पे उसके बारे में. And although I do agree, this also looks equal. I think the E4 pawn does gain some space for black, and you never know F5, F4 आ जाए कुछ आ जाएगा. Can create an attack also long term, and Bishop on E7 always keeping the knight under the radar. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन है सहज भाई एंड यू नो व्हाट there's one more thing we can do सहज भाई that is switch games for a second because where is Magnus Carlsen's queen? She's off the board. Magnus in
अरे
this
भाई, ये तो
moment is a queen
अटैक होने
down.
वाला था. यहाँ तो
भाई
अटैक होने वाला था. वेट वेट वेट, तो
हाँ
F4 E5 हुआ. नाइट का वो नाइट B3 पे गया. वो सम अदर सरप्राइज फॉर मैग्नस देयर. यूजुअली नाइट F3 पे जाता है. सो बिशप E7 में ही. ओ, very interesting. This is new, extremely new. So takes queen d8. And by the way, this is Jordan's preparation, and it's an end game.
wow
Tikku bhai,
so
are I think Jordan can win today.
Saif, I mean, I want to agree with you, especially because Jordan has been Magnus's second before, as far as I know. So he would know how Magnus thinks better than most of us. But जीतना तो ज्यादा
But
हो गया
why,
सहज
this
भाई.
is exactly the type of way I feel Jordan takes down elite grandmasters. Like I've noticed the pattern. Like usually वो opening उसकी perfect होती है, and opening से वो एक ऐसे एक end game के एक simplified setup पे लेके जाता है player को, जहाँ पे उसको बहुत like he has studied it at depth and his opponent has not even looked at it. So that gives him some advantage over Magnus, and I've seen him do this many times before. So I feel
Hmm.
ये बहुत रिस्की है भाई मैग्नस के लिए. आई एम टेकिंग जॉर्डन हियर टुडे. चैट, एनीवन इन द चैट थिंकिंग मैग्नस कुड गो डाउन टुडे?
Bhai, that's a tough one to bet on,
सो
Sahaj
टफ
Bhai.
क्वेश्चन या.
Very tough. I do think Jordan is comfortable here, but I do feel like long term I see a target for Magnus. That's the E4 pawn. My E5 pawn I can easily defend with F6. You don't have the same luxury. And if Jordan knows the next 10 moves of theory, I think he's going to play for two results. But if he makes a mistake somewhere, Magnus is going to pounce on it. So, very interesting decision to go into the endgame against the greatest endgame player of all time.
Yeah, I think greatest and endgame player of all time for Mandar Bhai is a bit different, because we did receive another super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, Bhai. And he says, see how humble Tikku is. He knows he can destroy Magnus within 8 moves with the London system, but he wants Magnus to enjoy his career. Bhai, Tikku Bhai, aapke thoughts on this?
मंदर भाई अगर पैसे फूकने ही है तो भाई मतलब आई लव बीएमडब्ल्यू भाई. फरारी भी अच्छी गाड़ी है मतलब ऐसे अगर पैसे फूकने ही है तो बट अप्रिशिएट द
देखो
सेंटिमेंट भाई.
मतलब औरा भी है भाई का क्या मतलब, बोल रहे BMW दो ना फिर बात करो ऐसे, ये क्या, व्हाट इज
नैनो भी
दिस?
चलेगी. नैनो भी चलेगी. अब ठीक है. आई डोंट नो नैनो बनती है अभी कि नहीं एक्चुअली देखना पड़ेगा बट या. But meanwhile, knight e4 के बाद no moves by Nodirbek. So Magnus game में bishop e3 has been played by Jordan, who's 20 minutes ahead now on the clock. So clearly in his preparation. Meanwhile, let's have a short look at the Yagiz game, a 30-second look, Sahaj by at the opening moves, and then we'd love to jump back to Nodirbek Arjun.
So we have Spanish from Yagiz, and Nils played bishop to c5. I think this is, it's known relatively quite well known, but still a very big deviation, because Spanish is one of the most studied openings in chess. And bishop c5 is definitely a sideline very early on. And इसके बाद white plays c3, black plays knight f6, d4 आता, so castle, and then he plays d4 and black goes bishop b6. I'm sure we've played like a lot of online games. Tiko bhai, I'm not sure if you've played online games here, but I have played many games in this position. Bishop g5 is still very well known. h6 आता है, you go bishop h4, and okay, the game continues. But what really worries me is Yagiz's time. He has almost half an hour deficit already.
It's weird, right? Because he's playing all the best moves, the normal moves, but he's taking time. This doesn't make much sense to me. Either he's prepared, he knows what's happening. In that case, taking so much time doesn't make sense. And there's no way he's figuring out Bishop G5 over the board. At least that's my understanding. So what's happening here? Why is he taking so much time then?
That's a good question, and I don't know if this is correct, Tikubai. Please do check it on that explore page. But I do see a game of Vishy Sir versus Peter Leko from 2000, and like मेरे दिमाग में थोड़े thoughts आ रहे हैं. Is it around the same time when the World Championship match was played, or
Ah,
um,
I see Peter Leko playing this. I see a game between Shirov and Leko, Morozevich and
Shirov and Leko
Leko.
से ऊपर भाई. Vishy and Leko is
Ha,
also a
Vishy
game.
Leko,
Correct
I
say.
see Topolov Leko. So bunch of games by Peter Leko in this position. He really loved it with the black pieces. I also see a game between Karyakin and Aronian from 2008. So काफी interesting games हैं. But H6 played literally in seconds by Nils Grandelius, who by the way is on 0 out of 3 Sahaj by. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like 0 out of 3 pe khilna is very, very tough. And I think the pressure he must be feeling, I think what he wants is like a better position out of the opening. Otherwise, if he is put under pressure, he might just crumble.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But yeah, time pressure is a constant issue. And I mean, it's also moments like this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if he's actually thinking if he wants to go bishop f6 in this position, but I think bishop h4 is pretty like straightforward. Like bishop f6 बहुत rarely खेला जाता है unless it's some preparation you would not go into this. Also, भाई आपके opponent के पास अगर 1 घंटा 30 मिनट है and if they're playing so quickly, then like you generally don't want to take on f6, take on c6 and go take a pawn. Like you generally don't want to do tactical things, right? Because तुम्हें पता है कि अगर आपका opponent तेज खेल रहा है मतलब प्रिपरेशन ही होगी. प्रिपरेशन होगी तो आप टैक्टिक्स में क्यों घुसोगे, राइट? तो इट्स आई एम गेसिंग इट्स मोमेंट्स लाइक दिस आल्सो वेयर यू कैन सेव a couple of minutes here, couple of minutes there, which really pays off at the end. And we've seen Yagiz get so stressed, and of course that stress doesn't get to him, but imagine, I'm not sure how long he can keep this up.
Agreed. And we've seen how much, he's suffered because of that time pressure in the final moments of the game. He could have had a lot, I would say a lot more rating and a better score in every event he's played, Saj, by Tata Steel. I remember he was better in many games, squandered his advantage. Even here, he had chances if Arjun, he didn't capitalize on Arjun's blunder. So I feel like it's a missed opportunity. And it's something, if he's that problem he solves, if he manages to solve it, he's going to really, really improve even further. And you know what? I read yesterday that the youngest player at the age of 16, like I think Wei had the highest rating, like the record for the rating at age 16, that was 2724. He's already moving towards to break that record now. So it's like, matlab, he's
Wow.
breaking record after record. And if he wants to get to 2750, he will need to solve this problem. Otherwise, he will not, reach there. And even if he does, he will not stay there. So it's a very clear problem he has to solve. Meanwhile, Sej bhai,
Exactly.
jab bhi
Bhai, just wanna
hmm,
like add on to this point before we just move on. Like I feel जैसे हर rating level के लिए अगर आप 2500 होते हो तो आपको you have to consistently beat 2400s or 2450 players. You cannot make draws क्योंकि उससे हर बारी आपका 1-2 पॉइंट आपके जाते हैं, and that hurts you. And you don't think of it as मेरे 1 पॉइंट जा रहे हैं, you think of it as मेरे 4 पॉइंट जा रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको 3 पॉइंट मिलने भी थे अगर आप जीत जाते तो that also really adds up. So I feel for Yagiz to really, be on this upward path, he should or he has to beat, Nils in the sense. नहीं तो वो 2750 already. I mean, Nils and Yagiz with difference is around 50 points, which is crazy, yeah. But for Yagiz, if he has to keep that trajectory up, he has to beat Nils.
agreed. And meanwhile, let's jump back to the game of Arjun against Nodirbek, the star game of today, because both players are in contention for first place, one of the favorites, and still no moves after 12 and a half minutes by Nodirbek. You know what? मैंने इस सीन में अपनी शक्ल देख के थोड़ा बोर भी हो गया. If we can remove थोड़ी देर के लिए have two separate scenes, कभी डालेंगे कभी नहीं डालेंगे, will be more fun. But meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, what is Nodirbek thinking? Because 94, like he played all of it very quickly, right? Seconds mein khela sab kuch, and now he's really thinking. So is this where his prep ends?
I think his prep ended a while ago, like 2, 3 moves ago. Again, basing this off of what Vishy sir said, and during the candidates once, I think it's also good to pick up these things from top players because I think top players like Vishy and Arjun and Prag, Gukesh, of course, everyone, Nodirbek, they have a very close, and they really study each other, really, really well. And Vishy sir once said that कि 1 घंटा 15 मिनट के अराउंड एक क्लासिकल मैच में अगर आपका कम होता है so I feel that's no longer prep. So maybe for Nodirbek, it
Hmm.
is now 1 hour and 11 minutes, and he was thinking for quite some time before he played the move Bishop, Queen B3. I'm guessing his prep is now ended.
Yeah, feels like it. And Queen B3, by the way, though, is the best move according to the engines. So even if he did not know it, he did come up with it. And now, Sej, by the question is, do I, as black, want to trade queen? So whenever white plays Queen B3, usually Queen B6 is the automatic response. You want to trade queens right from the end game. Does that make sense, or are you considering other moves as well?
I'm just wondering if not queen takes b6, then what else am I supposed to do? I'm guessing another move that makes sense is that queen b6, a b6 के बाद, for example, ब्लैक का रुक एक्टिवेट हो रहा है एंड आपका A2 का पॉन टारगेट होगा तो अगर ट्रेड करना है तो आपको करना है मुझे नहीं करना है दैट इज फॉर श्योर सो बिसाइड्स क्वीन B6 आई एम थिंकिंग कि आई कैन गो नाइट टेक C4 आप इसको कैप्चर करते हो एंड देन आई ब्रिंग द नाइट टू C5 आई एम स्टिल नॉट डिनाइंग दिस कैप्चर ऑफ क्वीन B3 विच यू कैन डू एट एनी पॉइंट
Hmm.
एंड ओके आई कैन से पॉन E4 पे थोड़ा वीक है आपका आई कैन प्ले ऑन बट आई सी द इंजन रियली डज नॉट लाइक दिस पोजिशन भाई
Sej, by
for white.
I have to agree with the engine somehow. I was also going through some lines, and after Queen B6, for example, it really is screaming your idea, by the way. After Queen B6, Bishop takes B8, Rook A takes B8, and look at this variation. Basically, it seems like it's all forced. Knight takes E4, D takes E4, Knight C5, Bishop C5, Rook C5, Queen B3, A B3, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this feels like handshakes and go home very, very soon.
I think if oh okay, so I think firstly I miscalculated earlier. So in the
Hmm.
previous position when we were talking, white का bishop था G3 पे, black का knight था B8 पे, right? And
Hmm.
rook 8 पे ऐसे बैठा हुआ था, सेम पोजीशन है बाकी सब कुछ. उसमें बेनिफिट ये था कि ये जो नाइट मेरा जो B8 पे पहले था उसको मैं ऐसे D7 F6 D5 पे बिठा सकता था एंड वहां पे वो
Hmm.
नाइट एकदम इट्स अ एब्सोल्यूट यूनिट इट्स अ बॉस उसको कोई बिशप टारगेट नहीं कर सकता कोई पॉन नहीं टारगेट कर सकता इट एंड बेसिकली इट्स अर्जुन हु इज प्लेइंग विद द ब्लैक पीसेस who will drive the game. But here, without the knight, let me ask you a question, Tikuba, and let me ask you a question to chat as well. Like, are you picking white here or are you picking black here? ठीक है, doesn't matter. Bar कहता है 0 0 0 whatever. Optically, are you choosing white or optically are you choosing black?
I think I'm choosing white. It does feel like the king is in the center. I do have an active rook. I feel like I have more pressure. I can put king d2, rook c1, rook a1, b4, b5, and any f5 would give me the e5 square. But I also feel like this is an endgame which a player like Arjun is probably going to lose like 1 out of 100 times. And considering he's coming off of a win and a draw against Magnus, like he's not going to lose. Like if he's given this endgame from the current position, he takes it. Like that's basically my thinking.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's really not about, I think, whether Arjun can defend or not. It's more about whether Nodirbek believes he can put pressure or not. Because I think it's more important कि आप पूरे आप जब भी आप for Nodirbek I think it's very important कि each time you play against him like you feel some kind of pressure. Yeah, this is how he wants to dominate chess for a for a long time, and this is how you do it. So in a position like this, even though the game is equal, I think black is gonna suffer. Like there is of course this very evident weakness on e4. Rook e5 से कभी attack आ सकता है. You are right to say कि f5 में rook e5 तो possible है ही, but उसके साथ साथ भाई g4 का break would completely weaken this pawn on e4. And lastly, on top of all of these ideas with king on d2, rook on a1, whatever, जब मेरी position एकदम बढ़िया से set हो जाती है, I have this ever longing break of f3, which black has to be super well prepared for. ठीक है? And I think there is a psychological kind of influence in this position. Ke whether even if you draw this game, you are still not gonna feel good because you're gonna be defending very passively for a long time, and I'm not sure if that's that's a nice feeling.
I think I agree with you. I think Arjun could defend to karna padega, and it's a choice he has to make. Both players have to make, right? Does Nodirbek feel he has a genuine winning chance here, and does Arjun feel ki, am I okay with playing a two-result position where I'm gonna get a draw likely, but I have to play defend for a long while? I feel like I would take that choice as black. Like I personally love rook endgame, so I would just go for it easily without a second thought. Arjun is thinking about it right now. Queen b6. If we go to the live position, is the move which makes the most sense. Kind of forces white's hand also because, as you mentioned, if you don't take the knight on b8 Sehaj, the knight comes to d7, comes to the center of the board, and you can never move it in the same variation. So you have to take on b8. And meanwhile, Sehaj, as Arjun thinks, a huge update. Apparently, Zhu Jiner is just winning in after 10 moves. If we can have a look at that game, what just happened?
Oh, very interesting. So, by the way, it was another knight off on the board, and जहाँ पे I believe Jordan played f4 against Magnus in the same tournament, same day. We just looked at this. She went for bishop d3, e5, aata knight e2. It's actually a very nice line. You go knight g3, queen f3, and you try to attack. Bishop e6 aata hai. She goes king h1, rook c8. She plays knight d5. It's a very typical move in these positions, which promises a forcing line. And here, Andy had to choose between bishop d5 and knight d5. You cannot keep the knight on d5 for a long time, as it allows white to play c4 and solidify your stance on the in the center of the board. And he just chose the wrong exchange. He chose bishop d5, and he had to choose knight d5, e d5, bishop d5, which visually I feel is very difficult to play because after f4 you think like there is so much attack coming on the king side. You haven't even castled yet. Your bishop is not out. But so he chose bishop d5, e d5, and then he plays knight b4, another big mistake. And now if Zhu Jiner plays bishop f5, shown by the blue arrow, it hits the rook on c8. The follow-up is, पहले आप अपना rook बचाओ, rook goes to c7, then you play knight c3, you defend your pawn on d5, and then I'm asking you a question, a3, and where is your knight going?
Oof, that's a tough one, yeah. Essentially nowhere, I think. I think I have to basically sack my rook on c3 and take on d5, and even that doesn't look tempting. Oh my God, that's going to be a quick loss for Andy Woodward. Not a quick loss, but at least a clearly winning position for Zhu Jiner. The only thing is, there are no games in this position chat. Remember, the bishop d3 setup against Naidov wasn't as popular. People never used to play it, but it's in the last 10 years, people have really started to play this opening. And I feel like maybe the theory isn't as well known as the other variations. And this feels like basically an opening trap, Sehaj, and more people will play this now. But basically,
This
you're
is
winning position for Sujana.
it's an ever-longing problem in chess, essentially, like that. For example, in an opening like Naidov, right? It's we know it's completely correct. ठीक है कुछ मतलब anything we found, and I've spoken with some leading experts of opening theory जो मतलब who are just researching all the time. And one thing I heard from them is, and something I'll never forget, is in Sicilian only Naidov holds for black. Everything else you can prove some advantage, but only Naidov is holding for now. But this is the ever-longing problem for Naidov. Ke your opponent has a million different options. Like in today itself, we saw two different options being played out. One was bishop d3 and one was f4. And in both scenarios, black is struggling. And that is because even though the line is okay, आप इतनी सारी variations prepare करना आपके लिए, and to remember all of this is not an easy task. And it's the same problem, I believe, with Catalan as well for white, because Catalan is an amazing opening. It puts pressure, for black regardless of the opening. But because black can play like 1,000 openings against it, it's very difficult to prepare.
Agreed. Agreed. And I think Zhu Jiner, of course, has to figure this out over the board. And a good question by somebody in the chat. Why not just, in that position stage by after, knight c3 and, why can't black just play a5 and knight a6? You can at the right moment, but then white can and basically just launch an attack with f4. First a3, push the knight back to a6, and at the right moment, just go f4. and basically you're 3 moves away from castling, and I'm already opening the center. You will not survive this. So bishop f5, Sahaj bhai, I think looks very logical as well, right? Because I'm gaining a tempo on your rook. Zhu Jiner should find this.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, just to add on to Tiku's point, a move like a5, you are saving yourself tactically, yes, for sure, but you are also destroying your position strategically. Like in the long term, because आप सोचो आपके पास लाइट बिशप ऑलरेडी नहीं है इस पोजीशन में. सो आइडियली स्पीकिंग, अगर आपको चेस में आप स्पेस चाहिए, कंट्रोल चाहिए, तो आपको आपको दोनों कलर्स इक्वली कंट्रोल करने होंगे. अगर आपके पास लाइट बिशप नहीं है तो लाइट स्क्वायर्स कहाँ से कंट्रोल होंगे? पॉन से या क्वीन से, राइट? ये पॉन लाइट स्क्वायर पे था जिसको आपने डार्क स्क्वायर पे भी रखा टू मेक स्पेस फॉर द नाइट, एंड इसी के साथ साथ योर पोजीशन बिकेम स्लाइटली मोर वर्स देन इट वाज. सो
And she
ऐसा
plays
बहुत
it.
होता है, आई थिंक. बाय द वे, ओह वाओ, बिशप f5 प्लेड.
Yes, on the board. And Andy Woodward probably has realized by now, just as Zhu Jiner realized yesterday after blundering a queen in a second what she had done. I think Andy Woodward pretty quickly must have realized, okay, this game is something I should have started differently. And now I think it's tough times for Andy ahead. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, let's have a 30-second look at the Magnus game and then jump back to Arjun, because Magnus has been thinking for 18 minutes, chat. 18
This
minutes
is
in
what
an
I was
end
telling
game.
you. This is what I was telling you. Jordan wins like this. I've seen him take down the best of the best of the best in this way. Like where he will have some prepper phase, go into a simplified version. Jo usne matlab, I'm not even sure how long he spent on this position, but like even an hour, with an engine, and you can predict exactly this. There's not a lot of ways that Magnus can play, chat, right? ऐसा नहीं, क्योंकि एंड गेम है तो मैक्स 3-4 तरीके होंगे जहां पे मैग्नस की पोजीशन होल्ड कर रही है. एंड इफ यॉर्डन हैज लुक्ड एट दोज, ही हैज नेविगेटेड थ्रू, either Magnus survives, but you can already see the time difference. 40 मिनट का difference है. And either Magnus survives or he's completely like down on the clock, or he's gonna be like much worse in the end game, which is much I would say like relatively easier to convert than it is in the middle game. I think Magnus is in trouble, bhai, big trouble.
And I think I would probably not say big trouble, but I do kind of agree with you on the point ki bhai, like Magnus also, let's keep in mind, doesn't play classical chess. So, like at least that's my understanding, that if you're not playing classical chess, maybe there are lines, opening lines, which you are not keeping in touch with. Like there might be
No, no,
updates to
bhai,
some openings.
I have analyzed this, like I'm pretty sure like 10 years ago. This exact. I'm sure Magnus has
Not
analyzed this
necessarily.
as well, bhai. 100% Magnus. मैंने देखा है तो भाई 100% Magnus ने देखा होगा ये.
No, what I mean is like
But I
maybe there's a
feel,
new variation, like new improvement at some point. Let's say move number 15 from here, which maybe Magnus has missed, and maybe he understands that, and maybe he's trying to just, calculate it over the board. Yeah.
Bhai, I feel like because at Magnus's level, because you've studied so much chess, that I'm sure he has spent a lot of time, months, on like each different opening, and I can't even fathom like how much work he has done. But by wo yaad rakhna is very difficult, because you
True.
haven't played chess in a classical chess in a year. Abhi, we saw this whole thing where he was saying कि मैं laptop लेके नहीं गया, मैं iPad से खेल रहा था. So he's also saying कि consistently at least वो checks पे वो इतना काम नहीं कर रहा है. And अगर आप revise नहीं करते, memorize नहीं करते, then you can definitely forget some things. And I think Magnus knows this better than anyone else कि किसी चीज को आधा याद रखना is worse than like ना याद
Agreed.
रखना completely. अगर आप खुद से सोचोगे तो it's much better. वो फिर भी Magnus है.
I agree with you. Revision is important. I remember, when we used to have board exams, those important papers, I would, wake up in the morning at 2 a.m. and just revise the entire syllabus, like literally the entire syllabus. It was not like, uh, remember it, just look at with my eyes, like for example, taki paper mein question hai na, so my eyes can recall that book ka page, like, somehow, and I can remember the answer. So revision is very, very important. And I think Magnus not playing classical chess for that long, it's more likely he might have actually forgotten some lines and he's trying to recall them, which maybe is possible, but it will take some time. So he's still thinking. Just want to note out, it's already a 41-minute difference between Magnus and Jordan. Look at it. Jordan has not even started using his time, and Magnus down to less than 50.
Bhai, if you don't think this is where you sound the panic button, bhai, this is it's a clear sign, clear indicator in my, because Magnus इतना मतलब इतना नहीं सोचेगा मैग्नस फॉर श्योर, एंड यॉर्डन इज नॉट इवन ऑन द बोर्ड। भाई वो घूम रहा है।
सहज भाई, या इज नॉट मीनवाइल समबडी इन द चैट जिनका नाम है जीएम मैग्नस, वो खुद ही कह रहे हैं अर्जुन गेम, सो लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन गेम बिकॉज मैग्नस जी बोल रहे हैं चलना पड़ेगा, बट नो मूव्स in the Arjun game chat. That's why we were looking at Magnus, because after queen b3, Arjun also has been thinking for 15 minutes now, and I think he's making that choice now. Does he want to play queen b6, enter that potential end game, defend for a while? Maybe it's a bit of suffering. He knows he will hold it, but it's also like the not the kind of position you want to play for two results where you cannot win. Or what else can he do? Are there options? Sahaj bhai, okay, so queen b6 is one move. What else do you see as an option for Arjun?
I think anything else besides queen b6 would be, let's say, admitting that the position is not good for Arjun. See, this is the dilemma I feel that Arjun is facing, because if he plays the best move, which is queen b6, we saw this variation where you take, knight e4, d4, knight c5, bishop c5, rook c5, queen b3. Like सब trade हो रहा है. I'm sorry मैं थोड़ा तेज गया यहाँ पे, but we had already looked at this before, and this is the one scenario which I'm sure Arjun has spotted, लाइक अराउंड 15 मिनट, 17 मिनट से सोच रहा है, तो 16 मिनट में ही उसने देख लिया होगा ये, लाइक 1 मिनट के अंदर. बट आई फील this position, as you mentioned, is a two result game, where the best Arjun can hope for is a draw. So he doesn't want to, I'm guessing nobody wants to play that. But if you don't play a move like queen b6 in this position, that is also admitting कि कुछ खराब है मेरी पोजीशन में, मुझे कुछ अच्छा नहीं लगा. So whether that is queen c8, whether that is queen d7, whether that is I don't know, any other move that defends the b7 pawn, like knight c3 के बाद I'm guessing, or and all of those moves, it's still admitting कि it's not a good position. So maybe Tikku bhai, knight c3, rook c3, queen b6 is one, but this is landing in some deep problems again for Arjun, because here another strategic move. Chat, if you want to take a guess, this is not an easy one, I would say. It requires some understanding. We were
You
talking
know,
about the b7 pawn quite a bit, but yeah, take a guess. What white to play?
as Chad is thinking, like just the fact that I can take with the rook now on b3 and attack b7 already feels like it's a better version for white for me. Like I'm not ready somehow to defend b7. So now white has the option of and the time to even avoid the queen trade, and suddenly the queen on b6 is doing nothing. So I already don't like this edge by knight takes c3.
Exactly, but if you had to ask me a question, do I want the pawn on d5? Do I want the pawn on e4? I'm choosing d5, of course. By Carlsbad structure, that we are so used to playing, we know that pawn on e4 can be a bit uncomfortable in rook endgames, because rook e5 and all of those things you mentioned, where you can attack and put pressure on this pawn, it's a bit advanced, right? So here the problem is, and chat is not guessing right now, but chat me, I'm not sure if. You guys heard, but
सोच रही है चैट
maybe
सोच रही
it's
है.
maybe it's a difficult question, but the answer is a4 here, and it's still not clear what the plan is. But basically, you are hoping कभी ना कभी future में जाके मैं कभी a5 फेंकूंगा and black queen a5 मारेगा तो queen b7 मर जाएगा, and if you play queen takes b3, then rook takes b3, and again the pawn on b7 is under target. जैसे ही b6 आएगा, black का c6 pawn weak हो जाएगा. So that's the nuance here in this position.
Yeah, there's no way Nodirbek will miss a4. So I think बहुत ध्यान से खेलना अर्जुन को. Chat, come on. This is the game we have to somehow hold or win, yeah? Because शायद ध्यान रखो हमारे किस किस से मैच होना है. अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट्स देखते हैं एक बार साथ के साथ. Game 1 Magnus draw with black, perfect. Game 2 draw Erdogmus के साथ with the black pieces, perfect. White पहला आया, Nils Grandelius को हरा दिया भाई, खत्म. So far the tournament has been literally perfect for Arjun. He's entered the world top 10. Now look at his next four opponents. So आज नोदरबेक है ब्लैक से, कल वैन फॉरेस्ट व्हाइट से, फिर जू जिनर ब्लैक से एंड एंडी वुडवर्ड व्हाइट से. सो ही हैज अ ड्रीम पेयरिंग for the next 3 rounds because he gets the weakest player in the group. Okay, Zhu Jiner will not be easy. By the way, knight c3
Bhai,
played.
look at this.
Bhai, this is risky, yeah?
He took knight c3. Basically, he does not allow knight e4, and rook c3 के बाद big chance Arjun goes for queen b6.
Bhai, I hope
Very
he
big
doesn't play queen
chance.
b6 now. I hope not. But okay, just to quickly complete my point, I think basically Arjun की pairing अगले तीनों round के लिए perfect है. He genuinely has a chance to win all 3 or at least score 2.5 out of 3 in the next 3 games. So if he can somehow even draw this, I think he has the best pairing. While Nodirbek has already played against Zhu Jiner, so he still has to play a stronger opponent, Nils, compared to Arjun's Zhu. So I think on paper, Sahaj bhai, Arjun, if he can hold this, has good chances to finish first.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. By the way, now difficult choice for Nodirbek. Not really that difficult, okay, but it does really change the face of the position. One is, of course, rook takes c3, which we spent a lot of time on. That is the best move in the position. But the other one is, it may not be the best, but it does keep the queens on the board, and maybe it keeps more venom on, in the game as well. And that is pawn takes c3, because after a move like pawn takes c3, Arjun is basically forced to push b5. एंड बार थोड़ा बोलता है पहले कि इट्स इक्वल, ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है, अभी अभी थोड़ा ब्लैक का बेटर है, कुछ टाइम पहले वाइट का बेटर था, फिर से वाइट का बेटर हो गया. बट आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू लुक एट द द नुआंसेस हियर. E4 कुड बी अ प्लान कभी फ्यूचर में ब्रेक करना. क्वींस अभी भी बोर्ड पे हैं, मैं शॉर्ट कासल खेल सकता हूँ, F3 E4 पुश कर सकता हूँ. डज दिस लुक स्केरी टू यू, टिक्कू भाई?
Um, Maybe, but less scary than the other one for sure. And I kind of feel like the fact that Nodirbek has choices is good for Arjun. That, it's not a clear choice ki rook takes c3 is the best, if that's the implication. And I'm kind of hoping he doesn't go for rook c3, because to me, at first glance, rook c3 looks like the most dangerous weapon for Nodirbek against Arjun. What's your thought process, Sahil?
I think Tikubai, maybe I am not, because I feel pretty strongly about the fact that this position is not super easy for Arjun to hold. Do you want to do that test जहाँ पे हम वो बार बंद
Let's
करते
go.
हैं and then we
Let's
just
go.
play
Let's
out a
go.
couple of moves?
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's
so
go, bhai.
chat, for the next like 2 minutes or so, I will switch off the bar and we're gonna try to play out a game here. I'll play as
Huh.
white and Tiku will play as black, and we'll try to
Done.
understand if black's position is really simple, practically speaking, or not. So I'm switching the bar off now, and
Yep.
I'll
Let's
take
go,
white here.
chat.
So I'll play short castle basically. Your move,
Okay.
Tiku. आप मुझे बता
So,
सकते हो कि कहाँ तक आपने देखा है, कहाँ पे आपको खुद खेल रहे हो. तो let's try to like
no, so I've not seen anything. So b5 ka lekin is typical of getting the knight to c4. That's usually the plan. So I'm going to play knight to d7.
Can I, F3 is what I'm thinking. I want to play E4, but I also like rook E1 and E4 as well. Let's play rook E1.
Rook e1. Okay. So now you want to plan something,
E4.
some e4 break. Should I go knight b6? Should I go knight f6? That's the tough choice.
C4 पे जा रहे थे ना आप?
c4 is the plan. It looks very tempting, by the way. C4. Let's go knight b6. I've said A, I have to say B now. I'm not going to go to Z. So knight b6. Let's go.
नाइट B6 आप जाते हो. लेट्स प्ले. ओके, ये पॉन थोड़ा वीक हो गया. नाइट D7 पे इसको कंट्रोल कर रहा था, तो आई गो नाइट E5 टू डिफेंड, टू अटैक दिस.
Okay. Looks very irritating now. Okay, queen. Is queen c8 too risky? Okay, let's
Queen
go queen
C8
c8.
possible, rook C8 possible. Chat,
Let's
feel
go queen
free if you
c8.
wanna join in on the,
Yeah.
on the analysis. If you wanna say some move, like we're happy to make it out. Like when we do a test, we're just trying to understand the truth of the position. Yeah, just practical terms without
Huh.
corrupting our judgment.
Let's go queen c8, because I think I feel like the queen can come to e6 and f5 later. So that looks tempting.
अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ E4 बढ़िया लग रहा है यहाँ पे. D4 rook E4 के बाद your, but the problem is your knight can sit on D5 where it can defend this guy, and but I can play C4 there and I can put pressure. Bhai, that looks scary actually for you. Let's play E4.
Okay. And what if I just play something like...
Chat is saying rook C8 as well. Rook C8 में भी chat, I think rook C8 के बाद मैं E4 ना खेलता, because तब takes के बाद queen आ रही थी D5 पे. I wasn't really that sure. Queen यहाँ पे D5 कंट्रोल नहीं कर रही है, but rook C8 के बाद मैं कुछ F3 E4 slow खेलता. That also feels
So,
scary to me.
are there tactics already in the game is what I'm wondering. You could
Yeah, but takes,
discover a
let's
tactic.
take it actually. You want to
Huh?
take? Rook
Yeah, I
takes
think
and
so,
knight
because I have to
D5 is
take,
what I
no?
was thinking.
I
Sorry?
have to take. No, I have no other option, right? Because there's the knight c6 and rook e7 ideas.
Yeah, but आप
So
knight D5 खेल सकते हो ना?
no, I mean, like if I played something like a6, let's say I don't take, instead of taking a6 early before
Knight
d takes
F7.
e4, before d
हाँ.
takes e4. I play a6, but then there are tactics, right? I can just take on d5, take on c6 or somewhere, and it's just looking bad.
बट नाइट डी फाइव आ रहा है ना, ये मर रहा है। टैक्टिक्स तो है पोजीशन में, बट या पोजीशन थोड़ी एडवांस हो रही है, बेटर हो रही है। बट आई थिंक आई फील लाइक दिस इज द मोमेंट वेर यू कैन जस्ट चेक अगेन विद द बार। आई विल चैट, वी गोना
हाँ,
ब्रिंग इट
देखो
बैक
देखो
नाउ।
देखो, आई एम क्यूरियस।
Still equal. And Tikku
And what's the
bhai,
move?
a6 is the best move in this
Let's go!
position.
Let's go, bhai! Bhai!
Okay, like no
Bhai!
ways you found a6 here as black.
Bhai!
Come on, like
Bhai!
Tikku, like
See,
go, like अभी छोड़ो ये
100%
सब
bhai.
commentary छोड़ो, laptop बंद करो and just go and play a tournament,
No, no,
bhai.
no.
If
See,
a6 you can
A6 का
find.
plan ये है कि if you take on D5, I want to keep B5 defended basically, and I want to play knight C4 next. So that was the plan behind A6. And I think like the only problem is I can see the bishop hanging, so I wasn't sure if tactically it's working or not, but it is apparently. So if I get
Bhai,
the knight to
but
C4, I'm happy.
if you found this like that's very very impressive, a6 in this position. But by like just to point out to the chat that how difficult this is, if you did take d4 rook e4, this is already very very dangerous territory for you. हम knight d5 पे काफी टाइम से डिस्कस कर रहे थे। c4 के बाद +1 है पोजीशन, so it's like it's still like practical complications hai position mein. If you have to find moves like b5, you have to find moves like a6, you know, it doesn't seem that easy because in the other variation जो rook c3 के बाद थी टिक्कू भाई, वहां पे क्वीन ट्रेड हो रहे हैं, राइट? तो एक वो मेंटालिटी शिफ्ट है आपका। एक जगह पे आप एंड गेम देख रहे हो, स्लो चेस देख रहे हो, और एक जगह पे आप एकदम प्रॉपर यू नो फाइट मिडिल गेम यू नो वो सब आप चेक कर रहे हो, तो इट्स काइंड ऑफ
Yeah,
डिफरेंट।
I'm still hoping he doesn't play Rook C3 though. Like that looks like a simple edge for white. I'm just hoping कि Nodirbek यहाँ pawn से मार दे, I'm okay. Queen से मार देंगे, I'm also okay. But okay, it's either way. I think white is the one who has a clear plan. चाहे कुछ भी अर्जुन खेले, so Arjun has to be careful, of course. But Nodirbek's taking his time, yeah. Like he's not in a hurry. He understands कि position solid है. We've gotten a bunch of moves in. Time pressure unlikely to be a concern for me in this game. Let me make sure I'm putting the maximum pressure on Arjun. If Nodirbek wins this, and especially when Sahajbhai, you mentioned Carlsen, under pressure and unlikely to win, he could take the lead today. And he's already
भाई
played Magnus.
speaking
He's already played Arjun. He could win the event today itself if he defeats Arjun.
okay, like still early days because there's a lot of other players as well. But bhai, speaking of time pressure, speaking of playing fast, and look at Magnus Carlsen's time. There is a 1 hour, almost 1 hour difference between Jordan and Magnus, and Jordan is still in his prep, Tikku bhai. And you know what the next move for Magnus is? By the way, for context chat, Magnus just played bishop e6 here. ठीक है, अभी यॉर्डन खेलता है नाइट c5। बाय द वे 25 मिनट के बाद खेला था वो बिशप e6, नाइट c5, 1 सेकंड में रिस्पॉन्स। डू यू नो व्हाट द बेस्ट मूव फॉर मैग्नस इज हियर टिक्कू भाई? आई एम श्योर यू
Bishop
कैन
वापस
गेस।
है, Bishop वापस,
बिशप
I'm guessing.
वापस घर पे।
But what do you do then? Is it repetition like knight
उसके
b3,
बाद
Bishop
भी भाई
e6?
नाइट d5 आ रहा है भाई। I mean, yes, you can. It's, you know, it kind of reminds me very much of the game between Sindarov and Fabiano from the candidates, where like Sindarov had this monstrous preparation. Of course, Sindarov's preparation was way deeper, but in that sense, it's different. But, you know, a player like Fabi was also kind of not shocked, but he was, you know, he was taken aback. Ki, bhai, like, it's possible someone can out prepare me like that. And then we saw like this monstrous game from Sindarov, and then uske baad se wo ruka hi nahi bhai. I feel this is not very different from that.
Yep. And I think मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि नाइट c5 के बाद Magnus still thinking is not a good sign. Only 9 minutes he's been thinking for. And I do agree with you. I think the position has become much more serious now, purely thanks to the clock. And let's not forget, सिर्फ 10 चालें खेली है Magnus ने. He used up लगभग 53 minutes so far for 10 moves and now has to play 30 moves in what, 37 minutes. And bishop to a5 is his choice, the second best move in the position. But it does allow the b7. Wait, b7. Okay. Then you take on e4. Yeah, is my guess. But quite interesting choice,
Do
bishop
you
a5.
do you see it, bhai? Do you see it? Knight
See
takes
what?
b7, bishop takes c3, pawn takes c3, knight e4 only move tikku bhai. Bishop
Knight e4.
d3, sacking the pawn on c3, knight takes c3, अब king d2, नाइट को भगाओ यहां से। सब फोर्स है बाय द वे, इसलिए थोड़ा तेज चल रहा हूँ चैट। नाइट d5 एंड बिशप c5, नो कास्टलिंग फॉर यू। नाइट D7 बिशप पे भाई, ये तो मेट हो जाएगी, ये तो मेट हो जाएगी भाई. आई डोंट
भाई
थिंक
दिस
दिस
इज
इज
रिस्की, दिस इज रिस्की एक्चुअली.
risky. Like this is this is, I feel if it wasn't Magnus playing Tiku bhai, I think we would say borderline lost हो सकती है
भाई
ये game.
I literally lost a game like this just just before the candidates when I played a rapid event, and no, after the candidates thing, whatever it was, and basically I allowed this knight b5 move, and the knight came to d6, had to give up my bishop on e7 for it, and I
Mm-hmm.
suffered like I lost in like 10 moves from there. So it's very hard when this knight's coming to d6 to play as black, and it involves taking so much time, and Magnus already doesn't have time. So my question after bishop a5 and knight b7, does he have an alternative in this entire variation that we saw, or is this forced?
There is an alternative. You asked the right question here, Tikubai. There is a very big alternative actually here, which is a bit stronger besides Knight B7. I just got excited with the line because it's becoming so dynamic, and I feel like, to see Magnus in such a situation is always interesting to say the least. Yeah, but instead of Knight B7, there is Bishop D3 as well, which basically says that you can take my knight on c3, but I'm not going to give you this pawn on e4. So now this pawn on b7 is a real threat. And iske baad, Tiku bhai, once again, the best move for black is bishop c8.
So you're telling me कि अगर यहाँ पे यॉर्डन ने नाइट b7 मार दिया, so दो नाइट बिशप a3 लाइन फोर्स्ड है.
या,
भाई
और
फिर तो
नहीं तो
बहुत
बिशप
मुश्किल है
d3
भाई.
खेला तो बिशप को वापस घर पे लेके जाओ.
भाई ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है फिर. I do still think Magnus will hold, but this is going to be a challenge.
Why you think
He
Magnus
should
will
be.
hold this, really?
I think so. I am hoping so, but I still feel like
Tiku
this is not
bhai,
going to be easy.
29 moves he has to play in 37 minutes, and difference is around 50 minutes or so. Position is an end game. Like he's definitely, out prepped in some way at least. And अभी position
Wow.
equal भी नहीं है. तो I don't know. I don't know if he's saving this. मुश्किल लग रहा है
Chat,
भाई.
I need a name. Magnus, Jordan, या draw. What's your prediction for this game? Jaldi se spam kar do, because this game is going to be crazy and we should definitely keep our eyes on it. So let's have the two board set up in front of us. On one side, we can have, Nodirbek against Arjun. Second side, we can have, this important clash, because I think earlier it was less of an important clash, but now it's absolutely on par with, Nodirbek Arjun, because Magnus could potentially lose. That's always, like trending news, Sahaj bhai, across the internet.
100%, 100%. I feel this is a very real possibility. I think, man, for Jordan, I think this would be such a big moment, right? I mean, Jordan did win the Tata Steel. He also performed, I mean, in an insane way in the current in the 2026 Tata Steel as well. He was one of the, at least chasing the, he was top three, I believe, in the event. So he played really well. And recently he became 2740, yeah, world number 11, I believe he was by. He's
Sahaj
making through the
bhai,
ranks.
can we have the two board set up quickly? Because exactly what we thought shouldn't happen has happened in the Arjun game. Nodirbek did take with the rook. Then Queen b6 was played by Arjun, the mistake. White castles, knight d7, and now a4 and a5 is incoming. And I feel like this is going to be tough for Arjun as black, because white's pieces look magnificently placed. And for b7 pawn is going to be a forever target. I think like both black pieces under huge pressure right now.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement, bhai. That's definitely an understatement. This is exactly what we were worried about. I think Arjun maybe not overlooked but underestimated the effect of a4. This is, by the way, an incredibly difficult move to play. It requires, some extremely deep understanding of chess, which of course Nodirbek has. But at some point, the queens will get traded, and you will get this a5, a6 break. कभी knight b6 आके knight c4 जो आ रहा था, उस पे भी a5 आएगा. This looks very, very scary, I would say, for Nodirbek. And Tiku bhai, I'm trying to understand कि Nodirbek preparation कैसे करता है, because he's of course been winning a lot of tournaments back to back. He is definitely one of the strongest players or the strongest player, active player right now, because he's won everything, yeah. But I feel it is really important to understand कि उसकी approach क्या रहती है. You were there when he was playing against Kukesh in Prague Masters in that classical game. I believe that was also an English opening जहाँ पे C4 से उसने start किया था. But if we could compare the two games, right, जो गुकेश के साथ उसने खेला वो मिडिल गेम में -1 पोजीशन क्वीन रख के किंग सेंटर में एकदम एकदम प्रॉपर एकदम आग लगी हुई थी बोर्ड पे, एंड यहाँ पे एक स्टेबल सा छोटा सा मैग्नस टाइप पोजीशन इज बीइंग एम्प्लॉयड अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. माय क्वेश्चन इज के डू यू थिंक Nodirbek is purposefully making these decisions against अर्जुन, अगेंस्ट गुकेश, क्योंकि उसको पता है कि अर्जुन की मे बी यहाँ पे उसका थोड़ा वीक पार्ट है, गुकेश का कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा कम है, तो थोड़ा उसको कॉम्प्लिकेशंस में लेके जाते हैं. अर्जुन मे बी एंड गेम्स में उतना ठीक नहीं है, तो उसको थोड़ा ऐसे स्लो पोजिशंस में लेके जाते हैं, एंड सो ऑन एंड सो ऑन.
100%. I think we literally saw it on the opening idea, right? When he played knight e2. So queen b3 in that position would have been the sharp way to play, basically knight c6 and the b7 pawn hangs and there's counterplay.
Oh.
That itself told me कि कहीं ना कहीं पे, he feels कि entering complications might not be the best way. Let's squeeze out a long win. And now we see exactly that happening. And of course, chat, I think any game you play, if you're playing against somebody, analyzing their weaknesses and strengths is very, very important. I mean, for example, poker khelte ho, people have a tell, right? They will scratch their eye or their nose when they are bluffing, and you will, of course, pick up on it. And it's very similar. So, what openings do my opponents play? What end games are they, struggling in? And it's all a part and parcel of learning chess, getting better. And Arjun ki analysis, of course, it's also important that they end up playing the same players again and again. So even if you're wrong a few times, at some point you're going to grasp the playing style of somebody at the top level. And sometimes when somebody new shows up, people say often, right, कि यार पता नहीं उसका style क्या, I don't know how he plays. Yeah, I don't understand his style, because they've not played him enough. And once they do, they understand his style. So I think absolutely agree on that one. I think Nodirbek made a conscious choice. I want to push against him in an endgame.
Yeah, it's interesting actually that he is, that he's because I feel like ये छोटे-छोटे जो nuances हम देख रहे हैं. I mean, I'm sure it could be relevant, in the future matchups between Nodirbek and all the Indian players, and of course same applies for Sindarov as well. अब तो मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि उज़्बेकिस्तान और इंडिया के मैचेस एकदम वो वाली फीलिंग देंगे जो क्रिकेट में हमें आती है इंडिया पाकिस्तान वाली.
उतनी तो नहीं सहज भाई. I think that's
उतनी तो
difficult
नहीं
to.
खैर, बट यू गेट द
हाँ
फीलिंग. या लाइक आई फील
हाँ.
लाइक वी आर गेटिंग टू दैट स्टेज बिकॉज वर्ल्ड कप वो जीते, अब कैंडिडेट्स वो जीते, अब ओलंपियाड में थोड़ा एक वो बीफ सा आ रहा है, बट विल सी.
Sej bhai, let's have the bird's eye view. I want to point out something, chat. Because 4 games हमारे पास हैं, एंड 4 में से सिर्फ यही एक गेम है जहां पे टाइम इज इक्वल. लुक एट द अदर 3 games. One side clearly struggling. So, first of all, top right, 42 minutes versus 1 hour 17 minutes. Bottom left, 1 hour 23 minutes versus 36 minutes. Then bottom right is 37 minutes versus 1 hour 20 minutes. So I think आज results आने के बहुत बहुत ज्यादा chances है भाई. And I feel like आज तहलका मचने वाला है बोर्ड के ऊपर.
या भाई, और उन चारों गेम्स के अंदर इट लुक्स लाइक इट इज वाइट हु इज प्रेसिंग,
Yeah.
लाइक थ्रू आउट इट फील्स लाइक वाइट. आज तो वाइट का ही दिन लग रहा है, हर गेम में थोड़ा थोड़ा सा बेटर लग रहा है वाइट, स्पेशली विद अर्जुन्स लास्ट मूव. बट we'll see. By at least Arjun ka time is good, and the position is not, let's say, it's very much around savable territory. This a4 was not the best development for Arjun, but he can still save the game. He can still try to generate some counterplay, especially on the king side. f5 possible हो सकता है, knight f6 knight h5 करके आप ये bishop को मार सकते हो. But yeah, it's gonna be a long game.
It's going to be a long game indeed. So let's have the two board setup of Magnus, Arjun, Sehaj bhai. जैसे ही किसी बोर्ड पे मूव आएगी, we'll jump to that game full screen. But oh man, like this is an important round for this event, because after today, like we would have seen the clashes of Nodirbek, Arjun, and Magnus among themselves. So basically, जो 3 favorites थे, they would have played each other, and then it's just a brute force race to the top, yeah, first place. So आज का round super crucial for all of these four players.
Understatement. Definitely, definitely. By the way, Jordan still thinking after 12 minutes on that position after bishop a5. Arjun also thinking for quite some time. By Zhu Jiner ke game mein against Andy Woodward, I think we should take a look there as well, because I feel there is a big I mean, there are some developments on that game. It looks like Zhu has increased her advantage by quite a bit after bishop f5. Rook c7 was played. Knight c3 ke baad g6 was not liked by, at least from my engine, a lot, but it makes a lot of sense. Bishop h3 आता है, and in the next move itself, Tikku bhai, Andy is going to lose his exchange, which I feel
Wow.
is so early, yeah, like 14 चाल के अंदर exchange, and it feels like he's just dead lost.
Wow. So I think the contender for the first game to end today clearly seems to be this one. And I think Zoo's games always invite blunders said by I don't know how. Either it's her or her opponent. But blunders game mein hote hain, I think. And she's played this game so well. First of all, the opening itself, trying to confuse her opponent, get him out of his prep, and it just worked like a miracle. And now I think Andy Woodward needs to confuse matters. I don't know how he does it. Maybe the exchange stack gives him the central d5 pawn. Maybe he can find a way to create chances by pushing those pawns. But white ke paas bishop pair hai bhai. You know, any pawn moves in the center will also give white chances. So very, very tough to imagine him coming back, especially now. Look at the clock's edge by less than 40 minutes.
Yeah, looking very, very difficult. Also, Andy looks, he does not look super happy with the position. But yeah, Zhu, we're so used to seeing Zhu getting a winning position out of the opening in the candidates, and also in this event as well, in like in a couple of games. So it's not anything new. The question is, can she convert? Because in
By the way,
candidates, if she had converted even half of those games, she would have won the candidates.
agreed. But by the way, we have a move by Arjun. He's played rook f c8. So he's activated his rook. And now I think it's a choice for white. What do you do? I mean, there are so many alternatives. Doubling up the rooks definitely feels tempting. A5, the move we really want to play for a long time, makes sense. Um, what is the best move that comes to mind, Sej? I feel like itne sare options there, but all of them, nothing, there's no killer blow, but there are multiple ways to put pressure.
I think out of the moves you mentioned, Rook FC1 and A5, A5 is something we should consider first, because our last move was A4. And of course, we should always try to think about the tactics or like tactical ideas before we look at strategy. So A5 के बाद हो क्या रहा है भाई? अगर आप Queen takes A5 मारते हो तो Queen takes B7 is there. And that's basically winning. You can't play rook b8. ये भी मर रहा है वैसे तो, but bishop भी defend करके बैठा है. So this is not possible. c6 d5 will fall. So queen takes a5, we can just completely remove from the equation. The same reason queen d8, because what's the point? You're still losing the pawn. Knight नहीं मर रहा, but still it's a pawn. Then the only moves that are remaining is queen a6 and queen b3. And you can say queen b5, but okay, like my question is, why are we even considering queen b5? So we have queen a6 and queen b3. And I think queen b3 is again the more direct move out of the two, क्योंकि इसमें capture हो रहा है. तो queen b3 is what I would look at first. Rook b3 के बाद ये attack आता है. Black plays b6, and we can argue ab6 मारना चाहिए कि नहीं मारना चाहिए. We can also keep the pawn on a5 as it is. But I'm guessing this is the moment where we stop our analysis and we ask ourselves, how does this look? Black has played b6. Black is maybe threatening to take on a5, but then we have rook b7 and ये knight और bishop attack हो जाएंगे. b6 के साथ साथ c6 का pawn भी weak हो गया. So maybe you can bring the rook to c1, knight to e5 और b डाल सकते हो h4 h5 करके. And it doesn't look like black can simplify. Like c5 जैसी चालें कुछ easy नहीं लग रही हैं. Pawn takes pawn के बाद rook b7 फिर भी रहेगा मेरे पास. तो break through नहीं है. तो pawn से pawn आप मार नहीं सकते. Pawn push करना okay, looks difficult. Also d5 भी weak हो सकता है knight f4 के बाद. Combining all of this I don't like so much for black. I feel like white can put pressure here. 0.7 का advantage दिख भी रहा है. And the other move
Sej,
is, yes.
he
Oh,
played
he
the other
plays rook
move.
f1. Never mind.
Rook f c1, and I agree with all that analysis, but I also agree with Majestic भाई जो कह रहे हैं हम्बा हम्बा रुम्बा.
वाह, मेरे को तो लगा गाना गा रहे हो भाई. कोई गाना था ना, हम्मा हम्मा करके, कुछ हो गए तुम
गाना तो
हम
था
और
भाई।
तुम।
नहीं, आई अग्री, बट आई डू अग्री विद यू दो। आई थिंक ऐसा लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे मतलब वो डिप्रेसिंग वाली सफरिंग है। यू फील लाइक यू शुड बी ओके बट यू आर नॉट ओके। वो आप ग्रे लाइन पे, वो एज पे हो
भाई
आप।
कौन सी सफरिंग ऐसी होती है जो डिप्रेसिंग नहीं होती भाई, टिकू भाई थोड़ा
नहीं मतलब इट्स लाइक,
एनलाइटन अस।
so for example you might be suffering but you have a clear plan on how to improve your life. You can, let's say कि you are not in shape, let's say you're not making money, let's say you are getting bad grades, like you have a plan कि okay bhai, I suck at chemistry, I need to read this book, I need to do this, I need to take this coaching, I need to get this course or whatever. एक होता है भाई तुम्हें पता ही नहीं है क्यों सफर कर रहे हो, कहाँ कहाँ कर रहे हो, you have no plan, like that's the kind of, even though you should be okay on paper but you're suffering in that way, you don't know the solution, you don't know the path. So ये वो वाली पोजीशन है थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे। पता नहीं अर्जुन को कहाँ से आई एम गोना improve my position। सारे पीस तो एक्टिव हो गए सहज भाई। अब क्या कर सकता है अर्जुन? लाइक मे बी कैन प्ले बिशप F8 just to avoid that queen B7 double attack on the minor pieces, but after that I'm not sure how he improves his position. There's no improvement remaining.
Exactly. I feel like there is a quote from this show, House of Cards. I'm not sure if you've seen it, Tikubai, but there is this quote. It goes something like, there are two kinds of pain: the sort of pain that makes you strong, or useless pain. The sort of pain that's only suffering. I have no patience for useless things. So like, it's like something like this, he says. It's kind of like
वाह वाह।
ये position ऐसी है जो which doesn't, okay, but I would still argue that here also, even though you don't have a clear plan, I still, defending a position like this definitely makes you a better chess player, because you understand this is like defending Pro Max. Imagine defending this against Magnus, or even against Nodirbek is going to be a Herculean task, I feel, and it's definitely bound to make you a stronger player.
Agreed, agreed. And I think Arjun, luckily, the only guy who's suffering, who has time on his clock. And I guess that's going to be extremely useful because, some people don't have time in their lives, Sehaj bhai. And one of them is Magnus Carlsen, जिनके opponent Jordan अब deep सोच में चले गए हैं। भाई ये क्या था? He played all this very quickly and now he's thinking for a long time. So I'm not sure what's the plan here.
The plan is to think, because this is the first move that was not in his notes. I think bishop a5 ke alawa, he could have looked at bishop c8, which was very evidently the top move in the position, and bishop a5 could have been overlooked. I mean, it's normal as well. It's move 11. It's very normal to, miss a couple of moves here and there, but still a sizable advantage for Jordan. Let's see what happens. Still, Magnus has only 37 minutes on the clock. 40 मतलब वो 15 मिनट से सोच रहा है, फिर भी 40 मिनट का डिफरेंस है मैग्नस और उसमें. दैट्स हाउ मच अहेड ही वाज ऑन द क्लॉक.
Yeah, and also what happens, Chad, sometimes when you're playing Magnus, and let's say Jordan ने इंजन की first preference देखी थी इस position, which is something else. Now he knows Magnus ने first इंजन की preference तो नहीं खेली. So it's not the best move in the position. So there must be something. अब normal players के against, you might play a move in 10 minutes, which makes sense and gives you a slight edge at least. But Magnus के against, you're like, भाई मुझे best move ही निकालनी है because हल्की सी advantage नहीं चलेगी. So you're going to think for longer. It's like just playing Magnus in some way, you self-impose the Magnus effect, Sahaj, I feel.
Yeah, that is oddly, in some ways, it makes sense. In some ways, it makes sense for sure. But let's see. Let's see how the game progresses. And chat is also asking कि भाई अर्जुन के वो GM Magnus जी पूछ रहा है, what is a cloud analysis? भाई, like I think cloud analysis is relatively useless when it comes to this early on, because cloud can analyze so deeply and so fast that even if a position is +1, it can say नहीं नहीं 20 मूव डीप जाके वो पोजीशन ड्रॉ हो रही है, किसी फोर्ट्रेस में आ रही है, या फिर
No!
कुछ ये हो रहा है वो हो रहा है.
No! Arjun just blundered! He has just blundered! And that is a big, big mistake. It looks like such a logical move, knight f6, but it's apparently a huge blunder, Sahaj bhai.
Bhai,
But
Arjun,
why?
I think, is taking this home. I feel with that, he is there. Yeah, I think it's maybe Arjun is not comfortable with this position, or he has missed like a tactic in this position, but I'll explain it. Let's try to break this down. So the problem is, you can see from the blue arrow chat, a5 attacks the queen, and this is the move we have been looking at for quite some time now. So after a5, black cannot capture on b3 because rook b3 के बाद ये pawn मर रहा है. And remember, now b6 is not even possible क्योंकि knight d7 पे बचा रहा था इसको. बट अब b6 पे वो नहीं बचा रहा है. आई कैन जस्ट कैप्चर एवरीथिंग एंड यू आर जस्ट अ पॉन डाउन. सो क्वीन b3 is completely eliminated. That means only queen a6 is there, and in this position white has one move that guarantees a winning advantage, and that is just to understand. फर्स्टली व्हाइट का आइडिया टू प्ले नाइट c5 क्योंकि क्वीन के पास कोई घर नहीं है. बट बिशप बिशप ये मार रहा है c5 पे, तो बिशप को डिस्ट्रैक्ट करना जरूरी है. दिस इज वाई वी प्ले बिशप टू h4. आइडिया इज बिशप टेक्स f6, बिशप टेक्स f6, बिशप डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गया इससे, एंड देन नाइट c5. ऑफ कोर्स आप पॉन से मार सकते हो, बट दैट्स लाइक बेसिकली डेड लॉस स्ट्रेटेजिकली. ये पॉन क्या है, पॉन स्ट्रक्चर है. बट या दिस इज, आई एम गेसिंग व्हाट अर्जुन मिस्ड, क्योंकि बिशप h4 के अलावा वो बिशप कहीं भी और रखेगा. बिशप e5 पे रखेगा तो नाइट वापस जा सकता है, बट यहां पे नहीं. दिस इज लॉस्ट बाय.
By this, I feel is objectively lost now. It's not bad. It's not worse. It's lost. And I don't think Arjun's going to survive this one, chat. I think Nodirbek can sense it. You can see it in body language. You can see how he's pumped up suddenly. He feels it. That's a mistake. And I think we talked about this by the start of the stream, right? Is this a one-game weapon for Arjun, or is this an opening he understands very well? And it feels like it might be the former. And I feel like just by
Yeah, but it,
confusing and not going for the main lines, Nodirbek has already gotten the upper hand, and it's now lost.
I feel like it wasn't really Arjun who switched here. It was more Nodirbek with this whole 92 stuff. But yeah, उसने target किया है यहाँ पे अर्जुन को for sure. And I mean, it's really not. I mean, I know it's not the nicest thing to say, but we have to admit it. Like, I think he is, last time also, Nodirbek won pretty quickly with the black pieces in that event. So clearly he understands के इसकी weaknesses कहाँ पर है, मतलब अर्जुन की, and he tries to target that with each game pretty much. In Tata Steel, I believe it was also some safe variation that he went for. Some Italian it was, जिसमें कुछ endgame ही आया था at the end.
And there's a question by Shashank. What? There's a lot of play remaining, right? Unfortunately, if Nodirbek plays the best moves for the next 5 to 6 moves, I don't think so. Of course, the game will last long, but it will be just conversion rather than the creation of an advantage. And Sehajbhai, very rarely have I seen like as a Queen's Gambit Carlsbad structure mein white winning like this. Usually it's a long plan, yeah. I mean, it takes time for white to either create a minority attack or put pressure on the c6 pawn or put the knight on e5. Like, it's such a long, drawn out plan. And to just be winning after 17 moves and pushing the a pawn, and there it is. The best move and the only winning move a5 played. To play like this, where Arjun has only, like, anything else apart from queen a6 is already +4. I mean, I have learned something about chess today. I feel like I've genuinely learned something, and Nodirbek is showing signs that Bhai Sindarov might be the candidate's champion, but I am right there, and I'm going to be there at the top very, very soon. And he's already won number 4 and rising towards the 2,800 mark. He's a dangerous player, Sajbhai.
100%. And also we need to address another like very important thing, which is that even Nodirbek, like head to head, has had a tremendous score against Arjun. Like, overall, like it's not really overall, I think it's still pretty even, because pehle Arjun won a lot of games, but in the past, let's say there are 5 matchups. Do you know what the score is? Like past 4 matchups, let's say.
Like 1-3 or something?
It's 3.5-half. And that's 3.5. By the way, it was 3+2 matches in the World Blitz, वो जो वहाँ पे finals में खेला था
Yes,
Nodirbek.
yes.
अर्जुन को उसने 4 गेम के मैचेस में 2.5 half से हराया था. And then उसके बाद he
Wow.
defeated him in Tata Steel with the black pieces in the final round. And now here it looks like he's completely winning after 2 hours. So it's some psychological effect, I believe, from Nodirbek. Or maybe he has cracked something against Arjun, like in general, yeah. Like he understands कि
Agreed.
यहाँ पर इसको hit करेंगे तो it is good. And whatever that is, Arjun needs to figure it out quick, and he has to figure it out fast, yeah.
Yep. And I think clearly a weakness being exposed there somewhere, Sajbhai, because something happens once You ignore it, something happens twice, suddenly it's something to notice, and it happens more than more than twice. I think it's a pattern. So chess is all about pattern recognition. I think he Arjun should check what happened. But meanwhile, after queen a6, now bishop h4 is the only move though. Says by any chance Nodirbek misses this? Any chance?
Uh, it's possible. Anything is possible, but I feel not because I can see him playing bishop e5, but then as a chess player, I cannot justify to myself why e5 and not h4 because it feels you're controlling more if you put the bishop on h4. ऐसा भी नहीं है कि कुछ b8 पे कुछ रुक रख लोगे तो आपकी पोजीशन बच जाएगी. Nothing along those lines. I think he finds this bhai. I feel Arjun is in trouble. Big, big, big trouble.
There
इस
are
लाइन में क्वीन ई टू ने भाई क्वीन ई टू तो आएगा चिराग भाई यू आर राइट आफ्टर नाइट सी फाइव बट बी सेवन मर रहा है ना यार मतलब क्वीन को अटैक करना क्वीन को ट्रैप करना इज लाइक जस्ट अ डिस्ट्रैक्शन क्वीन तो बची जाएगी बट क्वीन को बचाते बचाते आप जो चीज़ें आप लूज करेंगे दैट्स व्हाट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट द बी सेवन सी सिक्स डी फाइव.
there are two kinds
आई
of people in the
वॉजंट टॉकिंग
chat.
अबाउट चेस बाय द वे.
you know There are two kinds of people in the chat says, by one is this is not too bad. By the way, Bishop H4 played on the board, the winning move for Nodirbek. And now Arjun is gonna need a lot of luck if he's gonna survive this. Right now, it's objectively winning plus 2.3 on my engine, says by for Nodirbek. That's a winning advantage. And there are two kinds of people in the chat. One is okay, Arjun has defending chances. Of course he does, but objectively, Nodirbek, if he continues playing this, it's lost. It will need a mistake from Nodirbek, and right now he's not in the mood to make them. And दूसरे के लोग हैं साइड में जो कह रहे हैं अर्जुन ने बच्चों वाला ब्लंडर किया. बिल्कुल भी नहीं भाई. In fact, there is no blunder in the game that he made. He made a couple of mistakes, and somehow in a completely calm position, it's plus 2.3. I have personally never seen something like this, सहज भाई. ऐसे क्वींस गैम्बिट में आप ऐसे काल स्ट्रक्चर में आराम से ऐसे स्क्वीज कर लो विन. It's so rare. So Nodirbek, as you mentioned, has hacked something about Arjun and has hacked something about this opening.
I think it's more the psychological factor than it is anything else. जैसे टिकू भाई आपने अभी एक शॉट डाला राइट दैट विशी सर का वो जो पेट्रोफ वाला ब्लंडर था वो जो 5 मूव में 6 मूव में वो जो इट वाज अ वेरी फेमस आई बिलीव इट वाज अगेंस्ट सपाटा इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन. अभी आपने डाला
Yes,
था आई
yes.
चेक्ड इट आउट लाइक आई थिंक लाइक अ कपल ऑफ आवर्स राइट बिफोर आई जॉइन द कमेंट्री बट आई वाज सेइंग लाइक mistakes like that I feel like it happens for a bunch of different reasons. Okay, that of course is very very rare. But I feel like this blunder, it happened because Arjun either was not comfortable in this variation and Nodirbek knew it somehow. Like, or even if he was comfortable, he had not looked at it, recently and Nodirbek kind of hit the jackpot there. Like, ऐसा कोई blunder नहीं कि अगर आपको पता होता तो आप इसको fix कर लेते. I feel like this was a calculated decision from Nodirbek from move one itself. Like, the last time Nodirbek played against Arjun in classical, he played d4 and he lost, right? वो जो निम्जो का कौन सा गेम था वो जो was it in Tata Steel as well? या टाटा स्टील मास्टर्स में निम्जो का गेम था ना जो अर्जुन जीता था निम्जो में वाइट से.
याद नहीं आ रहा
उसके
मुझे.
बाद से आई फील लाइक ही हैज स्टार्टेड मेकिंग सम मोर सॉलिड चॉइसेस अगेंस्ट अर्जुन के कॉम्पैक्ट स्ट्रक्चर लाइक कार्ल्सबाड हो गया या फिर कुछ जहाँ पे भी एंड गेम आ रही है उतना कुछ आप सैक्रिफाइस नहीं कर सकते हो इधर उधर. दैट्स द पोजीशन
Yeah,
दैट इज गोइंग फॉर.
agreed. And I think it's working like magic for him. And Sehjbhai, it feels like आज काफी results आएंगे. So clearly, Arjun is objectively lost. Not that he's going to lose for sure. There are ways to create counterplay. For example, I don't know. Right now, knight c5 is a threat. Can I play rook a8, Sehjbhai? So I just defend the b7 pawn. And now if you take on f6, I'm going to take with the bishop. And basically, you don't really have much, right? Because I can take the a5 pawn.
Bhai, I can play knight c5,
No, I
queen
mean
f5,
like,
knight d7 for example in
अरे
this
बाप रे.
position, Tiku bhai, and you
मतलब
have to
मतलब
play
मतलब
queen d8 and give up the
मतलब
rook, yeah?
comparative Sehjbhai. Plus
भाई
2.3 तो नहीं है एटलीस्ट.
ये आप बताओ मुझे. मैं उस पोजीशन से मैं ये पोजीशन कैलकुलेट कर रहा हूँ ठीक है. चैट कितने लोगों को लगेगा कि ये पोजीशन 0.4 है। like you are an exchange down, you are thinking +2 +3। भाई मैं रिजाइन ही कर दूं। आई नो प्लेयर्स जो इस पोजीशन में डेफिनेटली रेजिग्नेशन के बारे में सोचेंगे। फॉर श्योर आई
That's
नो
a fair
प्लेयर्स।
point, bhai. Can't argue on that one. अगर मेरे को ही मिलता है, I would say I'm winning. Um,
या
but yeah, I think maybe Arjun would still take this over what he has right now. Um, Anything else? Does Nodirbek have anything else apart from like Bishop F6, like which is even better? Because clearly the bar went down, so there's something better, yeah? Vision.
हाँ कुछ और मतलब क्वीन A4 भी है विच इज अ बिट स्ट्रॉन्गर। नॉट रियली श्योर व्हाट द प्लान इज टेक्स एंड knight c5 एनीवेज या। भाई एक डेड है पोजीशन यार, कंप्लीटली डेड है। B6 खेलोगे तो रुक C6 मर रहा है, B5 खेलते हो तो वापस क्वीन B3 व्हाट, एंड देन C6 इज हैंगिंग एनीवे इफ यू टेक ऑन A5। वाओ दिस इज आई, या भाई दिस इज वेरी 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 बैड। Knight f6 is a childish blunder on elite levels, Sahil bhai. And if you want to know, grow just by firstly, I don't think it is a blunder because I feel okay. Yes, it is a tactical motive, but I would say it's more like a tactic. It's more not really a blunder. But also you have to address that before that happened, this whole A4 stuff and getting into this situation itself and getting a 0.5 advantage itself plays on to that. Like it plays on to the player's mind because inside you're thinking भाई अभी तो equal थी but ये position थोड़ी सी uncomfortable हो गई। and वो I think it's very hard to get a hold of yourself, get yourself back in control, and I think that's basically what went wrong with Arjun. By the way, he plays H6.
Oh wow, so he's inviting that, yeah? Wait, what?
Yeah,
Wait,
bishop
can't I just
f6.
play? He's allowing queen takes b7.
हाँ but by takes queen a3 I think is even stronger. But yeah, knight c5 and queen b7 allow करना मतलब अर्जुन admitting कुछ मिस हुआ उससे for sure. Why? But queen a3 is beautiful, yeah. You don't even allow bishop e7 back. By bishop d8 and now knight c7 is very good as well, but rook b3 is like just winning.
Wow.
Knight c5
Okay,
next move
Chad,
unstoppable.
this is tough. At least Arjun is forcing matters now. So now I think Nodirbek has to take because otherwise G5 खेल देंगे हम लोग, and then I think the game becomes muddy. So at least it's forcing matters. Let's see what Nodirbek does. He has to take on F6 if he needs the advantage. I guess he's going to take a couple of minutes and just take, yeah, because that was the concept. Why play bishop h5, h4 if you're not going to take on f6?
Exactly.
Because our
h6 पे तो
Indian
bishop f6
players
मारेगा ही वो, posed ही है।
lack elite coaches like Kramnik, Rustam, etc., or their teaching style isn't good enough to make a perennial top five player. I disagree. I think we had two players in the top world top five at one point. We did reach there by the same coaches they have now. So I think it's very normal to have variations. For example, we had four, I think, Indians in the world top 10 at some point, including Vishy sir, and then we had zero, and now we have one. Of course, he might fall back out of the world top 10 today, but I think it's just sports, yeah. Like you cannot be in form all the time, and when you are in form all the time, you're Magnus. So essentially, वही एक चीज है. And Uzbeks, for example, like Nodirbek wasn't in the world top five for many years. By the way, he just reached, I think, world top five during Tata Steel for the first time. Sahaj Bhai, I think, and now it's been what 3-4 months for him. So it's never guaranteed. Arjun was 2809. That's where he was. So I think your fluctuations are pretty normal in your play. Sometimes some weaknesses get exposed. You've not trained a certain part of your chess. It could be endgames, could be tactics. We have Zhu Jiner right now struggling with tactics. And you've trained them and you get back in form. So it's a matter of time. But yeah, Arjun is struggling in this game. There is no doubt about it.
Understatement, bhai. That is an understatement. I feel he's definitely struggling here. But let's see if Nodirbek takes and goes for the b7 pawn. How he takes the b7 pawn is going to be really important to understand whether Arjun has any holding chance long term or not. I was trying to find the game, but it's not available online. But I actually had, let's say, a similar, not exactly the same, but I remember having a game in 2009 against a grandmaster from Bangladesh. He's the number one grandmaster from Bangladesh. He recently passed away. His name is Grandmaster Ziaur Rahman. and I was playing with the black pieces, and basically ऐसा ही हुआ था, like white started playing this b4 b5 and धीरे धीरे करके ये pawns trade हो गए, and इस pawn basically after queen b7 यही pawn weak हो रहा है, and like it was a 4.5 hour long game, and I was trying to defend, but at the end it was so difficult and so depressing कि like ये pawn इतना weak हो जाता है कि you need some counter play because you are just defending this for the like basically what feels like an eternity, and आप कुछ और देख ही नहीं रहे हो. So this is basically what Arjun has to pull off. And do you know what, Tikku bhai? I wouldn't even be surprised if after a move like bishop f6, gf6 is what Arjun plays. I wouldn't even be surprised.
Oh man, but that looks terrible, yeah?
100%, yes.
That looks terrible. That feels like you saved the material, but I think you're essentially allowing, I would quickly play queen d1. Like I don't even have to check the engine after gf6, queen d1. Knight coming to h5, that should be resigned. Look at your queen on a6, by the way. The worst possible square. You can have your queen on the board right now. So yeah, I doubt it actually. I think it's he will take with the bishop, but he's going to struggle regardless. And Nodirbek, by the way, this is the moment when he's trying to calculate everything because he has so many tempting options. After he takes on f6, we saw queen a3, we saw knight c5. Of course, he has to calculate gf6 as well. What if it happens? How much better I am really? And it is going to be a tough choice. He's thinking. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Sahaj bhai, maybe it's
yeah,
huh.
exactly. Let's take a quick look at Jorden
Yeah.
versus Magnus, because Jorden, after a 34-minute, yes, you heard it right, 34-minute think, 35 minutes actually, 52 seconds से तो 35 minutes count कर रहा हूँ मैं, plays the best move of the engine and goes bishop d3, yet still maintaining a 20-minute advantage over his opponent. In chat, I feel we have discussed about this subject quite a lot, where at which moment a player should think for more than 20 minutes, what is the ideal time to think for 20. And generally, in books like Think Like a Grandmaster by Alexander Kotov, it is established कि एक 20 मिनट से ज़्यादा अगर आप किसी भी पोजीशन के बारे में सोच रहे हो तो बेसिकली आप you are not kind of helping, you're not thinking about new things. But I feel it should be addressed that this is a very big exception to that rule, simply because Magnus का time 50 minute कम था. So I feel in a position like this, you can take 20 minutes, you can take half an hour, you can even take 40 minutes, as long as you are 10 minutes more than your opponent, and you take that time to analyze and understand this position as best as you can, because time pressure situation आने वाला है, Magnus भी fast खेलेगा, आपको भी fast खेलना पड़ेगा, तो get that understanding now. By the way, Magnus plays bishop c8.
Yeah, didn't take much time. By the way, Nodirbek also has taken on f6. So he made that choice very quickly, relatively. And it feels like Arjun now struggling. Either way, he captures. So can you have the two board setup? I think moves are on boards play. Let's have both of them on screen because I think quickly we might have a couple of moves. By the way, Magnus did play bishop c8 Sedgwick, so he was ready for it. And now Jordan again in the thing. Can you mention key? I think it's okay to take extra time if you figure out the position delay. Absolutely agree. But now he should not think for 10-15 minutes. That's where I think it could get very tricky because the time roughly equalizes and then you could, be equal on the clock. You make an error, suddenly you start doubting yourself and then Magnus just takes over. So I'm hoping he plays the next move in just a couple of minutes.
I think he will play it relatively in the next 5 minutes or so, because I mean, like, I don't see him spending another 20 minutes. That you're right, that would be a horrible decision, because you are giving up that edge you have, not on the position, but you are giving up that edge you have on the board. Yeah, like you have more time on the clock. Magnus ने just bishop c8 खेला है भाई, bishop e6 से वापस घर पे. Like, that there is some influence there. Yeah? He knows okay, he is maybe a bit better in this position. Otherwise, Magnus would not play a move like this. So doesn't want to give it away. It's a golden opportunity. It could be actually the biggest win for Jordan. Yeah, just today itself, it could literally be the biggest win of his career.
And imagine Nodirbek wins. Nodirbek आज gift भेजेंगे Jordan को कि thanks bhai, I'm gonna win a tournament ahead of Magnus now. So a huge round today, chat. So आज काफी results बनते हुए. Zhu Jiner completely winning वहां पे Andy Woodward से, Jorden van Foreest pushing against Magnus, Nodirbek winning against Arjun, Erdogmus pushing against Grandelius. So our star results are on the cards. Chat career, Nodirbek is too precise. He is. That's why he's the world number 4 right now with a rating of 2781. And if he wins today, he's going to be 2786. And that means he's going to be one win just behind Caruana, who's at 2,788. In fact, let's keep in mind, if he wins 2 games, chat, let's say 2,781 and 2 games जीते हैं, he could be world number 2 behind Magnus Carlsen, because there's nobody of 2,792. Hikaru is 2,792 and Caruana is 2,788. So ratings में बहुत उलट फेर हो सकते हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में, and Nodirbek has the most to gain if he can win a few games here. So crucial moment in both games. Both black players struggling. Arjun has the clock on his side, but the position is absolutely gone, to be honest. Magnus has more less time on the clock, but the position is still a bit more stable. Yeah, Yagi's time is a worry. He has 19 minutes, but I think the game is still on and he's better. So maybe less to worry for Yagiz than Arjun, at least. Arjun is definitely struggling. Let's see what happens. Arjun Badal looks quite chill. उसकी शक्ल देख के लग नहीं रहा है कि भाई pressure में है, if I'm being honest. He looks like the position is like, plus 0.3 for white rather than plus 3. My God, how can he be plus 3? Why in this opening? That's crazy. And Queen A3 is the move we looked at, chat. The idea is to save the A5 pawn and now potentially play Knight C5, Rook B3 ideas. The second move is Knight C5 directly. So that's the main option. You directly attack the queen, win the B7 pawn, and also looks very tempting. So Nodirbek has a couple of very, very good options here. And it's all about, it's like choosing between, like a pizza or a, ice cream. Yeah, both are great options. You ideally want both, but you don't have enough appetite right now. So एक ही choose कर सकते हैं. So you have to choose one, but you're happy with either. It's that kind of situation. Nodirbek, by the way, has a very bad record against Prague, I think. So I do think he probably has huge respect for Prague. Just like Arjun is struggling against Nodirbek, I think Nodirbek struggles against Prague. So it's very interesting. Ice cream on pizza is bad, bro. Yeah, not gonna party with you at ever in life, bhai. Never gonna happen.
यहाँ पे पता है there is this thing called nanza. Speaking
Nanza.
of nanza, yeah, they make like a proper pizza on a naan. It's like it's like a pretty popular thing in Budapest now.
Oh, very interesting. Nanza. But ice cream and pizza, not a combination.
Yeah.
By the way, yes, we're going to cover
ज़्यादा हो गया
GCT tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting, of course. We're going to stream 1 hour early. So we cover both events at the same time. And जब भी ऐसे calm moments आएंगे, we're going to quickly switch and check out Gukesh's games. But of course, I mean, that's another rivalry building up. Sindarov, Gukesh, Sahaj, bhai. I mean, I don't know what is going on in Gukesh's mind right now, but it must be a million things. And the pressure must be immense.
भाई प्रेशर तो हमको ही फील हो रहा है भाई. आई इमेजिन गुकेश इन दिस सेंस, बट सही है भाई. आई थिंक स्टिल इट्स अ रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स इवेंट, सो इट्स आई थिंक स्टिल वो थोड़ा सा प्रेशर उसमें ऑफ हो जाता है. दैट्स अ गुड थिंग. बट लेट्स फोकस ऑन द गेम्स. अर्जुन तो मतलब उबासी लेते हुए, आई फील लाइक ही इज नॉट लुकिंग स्ट्रेस, बट ही शुड बी स्ट्रेस इन दिस पोजिशन. नाइट C5 इज अ ह्यूज रिस्क. Queen takes b7 के बाद, I mean, this is what you say, it's a nightmare for any QGD, any Carlsbad structure. Basically, you can call this a completely winning position. But Nodirbek still has to win it.
Yeah. India number 1 doesn't mean the strongest Indian, and strongest is Gukesh by far. He's the best calculator in the world. I think I'll always fall back to what Magnus said. It's very interesting to me when he said Gukesh has obvious weaknesses in his play, which Sindarov doesn't. I'm not necessarily worried about what Sindarov doesn't have, but I'm definitely thinking, what weaknesses do you think that Magnus thinks that Gukesh has? Because
I think it's
clearly
very
he
clear,
knows
no?
something, he feels something. What do you think that is, Sahaj Bhai and chat?
I think it has to be his fast chess. I think it's pretty clear. It's been there for the last like few years. Like his classical was, 2794 peak, and blitz and rapid mein it wasn't close to that. So I'm guessing that's where he's targeting, because we've known this for a while. Similar for Arjun, you can say वो flaw जो अर्जुन का था वो ये है कि I'm not sure कि अभी भी है कि नहीं, but वो है था कि like against stronger oppositions he's not able to perform the best. Yeah, so by that logic, only Prag is the one who doesn't seem like he performs well overall, I would say.
I agree. Prag is less phased by who he's playing. But I also feel like I think intuition is something that Magnus has mentioned. Like Gukesh somehow will consider moves Magnus has not even looked at, like by intuition himself. Magnus would filter out certain moves. वो सोचेगा ही नहीं भाई क्या ये क्या चाल है भाई, ये कब देखा तूने गुकेश भाई.
बट
And
इंट्यूशन
Gukesh would,
डेवलप होने में टाइम लगता है ना भाई. इट्स नॉट, आई मीन,
हाँ true.
Magnus is also coming with a, I mean, Magnus is playing chess for longer than Gukesh is born. So
But then he
like
does say that Sindarov doesn't have those weaknesses. So it's very, that's the
I
interesting
don't
part,
think
right?
that's,
Because
I don't think he's talking about the intuition per se. I think it's more about the fast chess. That, at least that's what I understand. Like, okay, that's very clear, you can say. But intuition is
nahi,
a very hard thing to quantify.
but the thing is, Sehj the topic was about the Sundara Mukesh World Championship, right? Like they're going to play the
Yeah.
World Championship. Who does he prefer? Who is his favorite? So in that context, maybe the rapid bits part, while I agree with you, like is a point, it doesn't come up in that debate, right? Because they're not going to
Yes,
play
it does.
classical.
I
But
mean, of course it
tiebreak is
does.
unlikely,
Magnus
right?
Magnus won two, Magnus won two world championships in tie breaks, like in against Karyakin and against Fabi. And you could argue that Fabi, at that time at least, people used to say the same thing about Fabi. Fabi's clear weakness right now is his rapid and blitz. At least in 2018, people used to say he's 28-14, is amazing in classical, but agar blitz mein gaya, rapid mein gaya, to Magnus is a clear favorite.
But
So
but we
it does
don't know if
matter, I
Sundarov is
think.
the favorite, no? We don't know if
Sorry?
Sundarov is the favorite, right? Because I don't know what his rating is. I would love to know actually. That's a good question.
2775, yeah.
I'm checking.
No, I mean, Sindarov, I think, has performed pretty well in World Rapid and Blitz. I checked. In both events, he was top 10, essentially. I think Blitz में कुछ 7th आया था वो, और Rapid में कुछ 8th आया था, something like this, which is still, like, relatively quite good. So I think वो initial problems जो Gukesh के, for fast chess, I think that's what he's talking about. But this is something you can fix. This is something anyone can fix. Yeah, it's not really like a big thing. And I don't think he's talking about intuition
You
and
know,
all of those things. वो
whenever I open
impossible
like
होता है भाई वो quantify करना.
when I open like rapid chess key ratings, like Magnus number one, Firuza number two, Hikaru number three, Arjun number four. Then we have Vishistar number eight. Like Vishistar always being there is like, I mean, and I'm pretty sure like if he plays, like he'll maintain that rating. Like it will not even be a shocker. So that's always nice to see. Even Peter Leko in that list. Wow, crazy. So I think
Actually, Mad Max in the chat is also mentioning a very, very interesting point, which of course I want to bring out. And thank you so much, bhai, for reminding me of this. You guys remember the match of Sindarov and Gukesh itself in round one of Tata Steel? Bhai, Gukesh एकदम धो रहा था उसको एकदम पूरा शुरुआत से लेके, it was some 75 move games. You could argue that until move 70, Gukesh was outplaying him, yeah? And then in the end, Sindarov found that resource and made the draw. Of course, he showed some exceptional defensive skills, but it was Gukesh who outplayed him from an opening in a classical match, right? So I'm guessing सबके flaws रहेंगे ऐसे, मतलब visible, but for Gukesh, I think it's more fast chess. If he keeps playing those often, I think it will get better for sure.
no, I agree. I think flaws to honge Sintaro में भी, but I think it's just कि I'm just thinking कि भाई thank God कैंडिडेट्स ऑफ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में 6 महीने से ज्यादा का गैप है. इफ इट वाज अ मंथ और टू लेटर, आई थिंक सिंदालो अगर कैंडिडेट्स की फॉर्म में आ जाता तो भाई आई मीन इट्स नॉट इवन अ डिबेट. आई मीन गुकेश कुड बी unless he's in absolute peak candidates form, like it would not even be a debate who's the favorite. So I'm just glad कि 6 महीने हैं and maybe it's enough time for Sundar to come out of that level of form. So then I think anybody can win. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to see कि क्या है weaknesses Sindarov की. Gukesh's team must be working very, very hard on it right now, and hopefully will expose some of them in the match starting tomorrow at the Grand Chess 2 Poland. So very interesting match starting up tomorrow. Gukesh, Sindarov, Fabi, and many others, by the way. And it's not just Gukesh, right? Many others who lost to Sindarov would love to beat him this time.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. That's. I mean, हर कैंडिडेट का प्लेयर वो एक हिसाब तो रख के बैठा होगा भाई. So
Ah,
Sindaro has to watch out. Chess players, they remember every time. हर chess player का ना एक वो list होती है कि इसको हराना है भाई. और Sindaro would have, made that list for a lot of players in the candidate. So he is definitely on the hot seat. And Yash bhai पूछ रहे chat में, do I think Gukesh would have saved that endgame against Magnus with that FNH points? Bhai, I think, like, it's that question is very nuanced. I think maybe Arjun himself will struggle to defend that end game against Magnus. Like, if you played 10 games, I'm not sure Arjun 10 के 10 draw करेगा वहाँ पे. So, but yes, I do agree कि probability I think कम है, because I think that's a flaw for sure. Fast chess. But if you give him enough time, I think he can definitely.
how is it possible that all three top opinions are collectively flopping? You know, the thing is, they all collectively struck as well. So they
Hmm.
all collectively reached their peak shape. I think Gukesh and Arjun to were on an absolute roll in 2024, and Prag, of course, was in great shape. And then 2024, he was in an absolute roll. He qualified via the FIDE circuit, which means essentially in the entire year, overall, he was the best player, best classical player. So they kind of had those moments of glory. And now, because they had it, now they are all together out of form, but they could also come in form together, right? So it could also turn around. So let's have faith. विराट कोहली बीच में आई थिंक 1-2 साल सेंचुरी नहीं मारा था एंड वी ऑल वेटरिंग हो गया भाई कोहली का खत्म
Oh,
खत्म
I
भाई
remember
निकालो भाई
that. Yeah,
सो
I remember
हो
that.
गया
Yeah.
भाई हो गया इसका भूल गया सेंचुरी मारना बट सडनली ही केम बैक ही गॉट 100 एंड देन सडनली अंपायर तक रुक रहे हैं वाइड नहीं दे रहे कि भाई कोहली भाई सेंचुरी कर लेंगे सो इट्स लाइक इट टर्न्स अराउंड वेरी वेरी क्विकली
Correct, bhai. And exactly. Someone in the chat saying, and I completely relate to it. Olympiad का ही wait है भाई because वहाँ पे that's the one consistent thing since COVID. Like Indians have performed like insanely well at the Olympiad. उसी का ही wait है भाई वहीं से ही आता है वो boost. I think collective boost आता है जैसे all three players are not having let's say the best time so far, but उसके बाद तीनों के तीनों can just completely dominate individually as well. So let's see भाई.
Agreed. Olympiad unlocks team spirit. I absolutely agree. And I think, of course, there are lots of debates to be undertaken there about the board order, about what if Arjun is, ranked first among Indians by a huge margin, which he is right now by 20 points or so. Does he still play board three, Saj Bhai? That's an awkward debate. मेरे हिसाब से. If the Olympiad happened right now, Arjun would be India number one by a decent margin. Does he still play board three?
I mean, last time also he was world number, he was also India number one by a pretty big margin. No, 10-15 points the minimum था भाई सब players के साथ. So
No, no,
I
no. I
think
think it was lesser. I think it was like Arjun was number one, but it was like 4-5 points to number two, and then of course 10-15 points to number three. So at least एक बंदा बिल्कुल
but
बगल में ही था उसके.
भाई मैं अर्जुन और गुकेश की बात करूँ प्रग था जिसकी रेटिंग कम थी जिसकी रेटिंग क्लोज थी आई थिंक
अच्छा अच्छा ओके.
अर्जुन के साथ इफ आई एम नॉट
Are you sure?
मिस्टेकन चैट डू करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम
रुको,
रॉन्ग
I'm not sure. I think मुकेश था. I think क्योंकि प्रग
गुकेश
तो
था
25 में स्टार हुआ ना भाई.
नहीं
I
भाई
think
2023 में स्टार्ट हुआ था भाई वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल्स के बाद वो
हाँ,
क्या
but
बात कर रहे हो
2024 I'm checking what
तब
was
से
the
वो लेजेंड है
ratings
वो
for all the players. रुको, I'm checking actually. I'm quite curious now. Um, So, oh, yes. So we have the ratings, and you are actually right. So Arjun was 2778, Gukesh was 2764, so 14 points, and Prag was
Exactly, yeah, that's a lot of
2750. Huh.
difference. Yeah, so I mean,
Hmm.
also, I think rating इस बारी कम मैटर करेगा क्योंकि लेट्स बी रियल आई थिंक सबकी रेटिंग कम है तो आई थिंक
हाँ.
2750 की रेटिंग आई मीन लास्ट टाइम 2784 बोला ना आपने आई मीन अर्जुन वाज 2810 एट वन 2809 और समथिंग लाइक दिस या तो आई मीन अर्जुन के लिए तो रेटिंग कमी हुई ना तो आई फील लाइक कलेक्टिवली दिल बी लाइक ठीक है भाई रेटिंग अभी थोड़ा साइड करते हैं एंड जस्ट लेट्स कीप द सेम फॉर्मेट या फिर
And
do like one or two difference. I remember Prag didn't have the best Olympiad. Maybe he can be on a different board or something like this. Arjun, I think two or three पे होना चाहिए, I think, but we'll see.
you know what, chat? I just had a look at the performance the Indian players had. Just a 10-second recap. Gukesh, 3056, 3056 was his performance, and the results were 2531 win, 2609 win, 2671 win, 2632 win, 2715 draw, 2762 win, 2723 win, 2766 draw, 2798 win, 2692 win. And then
भाई
Arjun,
प्लेयर्स के नाम भी बताओ ना भाई टू
हाँ,
सेवन नाइन क्या क्या
this
क्या पता लग
includes
रहा है भाई
players wins against Wei, wins against Caruana, wins against Fedosiv, draw against Nodirbek and Rapport. I mean, at his peak, Gukesh is absolutely equal to Sundarov. Yeah, like you just look at this, you are like, okay, there's no doubt. Yeah, at his peak, Gukesh is absolutely at least equal to Sundarov, no doubt.
अरे 100% भाई और ऑल्सो अर्जुन को भी देख लो भाई 2968
भाई,
आई मीन वो एकदम पागल हो गया था भाई वो तो इट वाज लिटरली भाई
true.
आई वाज थिंकिंग और वो भी चैट अगर आप भी मेरी तरह चेस रिजल्ट्स खोल के बैठे हो और वो ओलंपियाड का लिस्ट देख रहे हो यूर फीलिंग गुड भाई याद रखना अर्जुन का वो जो लास्ट मैच था यान सुबेली के साथ भाई वो E4 D5 खेला था स्कैंडिनेवियन
हाँ.
डिस्पाइट बीइंग 9 out of 10 इन द ओलंपियाड मस्ट विन मैच भाई खेल रहा है स्कैंडिनेवियन और उसके बाद भी 20 चाल में जीत जाता है वो लाइक आई जस्ट वांट टू मेंशन दैट वाज ऑरा भाई क्या मोमेंट था वो
भाई, भाई, I think Gukesh can pull off anything. At his peak, he's an absolute beast. By 30 points, but I think Gukesh in 2024 में. And I think he can totally pull off winning the world championship. बस अपना A game लाना है, डरना नहीं है, ऐसे खेलना जैसे मतलब ही जब वो वॉक करता था ना ओलंपियाड में, when he used to walk, I feel like the people used to feel fear. Like ऐसा था. He used to walk around with
हाँ
his arms crossed. भाई जो सिग्मा ऑरा एडिट्स हमारे एडिटर्स ने बनाए हैं ना, like they still get views. Like it was crazy. मतलब अलग ही ऑरा था भाई बंदे का. Like वो डर चाहिए ओपोनेंट्स की आंखों में. Like Fedosov lost with the London system in the opening. ऐसा ऑरा
भाई
था गुकेश का. I think वो
मैं
वापस
जस्ट
चाहिए.
लाइक आपने ऐसे हर प्लेयर का इंडिविजुअली बताया, मैं थोड़ा ऐसे थोड़ा इमोशनल हो रहा हूँ, बट जस्ट वांट शो यू द रिजल्ट्स वी हैड एज लाइक इन द ओलंपियाड अगेंस्ट ईच टीम. या अगेंस्ट मोरक्को इट वाज 4-0, अगेंस्ट आइसलैंड राउंड 2 4-0, against Hungary B team 3.5 half, Serbia 3.5 half, Azerbaijan 3-1 win, Hungary A team 3-1 win, India China 2.5 half. We all remember that game against UAE वो 2 nights वाला गुकेश ओपी. देन ईरान के साथ 3.5 half, उज्बेकिस्तान के साथ 2-2 ड्रॉ, चारों वर्ड्स पे ड्रॉ, यूएस के साथ 2.5 1.5 win, and then Slovenia के साथ 3.5 half win. भाई what a performance this is, like complete domination, एक ड्रॉ बस.
Damn.
एंड यूएस को जो हराया था भाई, उनके फोर्थ बोर्ड पे लेवॉन अरोनियन बैठा हुआ था चैट, उनके फोर्थ बोर्ड पे.
भाई I mean देख के ऐसे वो गूजबम्स आ रहे हैं चैट. एंड आई
हाँ
थिंक
भाई एग्जैक्टली,
मैं
वापस पढ़ के
आई
मजा आ
डेंट
गया भाई.
इवन आई डेंट इवन रियलाइज कि हम फुल स्क्रीन से स्क्रीन पे आ चुके हैं. आई वाज जस्ट
हाँ
एंजॉयिंग
आई
द
जस्ट
चेस रिजल्ट्स
नोटिस.
पेज. इतना मजा आ रहा था भाई. सो बाय द वे वी हैव अ फ्यू मूव्स सहज भाई. सो गेम के भूल ही गए. नाइट C5 खेला, क्वीन A5, एंड ही डिड नॉट टेक विद द क्वीन. सो अ माइनर एरर by Nodirbek takes with the knight, queen B6, and now knight C5. So at least Arjun has a sniff of an opportunity. Like he's at least fighting in this game now. I think Nodirbek
Not
missed a trick here somewhere.
objectively lost, not
Ha,
objectively
yes,
lost
yes.
anymore. That's what we can say.
Hmm.
But again, chat, that game that I told you about earlier in 2008 or 2009 that I played in Kolkata Open against Ziaur Rahman, I was playing with black, very similar structure. I remember उसके पास भी same knight था, मेरे पास भी same bishop था, and ऐसा ही टूटा हुआ pawn structure, and you had to defend this for such a long time. It's not easy. ठीक है? It's because it's never easy to defend when there is no hope of a counterplay, because nobody wants to defend for that long while not looking for something. है हमें कुछ चाहिए होता है, काउंटर प्ले चाहिए होता है, कुछ अटैक चाहिए होता है जिससे इसके बारे में ना सोचना पड़े. बट दैट्स नॉट हैपनिंग. सो psychologically it's going to be a very very difficult game for Arjun to defend.
Agreed. And chat, Tukesh होपफुली कल कुछ साइंस देंगे हमें कि भाई ही इज गोना कम बैक टू हिज फॉर्म. ऐसे फैबी वैबी को धो डालेंगे, मतलब 20 में मजा आ जाएगा. एंड मीनवाइल अर्जुन आल्सो फाइटिंग बैक. दैट्स सो नाइस टू सी. सहज भाई, आई थिंक मैग्नस के पास 24 मिनट, अर्डोगमस 19 मिनट. कैन वी हैव द बर्ड्स आई व्यू फॉर अ सेकंड बिफोर वी कम बैक टू अर्जुन? जस्ट वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि भाई मतलब what do you make of the position right now on all the four boards? क्या Erdogmus is winning or is the time an issue? क्या लग रहा है कितने रिजल्ट्स आ जाएंगे?
हाँ यार, डॉगमस का तो पता नहीं ऑन द बॉटम लेफ्ट कॉर्नर ऑफ द स्क्रीन, बट टॉप राइट कॉर्नर पे देखो भाई, जू जिनर ओपी, शी इज, लुक एट दैट बार भाई, एकदम छलांग मार के पता नहीं कहाँ पहुंच गया वो. It's completely winning for Zhu Jiner, and she's an exchange up. So that should be a win, although some complications here and there, but that's the cleanest win that it feels like to me. Then top left corner pe, of course, Nodirbek versus Arjun also feels like a result. Nodirbek looks very very good to me. Then Yagiz versus Nils में Yagiz का time by the way is extremely low. He only has 20 minutes on the clock. Chat उसके नाम के नीचे you can see 19 minutes and 14 seconds there. And Grandelius having उसके नाम के ऊपर लिखा हुआ है Grandelius के, it's 54 minutes. So that's around what, at least 40-45 minute difference. That's a lot of time. Sorry, 30-35 minute difference is a lot of time still. एंड पोजीशन में क्वींस भी हैं, लाइक इम्बैलेंसेस भी हैं. ब्लैक का वो किंग साइड एकदम खुला हुआ है, सेंटर ब्रेक हो रहा है, बहुत सोचना पड़ेगा यागिस को. तो दिस टाइम इज द प्रॉब्लम, बट ही कुड विन फॉर श्योर. And on the final board between Magnus and Jordan, I feel this is still very, very difficult. By the way, Magnus and chat, I was reading it. You were asking me, what are your thoughts about Magnus going down from 50 minutes to 15 minutes and now to 20 minutes? Bhai, I think as long as you have that 10-15 minute ka advantage, you have that psychological advantage that you get from the opening. As long as you have that, you will keep that, for a long time. But 10 minute tak aana, I don't think really think is a big deal. Unless you cross your opponent's time, then only that advantage kind of slips away. And position की बात करें तो यॉर्डन का पॉन स्ट्रक्चर एकदम टूटा हुआ सा है, बट उसके डबल बिशप्स, पीस एक्टिविटी, शॉर्ट कासल हो रही है, ब्लैक के डार्क स्क्वायर्स बहुत वीक हैं, सो मैग्नस स्टिल हैज टू डिफेंड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम हेयर. तो 3 रिजल्ट्स पॉसिबल लग रहे हैं भाई मुझे ओवरऑल.
Wow, 3 results is awesome, man. We are used to streaks of 8 and 9 wins together जब ओलंपियाड था, तो 3 wins कुछ भी नहीं है. Let's see क्या होता है. And सहज भाई, I think किस गेम पे हम जाए, because I think बहुत सारी गेम्स है जहाँ टाइम प्रेशर बिल्डअप हो रहा है. So I'm not sure which game shall we go to. आपका क्या प्रेडिक्शन है भाई, किस पे चलना चाहिए?
भाई आई थिंक लेट्स डू अ डीप डाइव ऑन यॉर्डन वर्सेस मैग्नस, क्योंकि वहां पे काफी मूव्स खेली गई हैं सिंस वी लास्ट डिड अ डीप डाइव. एंड आई फील लाइक वी शुड एक्सप्लेन एंड गेट टू द बॉटम ऑफ what are Jordan's chances in this game going forward. He does have that 25-minute advantage against Magnus. He does have the double bishop advantage as well. Dark squares are weak. Black's king is looking a bit unsafe. Point 4 is what I see on my screen with the move knight a5. The idea is that you want to attack the b7 pawn, and you have a secondary idea as well कि knight कभी c4 पे आके इस पे अटैक कर सकता है, and उसी के साथ साथ b6 and d6. Remember the dark squares that I was talking about? This is what you have to target. On top of this, after knight a5, bishop c6, white has like plethora of options. Bishop c5 is one, sacking the pawn. Rook b1 is another. Even short castle is an option, just playing for initiative as it is. And this does not feel comfortable for Magnus. But I think for now, really important decision for Jordan to play knight a5. If he doesn't, then advantage somewhat slips away. And if you see Jordan's like face, उसका जो चेहरा है वो क्वीन साइड की तरफ ही देख रहा है. Like I think he's looking at that a5 square. He's calculating the possibilities there. And yeah, let's see what happens.
भाई ये बिशप कितनी बार घर से निकल चुका है ऐसे आंख में चोली करके, एंड अगेन हैज टू गो बैक एवरी सिंगल टाइम. But this time, hopefully, he's come out for good. And I do agree. I think the bishop pair looks impressive for Jordan. Of course, the structure is broken. These double pawns on c2 and c3 will be a target for Magnus Carlsen. But I mean, if let's say knight a5, apparently the best move is bishop c6, for example. Even if I just take, very comfortable position for Jordan. I don't see him losing this. And of course, he can wait for a while. Yeah, he's not in a hurry to take on c6 as well. He can just play rook b1, for example, put even more pressure. And regardless, I think Jordan is pushing, but I'm not sure if it's the kind of position Magnus loses anymore, Sehaj bhai. Like, he is developing now for good. And you can see from body language, yeah, he's a lot more relaxed than he was earlier, even though he has less time.
Yeah, but by we can, I think, kind of agree कि Magnus, वो Magnus अभी Magnus जैसा नहीं दिख रहा है, at least. Yes, I know he's leading the tournament. I know he's playing well, and I know he's, like for example against Arjun, the misses that he had, that d5 and pawn takes pawn वाला जो nuance था जो हमने discuss किया था. And in the previous event as well, I mean, Magnus looked a bit shaky, to an extent. So I feel like he doesn't usually lose such end games, but I would also say कि जो end game Magnus ने अर्जुन के साथ draw करी थी, वो वो एंड गेम्स भी मैग्नस यूजुअली ड्रॉ नहीं करता है. मैग्नस वो एंड गेम्स यूजुअली जीतता है. तो आई डोंट नो, आई फील लाइक यॉर्डन कुड रियली कैपिटलाइज. ही इज एट द राइट प्लेस एट द राइट टाइम. आई फील उसको दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू बीट मैग्नस.
आई थिंक दैट्स अ फेयर पॉइंट, बिकॉज बेसिकली मैग्नस जब क्लासिकल चेस लगातार खेलते थे, वो पेशेंस उनमें खुद में ज्यादा होती होगी, राइट, टू काइंड ऑफ कीप स्क्वीजिंग दैट विन. बिकॉज नाउ अ डेज ही डजंट प्ले क्लासिकल चेस, प्लेज ऑनलाइन, जहाँ पे यू कैन फिनिश 20 games in one day if you wanted to. And we do during the speed chess championship, for example. तो वो पेशेंस मैग्नस खुद में थोड़ी सी कम हो गई होगी, राइट, बिकॉज टू स्क्वीज वाटर आउट ऑफ अ स्टोन जहाँ कुछ है नहीं फॉर 5 hours is not always easy, and takes a lot of patience yourself, not just from your opponent, and to be accurate for throughout that time. So it's not easy. But of course, if there's anybody who's going to do that, it's going to be Magnus. And right now, look at Jordan, by the way. Yeah, क्या focus से बंदा बैठा है. You could literally, have a cockroach on the table board and he will not move. Yeah, he doesn't care right now. He's like, this is my opportunity to beat Magnus and really prove a point here. And he could gain a lot of rating, by the way, Jordan here.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, speaking of this whole Magnus, kitna lamba khelta hai and all of that, it reminded me, chat, like just to give you some context, you guys remember, I mean, you must have heard about this game of Magnus that he played against Nepomniachtchi in Game 6 of the World Championship, the longest game ever played in a World Championship match, some 100 and something, 130, 140 moves. सुना तो होगा आपने एटलीस्ट इस गेम के बारे में. But there is this moment, and again, giving you some more context before I explain to you what happens. चेस में जनरली अगर एक पोजीशन 50 मूव्स तक रहती है ना, तो उस पर आप ड्रॉ क्लेम कर सकते हो. बट अगर आपने एक पॉन भी पुश कर दिया, आपने कुछ ट्रेड कर दिया, तो वो 50 मूव का जो काउंटर होता है वो रीसेट हो जाता है. तो लेट से इस पोजीशन में अभी बिशप C3 B3 मारा गया था, बिशप D7 के बाद आप 49 मूव्स और खेल सकते हो यहाँ पे विदाउट चेंजिंग द पॉन स्ट्रक्चर. स्ट्रक्चर नहीं चेंज होना चाहिए. बाकी अगर पोजीशन सेम है, कुछ ट्रेड नहीं हुआ, तो आप ड्रॉ क्लेम कर सकते हो. ठीक है. अब वो उस गेम में ना एक मोमेंट आया था, वो मैग्नस और नेपो वाले गेम में, लाइक ही प्लेड E4, लाइक पॉन ऐसे एकदम एंड की बात है, पॉन ऐसे E3 F4 पे पड़ा हुआ था, समथिंग लाइक दिस. एंड ना विशी सर कमेंटेट कर रहे थे, आई बिलीव इट वाज विद अलीना, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, in like for like it was an official broadcast. And I remember वो 6 घंटे से तो कमेंटेट कर ही रहे थे बिकॉज वो गेम इतना लंबा चल रहा था. एंड अगर मैग्नस ने E4 खेल दिया होता तो वो रीसेट हो जाता फिर से काउंटर. एंड विशी द मोमेंट ही प्लेड E4 ना, विशी सर स्टार्टेड लाफिंग अनकंट्रोलेबली, एंड उसके बहुत सारे शॉट्स भी बने. डू चेक इट आउट. आई थिंक सम ऑफ यू वुड हैव सीन इट, इफ नॉट, बट डू चेक इट आउट भाई. वो विशी सर का चेहरा जो था ना उधर, इट वाज अनबिलीवेबल कि भाई ये कैसे पॉसिबल है भाई.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, उस time पे I think was still in the World Championship cycle, so of course, like he was absolutely focused on classical chess. उसके बाद ही उन्होंने खेलना थोड़ा सा बंद कर दिया. It turned out to be much easier than I think Carlsen expected, right? I think that win for Magnus. Till game 5, it was quite neck to neck, but game 6 के बाद, I think it became rather easy. So, Anna Muzichuk, yes. Anna Muzichuk थी, you're right.
Sorry, I thought Alina Kashlinska. My bad. It was Anna Muzichuk. Yes, that one. But it was at that moment, go back to that moment and watch when they're talking about the possibility of E4 होने का. भाई अगर इसने E4 खेल दिया, हम तो यहीं पे बैठे रहेंगे अगले 3-4 घंटे और उनको 6 घंटे ऑलरेडी हो चुके थे.
Yeah. By the way, 21 minutes for Magnus now. Why are they delaying the castling? What's the point? I mean, I think they can castle because there are no queens on board. Both the kings are rather safe. And to be honest, Magnus never had the chance to castle because there's always been a threat. For example, right now the b7 pawn is hanging, so he can't really castle. And White could technically just play bishop c5 and prevent castling again on paper. So Magnus would love to castle but never had a chance, and White was always creating threats. So he didn't want to castle and give black the chance to neutralize the advantage. So it's always putting pressure. That's the priority. Look at Jorden, by the way, his face is completely pink right now. Yeah, like he's feeling the pressure. He feels, he senses. And let's not forget, by the way, Jorden is 2-7, what, 3-0, 2-7-3-1 right now. If he wins, he crosses Gukesh, by the way. Gukesh, Prague in one go, and he reaches world number 16. So it's like he's literally as strong as Gukesh in the ratings, Sahaj bhai.
I mean, he has
So
crossed Kukesh before. He was
before as well, yes.
2745 in the live ratings before. World number 11 tha when
Yeah.
he was, but now he dropped a few. But he is definitely, I think, on paper he's as strong as Gukesh. But I think, okay, strength wise, थोड़ा अभी भी थोड़ा prove करना बाकी है, I think, because I think yeah, but he's close for sure, and he's improving so fast. Yeah, so quickly. And वही वो दो का जो जहाँ पे दो प्लेयर्स होते हैं ना, वहीं पे आई थिंक ग्रोथ जल्दी होती है. इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, उज्बेकिस्तान में देयर इज नोदिरबेक एंड सिंडारोव, नेदरलैंड्स में देयर इज अनीश एंड यॉर्डन. इंडिया में ओके देयर इज 3, बट दैट्स मोर,
But
एटलीस्ट दो तो हैं.
बट सिर्फ अगर दो होते हैं तो इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी में तो एक ही आ पाता है ना यार.
हाँ, क्योंकि दूसरा सेकंड है ना भाई, एनालिसिस
हाँ,
कर रहा
दूसरा
है,
आ
एक
नहीं
दूसरे
पाता.
को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो, इसलिए ऐसे
हाँ.
होलसम होके हैंड
हाँ.
हार्ट्स बना रहे हैं ऐसे 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 करके, सो फोटो लेने के लिए
मैग्नेस.
भी तो कोई होना चाहिए ना भाई भाई.
हाय हाय, ओ माय गॉड, क्या बोल दिया सहज भाई. डैम.
अरे भाई.
Consider queen's already off the board. Maybe king must be active, or they still need to think to go long castle. Yeah, I think they will guys castle likely at some point, or even just could keep the king in the center. Both options are possible. Right now, Magnus is threatening the e4 pawn. So he's saying, if you want to save the e4 pawn, take my bishop, but that allows my knight to develop. If you don't take it, I'm going to take the e4 pawn. So it's a tough choice for Van Forest who's thinking. Meanwhile, if we jump to the Arjun game quickly, Sahaj bhai, I think 9th के बाद Arjun is still thinking, has 35 minutes. I'm so glad Arjun is not under time pressure because
Hmm.
otherwise it might be very, very difficult. I think that really helps. And that gives me hope that he can still hold this. At one point, we thought this is gone, but at least some hope of salvaging a draw here.
Why? I think drawing this against Nodirbek, I think, is very similar to drawing this against Magnus to me, because I think it is gonna be a very 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 difficult task. I think time matter करता है, but I think उतना नहीं करता है, as long as आधे घंटे से ज़्यादा ही है. एंड दोनों की चालें उतनी डिफिकल्ट नहीं है यहाँ पे. लाइक ओके, ब्लैक को प्रॉब्ली सी फाइल पे कुछ डबल करना होगा, सी6 के पॉन को बचाना होगा, और आइदर एक्टिवेट हियर. वाइट को क्या, नाइट D3 क्वीन यहाँ रखो, पॉन पे अटैक करो, बैक रैंक खोलो, एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. Like it's all filler moves that are happening. Although difficult moves have been made already, जो decision वाली थी. For example, in this position, queen takes b7 and knight takes b7 is a big decision. Playing a5 was a big decision. All of this was a big decision. But now, no more trades are happening. Maybe queen b3, you can see that's maybe the last big thing. Arjun has to kind of consider whether this is good or bad for him. But apart from this, the position is not going to change after this. So both sides should be able to play quickly, relative, like irrespective of their time situation, essentially.
Hmm. Yep, I know the way comes back to the board question. Is that position holdable for Magnus? I think come to it very, very soon. It
भाई
does
any
seem like it's
position is
holdable.
holdable for Magnus भाई. Any position
Yeah.
भाई, ऐसे मत बोलो भाई. Mr.
Saj bhai, don't you
Grover
think?
Penta,
Huh.
हाँ, go ahead.
Hey, I think Upar brother. Do you think Magnus playing this tournament just to get back into the classical thing? Don't get me wrong, he would want to win this, but don't you think he's playing this tourney for Norway, right?
आई थिंक ही इज जस्ट प्लेइंग बिकॉज उसके घर के थोड़ा पास रहेगा, स्वीडन में ही है, तो इट्स नॉट रियली दैट बिग ऑफ अ चेंज. एंड आई थिंक ही इज जस्ट प्लेइंग probably because he misses it भाई. And I completely relate to that. I mean, I will miss. I mean, I haven't played a classical tournament in almost 2-3 months now, and it's like वो लगता है भाई, आपको खराब लगता है. It feels like you're losing touch with reality. So it's important for every chess player to, I think, keep up to their game.
Agreed. And
And
also like
बात रही,
Norway,
हाँ, go ahead.
नॉर्वे की प्रैक्टिस तो होगी एंड ऑल्सो लाइक आई थिंक अग्री विद यू दैट डिस्टेंस मैटर्स घर के पास ही है ही लव्स द कंट्री ही लव्स द प्लेस एंड वांट्स टू बी देयर एंड या समटाइम्स सम थिंग्स जस्ट क्लिक या यू फील सही टाइम पे सही इनविटेशन आता है इट्स अ शॉर्टर टूर्नामेंट राइट नॉट 9 rounds लॉन्ग 7 rounds with some strong players some relatively players who he maybe is excited about Erdogmus for example he would love to play so yeah I think Magnus multiple reasons why he might have played.
यप, एब्सोल्युटली. बाय द वे, मुझे जस्ट अभी न्यूज़ आई है कि मेरे घर के नीचे रैपोर्ट घूम रहा है. जस्ट नाउ.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
I just got a text message saying rapport is there. Like he's sitting in a coffee place downstairs from my house. Right. And
But
मुझे by the way
why?
हर रोज दिखता है वो. हाँ हाँ, हर रोज दिखता है मुझे वो. But right now he's downstairs at my coffee shop right now, which is crazy
Why? I
भाई.
think he's trying to recruit you as a second for Ding.
भाई. एंड शंकर जी पूछ रहे हैं, मिस्टर ग्रोवर, बिटवीन पेंटाला हरिकृष्णा एंड वर्सेस मैग्नस, वुड यू कंसिडर एज एंड गेम गॉड? भाई, लाइक, I think in this sense it would be Magnus, endgame god, because I mean Hari, of course, I think deserves that spot as well, because I think his endgame understanding is unmatched. But okay, it's like for Magnus, this is like his main skill. Yeah, I think without, if you take away end games from Magnus, like अब जो आप 4-6 घंटे खेलते हो, कहाँ खेलते हो, कैसे खेलोगे अगर एंड गेम नहीं आएगा बोर्ड पे? तो for that alone, I think Magnus is like very clearly the number one. And I think for Magnus and anybody else, it's not close.
सर मैं रैपर्ट को उठा के कॉफी शॉप पे उठा के ले आओ भाई उससे भी पूछते हैं भाई क्या लग रहा है उसको सेंड गेम के बारे में
वो तो बोलेगा भाई, लॉस्ट ही लग रही है तो. जाओ नीचे से, जो रिपोर्ट, काफी कॉफी खराब. अरे भाई ना, पोजीशन खराब है भाई. पहले पोजीशन संभाल लेते हैं भाई. कॉफी तो विल सी, पहले पोजीशन संभाल लेते हैं भाई. बट 31 minutes फॉर अर्जुन. अर्जुन कैमरे की तरफ देख रहा है भाई, उसको सुनाई दे रहा है क्या? ही वॉज स्टेयरिंग राइट इन टू द कैमरा जस्ट नाउ. क्रेजी.
भाई इफ आई वाज प्लेइंग आई वुड बी स्टीयरिंग इन द कैमरा लॉट मोर लाइक अनीश या अनीश याद है लाइक वो विंग किया था when he defeated Magnus at the World Blitz or something he winked at the camera an
भाई मैं तो
iconic
कहां नहीं
moment.
लाता भाई, बीच बीच में, लाइक जस्ट बिकॉज. like in this
Ah,
moment,
nice one.
like for the audience. But yeah.
And by the way, I have a question. So let's say any chess player, yeah, sitting and suddenly he starts, pointing towards the camera or starts talking to the people watching. Like, is it like banned? Like he's not speaking anything. He's just kind of, let's say, conveying a message. Is it banned technically or no?
Conveying what sort of message, मतलब
लेट्स
समझा
से
नहीं
मैं
मैं.
बोल रहा हूँ मैं बैठा हूँ सामने और मेरे सामने लेट्स से आप बैठे हो हम लोग खेल रहे क्लासिकल गेम आई लुक एट द कैमरा एंड आई से आई एम गोना क्रश Sahaj like I'm not saying it like verbally ताकि आप distract हो but I'm saying it with my lips and people can understand it like is it banned or no?
I think it's banned to converse with your opponent outside of the board. Yes, it is. It is banned to do that. But
But
लेकिन
it's
I
not
think
with the opponent,
players.
no?
Huh, it's banned to speak to anyone, bhai. I think out like in like but that's only like enforced like official events में generally like लोग बात तो करते हैं but like कोई friend हो गया कल अपने कुछ कॉफी वॉफी लिया तो like कभी कभी बात हो जाती है ऐसे. बट
Hmm.
आप चेस के बारे में नहीं बात कर सकते मतलब ये बोल सकते हो हाँ मतलब अच्छा ठीक है अच्छा है खराब है लाइक क्रिप्टिक वे में लाइक विदाउट लाइक गिविंग एनीथिंग अवे. बट इट हैज़ हैपेंड मेनी टाइम्स यार लाइक मेरे कुछ दोस्त होते हैं जिनसे मेरा लाइक नेशनल्स में कभी मैच पड़ता है तो वो कभी अच्छी पोजीशंस में आते हैं तो अपने दोस्तों को लेकर आते हैं देख देख मेरी पोजीशन देख. दैट हैज हैपेंड टू मी एक्चुअली. Chat, this is a real
Yeah.
thing by the way. It has happened to me before.
टॉप प्लेयर ऐसी हरकतें नहीं करते भाई करनी चाहिए भाई इट विल
Of
मेक
course
द
करते
गेम
हैं भाई.
इंटरेस्टिंग.
Those are like the one people I'm telling you about भाई. I'm sure you know all of the players I'm talking about. वो सब करते थे पहले.
By the way, Nodirbek has been thinking for a long time, 20 minutes plus now. So he's not completely sure on the best path forward. The good news is, sorry, Arjun has been thinking for 20 minutes. My bad, not Nodirbek. Time पे थोड़ा पीछे चले गए हैं. But queen takes b3 as we discussed is the move. Bishop e7 is something I like. Ideally, I just want to remove that knight. I feel like my odds will improve. Also avoids this knight d7 idea for good. Anything else that comes to mind, Sej bhai, apart from let's say Queen B3 and Bishop E7?
रुक बी 8 में नाइट डी 7 तो नहीं है. रुक बी 8 में भी इज अनदर वन. आई डोंट नो. हाँ रुक बी 8 एक्चुअली वर्क्स. इट्स द बेस्ट मूव. जस्ट लुक्ड.
Oh, nice. Rook B8 also
नाइट
I
डी
like.
7
See,
में क्वीन बी 3 मर रही है तो दैट डजंट वर्क.
hmm.
बट कैसे खेलोगे भाई रुक बी 8 इधर. क्वीन बी 2 आप मार भी नहीं सकते हो. यू शुड नेवर एवर टेक उस बी 5 के थ्रू. आपका C6 का पॉन वीक हो जाएगा. आई विल ग्लैडली गिव दिस पॉन फॉर द C6 पॉन बिकॉज द मोमेंट दिस ब्रेक्स ये दोनों आइसोलेट हो जाएंगे. ये तो ऑलरेडी आइसोलेटेड है ही बट D5 भी आइसोलेट हो जाएगा एंड देन आई हैव दिस
Hmm.
दिस टू दिस चेन विच इज गोना बी डेडली.
एक Chirag bhai कहते हैं Tikku always speaks only two words to his opponent. I resign. Hilarious.
एनी
You
प्लेयर मोर
technically
क्रिएटिव देन रैपोर्ट. हिस्टोरिक आई मीन टिकू
नहीं नहीं भाई.
क्रिएटिव तो है.
I think I mean क्वीन डिफरेंट तरीके से ब्लंडर करने को क्रिएटिव नहीं बोलते. बट
क्रिएटिविटी तो क्रिएटिविटी होती है भाई.
I I I
क्रिएटिविटी तो
just saw a shot.
जीतने में हो हारने में हो क्रिएटिव तो क्रिएटिव होता है ना.
I do agree with Dubov जो chat करी but also I saw a YouTube shot Magnus का जो अभी अभी मैंने आज सुबह देखा which is funny where somebody asked him कि is he creative like does he consider himself as creative and Magnus says कि भाई there is no creativity in chess like often in my life I felt like I was creative but looking back it was just analytical patterns like matlab which looked like creativity because I had never done them before but my previous knowledge kind of suggested them so chess is like basically almost completely analytical. Like Magnus said this himself in a shot. So that was very interesting to me.
बट आई मीन लाइक इफ यू क्वांटिफाई एनीथिंग दैट डज इट बिकम लेस क्रिएटिव. और अगर आप किसी चीज़ को भी कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो तो वो क्रिएटिव नहीं है मतलब ये कैसा लॉजिक हुआ.
नहीं मतलब
समझा नहीं मैं.
that was Magnus' opinion मतलब
आई विल
भाई वो
कन्विंस मैग्नस भाई कि वो क्रिएटिव है. डोंट वरी. उसको मैं उसकी उसी के गेम्स दिखाऊंगा. देख भाई ये क्रिएटिव है ना. देख मुझे तो बहुत क्रिएटिव लगा है.
साहिल भैया ओपोनेंट ओटी मेक्स अ मिस्टेक डू यू शाउट ब्लंडर उसके लिए समझना पड़ेगा ना भाई ब्लंडर है वो समझना पहले आसान नहीं है imagine you do that and then it's not a blunder yeah and then you can't prove that it is a blunder and you draw or lose तो क्या ही भाई तुम्हारा तमाशा बनेगा so might as well not do it and by the
Yeah,
way
but
I
also
still
also chat like I feel like you I mean you guys see the games but we have this like vibe here but tournament के अंदर vibe एकदम different होती है. Like you cannot really uh, express anything to your opponent. This is a true story. It has happened to me before. Like like everything that I'm telling you is 100% true. I committed a blunder and realized that it's a blunder. बट वो चलते ही मैंने चाल भी नहीं लिखी, मैं उठ के चला गया, लाइक कॉफी पी रहा हूँ, मैं घूम रहा हूँ, बात कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे इधर उधर घूम रहा हूँ, और मेरे अपोनेंट ने स्पॉट नहीं किया वो, लाइक बिकॉज आई स्पॉटेड दैट एंड माई अपोनेंट, दिस हैज हैपेंड टू मी many times. So it's like your smallest of reactions that you give to your opponent can actually have a big impact. अभी अगर वो बोल देगा oh my god, or if he shows that he is worse, then I think he's already lost the match.
Yep. इनफैक्ट दिस इज क्लिप जहां पे विशी, गुकेश, अर्जुन प्लग सारे डिनर कर रहे थे आफ्टर द कैंडिडेट्स इन 2024, जो चेसकॉम ने वीडियो शूट करी थी, एंड जहां पे प्लग एंड गुकेश एंड विशी काइंड ऑफ जोक अराउंड हाउ गुकेश वाज एक्टिंग व्हेन ही ब्लंडर्ड अगेंस्ट मकसूदलू एंड जस्ट डिडंट शो एनी रिएक्शन, एंड विशी काइंड ऑफ टीज्ड गुकेश देयर, हाँ याद है तुम्हारी एक्टिंग वहां पे टू 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 कर रहे थे कुछ समथिंग, लाइक इट वाज हिलेरियस. हाईली रेकमेंड चेकिंग दैट आउट. So yeah, chess is half calculation and half acting.
And saying creativity, like maybe you can say patterns, like like काफी बार रिपीट होते हैं चेस में, बट लेकिन पोजीशंस तो लाइक हमेशा नहीं आती हैं, राइट? तो दैट्स आल्सो क्रिएटिव, बट या
चैट तो क्रिएटिव है भाई, मैग्नस होना हो, चैट तो क्रिएटिव है.
आई फील लाइक आई मिस समथिंग, बट ओके. टिक्कू भाई आपके साथ में
एक
बड़ा
बंदा कह रहा
बड़ा
है when
बड़ा
I was
क्या
playing
कहते हैं?
candidates
हाँ.
in courts, I was really happy that Sahil was not playing. I felt if he was playing, then he would have won 14 by 14 Sindaro. He said this. What are your thoughts on this? ये इसके लिए थॉट्स बनाने के लिए मुझे थोड़ा टाइम चाहिए, सो आई एम गोना गेट बैक सून ऑन दिस वाया फैक्ट्स. मीनवाइल नाइट C5 के बाद अभी
मतलब
भी आई
सिंडारोव
प्लेड.
ने काउंटर स्ट्राइक, पता है, ये तभी डाउनलोड करी थी जब टिक्कू भाई ने विड्रॉ किया था कैंडिडेट से.
Yes, yes, true, true, huge of true. By the way, Bishop E7 played on the board. भाई let's go, nice move, love it. Let's go Arjun, ड्रॉ
नाइट
करना है
डी
भाई ये.
थ्री नाउ. नाइट डी थ्री नाउ बिकॉज बिशप सी फाइव, रुक सी फाइव, ऑल रुक एंड गेम्स आर ड्रॉन. एक महान इंसान ने कहा था ये. सो लेट्स गो नाइट डी थ्री, लेट्स नॉट ट्रेड द नाइट एंड द बिशप. ऑफ कोर्स लाइक ऐसा नहीं मैं रूट कर रहा हूँ भाई किसी चीज़ के लिए, बट ओके, यू आर रूटिंग फॉर द बेस्ट चेस. सो लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. नाइट डी थ्री इज द मूव. पॉन तो मर रहा है
Just
भाई बाय
don't
फोर्स.
climb rooftops on electric train, guys. ये where is this coming from? Who's climbing the
भाई
top of
भाई
trains?
भाई भाई भाई, सॉरी टू कट यू ऑफ
क्या
मेरे
हुआ?
भाई, बट 15 मिनट फॉर मैग्नस कार्लसन.
Oof.
16
Oh,
16 moves to play for him and 15 minutes left by.
भाई, and he only has one move.
सॉरी
He
सॉरी
only
सॉरी, माय
has
बैड. 24 मूव भाई, क्या हो गया मेरी मैच को?
and he
इसीलिए
only has
क्रिएटिव
one
हूँ भाई,
move.
कैलकुलेशन नहीं होती ना.
He only has one move. That is bishop takes e4, and he has to allow rook takes b7, which is not easy to do. Let's go full screen. Magnus Carlsen feeling the pressure for the first time at TePe Sigeman. He has no time on the clock. His position is worse. This just feels like, I mean, this is the moment, yeah, where things could go really wrong.
No, no, for sure. I mean, it's been looking like that for a long time. And bishop takes e4, only move in the position like you mentioned. After this, bishop takes e4, rook b7 is a move that you mentioned. Bhai, but knight takes b7 is also very powerful here. Bishop e4 is also very powerful, but knight b7 as well. दोनों equally ही dangerous है भाई. आपका अगर आपको मैं follow up दिखाऊं, knight b7, short castle, knight d6, bishop g2, rook g1, bishop f3, bishop h. भाई ऐसा हो रहा है. Like g6, of course, not possible. You have to play knight g1. It's like a lot of like proper calculation needs to be done from Magnus's side, and 14 minutes left only.
Why he would love to enter a rook endgame right about now, yeah. That would be the dream scenario for Magnus with white pawns broken, like a2, c2, c3, e4. Like the dream scenario would be sare bishop knight hata do, rook endgame mein jao. I'll even defend a pawn down. He's about to take the e4 pawn. 13 minutes for Magnus Carlsen to play 25 moves. 25 चालें खेलनी है सिर्फ और सिर्फ 13 मिनट में. That's almost 2 moves a minute, Sej bhai, and he pulls his hand back again.
By 25, okay, 24 moves now, but wow, that does not seem easy. But yes, chat, there is an increment this time. In some of the previous events we had, it was just 2 hours and that's it. टाटा स्टील में यही था टाइम कंट्रोल, उससे पहले नॉर्वे चेस में भी ऐसा ही रहता है. बट यहाँ पे 37 का इंक्रीमेंट है, which does help Magnus, especially in this scenario. इमेजिन अगर आधा मिनट ना होता आपके पास यहाँ पे, तो you would just be completely panicking. And we've seen so many blunders being made. Actually, Magnus himself made a blunder, no, against Gukesh. That's exactly why the blunder happened, that whole table banging, because Magnus was in time pressure.
Agreed. That was a complicated position, and Magnus tried to play the best move and kind of allowed this king walk, went for this king walk, and that turned out to be too risky to handle in time pressure. Time pressure always a problem for anybody. Magnus is human after all. At least we are hoping so. And now Bishop E4 ke baad, two options. The problem is Sahaj bhai, it's not a forced line as you pointed out. White has multiple options, a lot for Magnus to think about. Look at him now, fully focused, looking at the chessboard. He is feeling the pressure for sure now.
Exactly, exactly. And he's going to take that bishop on e4, I feel. He's hovering over it. By the way, Jordan also keeping that 15, 20 minutes more than his opponent, which is super, super important to keep that advantage. Because गलती अभी तक मैग्नस ने करी नहीं है, but जब वो गलती करेगा तब वो 20 minutes extra बहुत काम आएंगे. To
Agreed. And
understand,
also,
calculate.
Sejbhai,
Yeah,
like
go
it's
ahead.
so tempting to get the rook to the seventh rank. Really can't blame Jordan, yeah, just to take on e4, take on b7 with the rook. But if he can go a move further, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes b7, like how bad is this? Can I just, for example, castle or play knight d7 and hope for the best and put the rook on the c file and basically get these pawns, or is it like too bad?
By the way, we are getting this as well on the board. So we'll see Rook B7 in just a second. But Tiku Bhai, there is a big difference between a move like Knight D7 and Short Castle. Like Short Castle is much worse right now, at least according to my Bhai. Chat आपको दिए 5 guesses. Try to guess what is the best move for black here. टिकू भाई, आप तो देख लो, आप तो खैर देख लिया होगा शायद, आपको थोड़ा लेट बताया मैंने, बट
अब बोला तो
चैट
देखना पड़ेगा
ट्राई
ना
टू
भाई.
गेस द बेस्ट मूव. मैं मतलब 5 guesses. You can type your guesses in the chat if you want to partake, but no
No
chance that you
way.
will land. No,
No
no
way.
ways, yeah, no ways.
Chat,
भाई ब्लैक
जो
की चाल है
टॉप
चैट.
जो
नाइट डी
टॉप
सिक्स ओके. नो,
चार
दैट्स
चाले है
नॉट
ना,
इट.
टॉप चार चाले जो है ना, उसमें से दो क्रेजी है एक्चुअली सहज भाई.
हाँ रियली, देयर इज अनदर वन.
हाँ.
उसी के बगल वाली है क्या?
नहीं नहीं, उसके सामने वाले को अगर हम थोड़ा हिलाएं.
हाँ ठीक है सर. ओ रियली, दैट
हाँ.
इज क्रेजी ऑल्सो. एंड चैट आई सी अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैव रिटन द आंसर, बट किसी ने भी सही नहीं लिखा है भाई.
आई सी
वाह
वन
क्रेजी.
आई सी वन आई सी
सी
वन
वन. आई डोंट भाई.
WF_YT ने लिखा है.
Yeah, maybe. I still don't see it, but yeah.
सहज भाई, इज इट रुक एफ एट?
It is Rook F8 भाई.
भाई.
कास्टलिंग कर सकते हो आप. कास्टलिंग करके Rook F8 पे आ रहा है, बट Rook F8 डायरेक्टली खेलना है भाई. ये गुड लक. गुड लक फाइंडिंग दिस भाई.
भाई अगर
And
मैग्नस
what a
ने खेल
great
दिया ना.
example to show कि भाई एंड गेम्स में किंग सेंटर में होने चाहिए. What a great example for that.
Wow, man, that is crazy. And chat, of course, the best move is knight d7. Castles be here. Fourth best move is h5, which was crazy to me as well. But okay, rook f8 is absolutely insane. And I'm not even still sure what is the idea. Why rook f8 and why not just knight d7?
पहले तो यॉर्डन इतना सोच क्यों रहा है यहाँ पे, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग अबाउट. बिकॉज बिशप ई4 से पहले सोचते हैं आप, अब नाइट. इट्स नॉट लाइक यू आर थिंकिंग नाइट, श्योरली इज नॉट थिंकिंग नाइट B7. So why take so much time? But Rook B7, Knight D7 is correct, but Tiku bhai, but उसके बाद भी once I go short castle ना, guess what the best move is again? इस बार एक ही guess दूंगा आपको.
Okay, knight
नहीं नहीं
df6
नहीं
या
नहीं
फिर
नहीं
rook
नहीं, बाय
f8
बाय
है.
बाय. पुरानी चीजें याद करो.
Rook
उन
f8,
उन
yeah?
उन्हीं. Exactly, Rook F8. I knew you would get this in the first try.
But why is the question.
Bye. I think F5, Rook F7, I guess, is the idea. And King on E8 is nice because it's end game. King को center में रखो. Plus D7 के knight को थोड़ा support भी चाहिए.
Why?
He takes on D7.
Rook b7 played. Crunch moment. What does Magnus do now? एडजस्ट किया उसने आराम से पहले रुक. By the way, if you touch an
Minus
opponent's piece,
P.
chat, if you touch it without saying adjust, and if there's a way to capture it, you have to capture it. For example, जैसे अगर I don't know what's the piece. For example, white ने अगर यहाँ black का f7 pawn touch कर लिया, you touch the f7 pawn, and it's white to play, you have to take that pawn. So always say I adjust, which is not a case in online chess. Yeah, another difference.
Actually, technically, you can say adjust in any language you want. तो
Yes.
I actually know people जो मतलब कुछ भी बोलते थे and उसके बाद adjust करते थे. But yeah.
Ooh, knight d7
There we go,
played.
97. We see a blue arrow, short castle, only move on the board, and उसके बाद rook f8 was the move. Tikubai, does Magnus find rook f8?
Man, that's impossible, I feel. Close to impossible. Like, I just feel like, why not knight df6? That's the move I want to play. Block the f5. Next, I want a castle. I'm okay giving the e5 pawn because I'll get the c3, c2 pawns. Rook f8 looks
Hmm.
insane. Like, if it happens, I mean, I'll be shocked.
We'll see. By the way, short castle played by Jordan. So you can see, by the way, he had that long think, and then he's making moves pretty quickly to put pressure on the clock as well as on the board. 21 moves left for Magnus in just 13 minutes.
Wow.
By the way, a quick development on the Arjun board as well. He has actually traded the queens off after knight d3. The big decision from Arjun. I think he believes that this position is savable. And now he plays the only move, rook c7, guarding the 7th rank as well as preparing for sort of doubling up on the c file as well. Tikubai,
Man.
this position I
Huh.
feel is very difficult to save. And even though with correct play, it should be savable. I think like in practical terms, this is like almost impossible. I will give it like, I mean, I know maybe I'm sounding too extreme, but I think 0% chance that Arjun saves this. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think if they played 100 games from here, maybe the result for me will be like 95 wins and 5 draws. So, it'll be like a 5% draw chance for Arjun. Um, The only thing is, can I somehow trade the bishop for the knight? I mean, if I'm lucky enough, if that happens, I would back myself to draw this. But Nodirbek will not allow it. He's going to put pressure on c6, bring the king to the center, maybe play b4 at the right point and threaten b5. Black's king is far, far away. Um, Still have some hopes, though, Saj, but still have some hopes because, of course, like b2 could be a weakness if the knights were to. Wait, a knight exchange karna hai, bhai. I need the exchange for the nine pieces, and then I will have hopes. So, Nodebek will have to be precise, but I do agree. I think this is miserable position for black.
Exactly. And I think in a position like this, once again, the way to try to put pressure is to be as slow as possible. You don't want to do anything dramatic. You don't want to sacrifice. You don't want to trade much because already the position is annoying and depressing enough as it is for black. Because black को सिर्फ बचाना है. Imagine having to put your rooks on c7 and c8 जिनकी कोई mobility नहीं है just to defend one pawn. That's what the situation is going to be like. So when something like this happens, like let's say rook c3, rook c8 होता है board पे, उसके बाद I feel the next few moves are going to be really important for Nodirbek. I see one move b4 which is coming up to be one of the best, which I don't know if it's that easy. But besides this, he can then start doing something on the king side. यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं हुआ है अभी तक. Let's try to create some pawns like g4. Let's play king g2, king g3, h4. एक वो principle of two weaknesses का जो concept रहता है जिसमें हम second weakness create करते हैं by using the first weakness as sort of the hook. एक weakness तो है board पे c6 पे. a7 भी technically weakness है. यहाँ पर भी एक चाहिए I think Nodirbek को to create something. But let's see
So,
how he does this.
absolutely agree. And you know what? Maybe just a 30-second look at the Erdogmus game because there's an only move for Nils here. Erdogmus has 12 minutes to play 19 moves. And look at that move. Bishop takes d4, allowing knight takes d7, and then rook takes f2, threatening a discovered check. And now white has to, and king h2 is lost, by the way, because of rook f5. And there's a mate on h5 incoming.
वही मैं पूछने वाला था chat से. Let's say chat in this
Arey.
position, I play the move rook e6, right? Where should the black rook go? By the way, a lot of people typing Magnus game chat. We'll go to there in just a second. But I think no updates have been has happened there. So, but yeah, where would the rook go? Chat. rook f6 में रुक मर रहा है. Would you like to take this?
The
But no,
king is
absolutely
stuck,
not. Rook
chat.
f5 and then rook h5 is just a checkmate. Very nicely done.
Yep, and that's why this is very, very dangerous for Nils, and he could be on the verge of losing his fourth game in a row. And this is what I talked about yesterday. कि भाई जब ऐसी पोजीशन आ रही थी against Topolov, Yagiz was coming up with best move after best move, so he thrives in these positions. So 12
Yeah.
मिनट है 19 चाल खेलने के लिए. So it's gonna be a problem for Yagiz if Nils can come up with the best move for the next, I don't know, half an hour. But overall, what a crazy position है भाई, मजा आ रहा है देख के.
I think he's held on his time. I think he was definitely like way he had way less time before. And Nils की body language से लगता नहीं. By the way, he thinks the position is equal. He thinks he's lost. By the way, because after this bishop d4 rook f2 stuff, there's some crazy line with rook e4, which it's a bit difficult to analyze and calculate. But Nils does have the time, half an hour on the board, and yeah, I think Yagiz is more or less looking solid. A quick look on the Zhu Jiner board, Tikubai.
Let's go.
So this is the
Oh wow,
position. Wow. This
खत्म.
is, I mean, it couldn't be more winning. Rook versus knight, extra pawn, pawn भी एकदम same जगह पे, like no counterplay for black whatsoever. This is completely dead lost for Andy Woodward. I think Zujiner will win in the next 10 minutes.
By queen d6, c pawn c8 queens resigns. Yeah, I mean it's just
Yeah, just
no counterplay whatsoever. So I think this is an elementary win. So Zujina should win this one with a 98.3% accuracy. Let's go to the game of Magnus now. Sehaj by castles के बाद कोई move नहीं है लेकिन Magnus की, but he has 8 minutes now. Oh my God.
भाई
Bhai, what's
प्रेशर
happening?
मैग्नस पे भी बहुत है. मैग्नस, यू कैन सी मैग्नस इज ऑल्सो लाइक नॉट लुकिंग द मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल. ही इज जनरली रिलैक्स्ड, लाइक वॉकिंग अराउंड. एंड लुक एट हिम नाउ. भाई, ही लुक्स सो सुपर स्ट्रेस्ड टू मी.
Bhai, he has to play 22 moves in 8 minutes. 22 moves in 8 minutes. This is
भाई द
serious pressure
लास्ट टाइम
building
इट
up.
भाई गुड लक टू द टेबल. क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम जब ये हुआ था भाई, वी ऑल रिमेम्बर दैट, जब व्हेन मैग्नस वाज दिस लो ऑन द क्लॉक. यू रिमेम्बर
भाई
भाई?
टेबल समाज डरा हुआ है. So,
भाई
you know,
थोड़ा रख दो नीचे कुछ ताकि
कॉफी है भाई टेबल
जस्ट
पे. अगर
थोड़ी
अभी मारा तो
प्रोफिलैक्सिस ऑन ओवर ऑफ द बोर्ड भी यूज करी जाए.
भाई कम से कम 3 ग्लास गिरेंगे. सो यू नो लाइक दिस टाइम इट माइट बी अ बिट मोर ड्रामेटिक इफ दिस टेबल
हाँ,
बैंगिंग. सो
कप
होपफुली
वप
नॉट.
हटा दो. 2 ग्लास तो दिख ही रहे हैं सामने मुझे. हटा दो भाई थोड़ा भी.
जॉर्डन भाई होपफुली
लेट्स सी.
उनको प्यास अपना वो ग्लास खत्म कर लेंगे बिफोर Magnus, reaches that final few minutes. By the way, 6 minutes and a few seconds for Magnus now to play 22 moves. Now, it's not like a crazy attack for white, but the position is uncomfortable for black. There's no clear answer. Rook f8 jo chal thi. That's almost impossible to find. Magnus
Yeah, rook
isn't
f8
happy with what
is
he's seeing, yeah?
very difficult. Knight df6, I think the move you mentioned makes the most sense. But I think after a move like knight df6, the position is no longer complicated. Like it's you can say white is better without having to calculate. ठीक है, मेरे पास पॉन ज्यादा है, मेरा रुक 7th रैंक पे. पोजीशन सिंप्लीफाई होगी जस्टिफाई करने के लिए. तो कुछ फिर मुश्किल होगा आई थिंक मैग्नस को बचाना. भाई 6 ही मिनट है.
But at least
जीएम
he can
भाई,
castle to safety.
GM bhai, how can White make progress? I'm assuming you're talking to me. So White wants to go knight c6, knight takes e5 or knight df6 आता है, and then you want to push this pawn essentially, put the bishop on d4. Your pieces are relatively quite active, and Black's only active piece is the knight on e4, which is hitting on c3. And I think the most difficult decision right now is whether to take this pawn on c3 or not. Like, of course, optically you will say absolutely not, but अगर ये 2 पॉन रह गए एक की जगह, क्योंकि ये पॉन तो मरने वाला है नाइट c6 वगैरह के बाद, नहीं तो आप कासिल कैसे कर रहे हो, तो ये पॉन तो मरेगा. तो एंड टेकिंग दिस इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, क्योंकि उसके बाद इट्स पॉसिबल यू माइट नॉट बी एबल टू कासिल एट ऑल. ओ, ही प्लेज रुक c8. दैट्स अ स्लाइट एरर फ्रॉम मैग्नस. c4 गिव्स हिम अ ह्यूज एडवांटेज टू जॉर्डन. गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी.
सहज भाई C4 के बाद ब्लैक की मूव देखो. C4 के
अरे
बाद ब्लैक की मूव देखो. इट इज इम्पॉसिबल आफ्टर C4. ब्लैक की टॉप 3 मूव्स फॉर मी आर रूक f8, h6 एंड h5.
अरे भाई भाई भाई, रूक एफ8 तो वी कैन लाइक टेक इट अवे. दैट्स नॉट हैपनिंग, नॉट टुडे. And rook f8 is the only move that keeps the eval at point 0.3 chat. Uske alawa point 0.6, point 0.6, point 0.7, point 0.7 is what I see. That's a big advantage, and rook f8 is not happening because it could have happened in the move you just saw. It could have happened in the move before this as well, and it would have been stronger. Magnus feeling the pressure of the clock of the position. I think like this is a golden opportunity for Jordan. I mean, there is no better feeling than to take down the goat of chess in a classical match. This is
But he
it.
needs to find c4. He needs to find c4. It's crucial. Anything else, and Magnus is completely equal apparently. He needs to find c4, and Magnus would be in huge trouble.
How do you not find c4? Like, okay, this is hanging with the rook, with the pawn. I mean, how do you not play c4 here, right? It's the first move you look at.
No, for
Or am I
sure.
missing something?
No, for sure, I think it's the first move. There are alternatives here, where, for example, like rook d1, for example, attacking the knight might feel tempting, or not rook a7, maybe preparing rook a check in case rook takes c3. Like there are alternatives. I'm sure he'll find c4, but I'm just hoping he plays it because I really want to see how Magnus defends this. Because if he does defend it, it's gonna be the game of this tournament so far for me. But it's very tough with 5 minutes and few seconds सहज भाई 5 minutes से ऊपर है सिर्फ to play 21 moves.
Yeah, absolutely looks very tough. And chat में Free Fire ji asking Saj, why do you think Magnus actual rating is less than 2840 right now, or no, it's all right. Like Hikaru lost 2800 strength clearly. So absolutely, I think Magnus is maybe like 2840. I think is more or less his strength. I would say probably a bit stronger. 2800 to for sure है भाई, like 100%. I think in a lot of areas, I would say like maybe in 80% of the areas he's exactly the same, but like in 20% of the areas he looks a bit rusty to me. Like for example, in the game 1 and game 3, I think Magnus had two whites. Like chat, go back and look. Like when Magnus was playing, like let's say 2023 से पहले, like I would ask you to find a moment जहाँ पे मैग्नस के दो ड्रॉ लगातार वाइट से हुए थे, और वो भी ड्रॉ ऐसे भी हुए कि जहाँ पे मैग्नस wasn't really pushing. So that's one thing that I feel he's not there, but I feel it could also be कि he is not playing a lot of chess. Like he hasn't played anything since Norway chess. So इसको build करने में, consistency लाने में थोड़ा time लगता है.
Sahaj bhai, c4 played on the board by Jorden van Foreest. Magnus
Wow.
Carlsen struggling with 4 minutes on the clock. Kilua Gamers super chat भी 200 रुपए की. Tikku bhai, Sahaj bhai, if Arjun wins against Nodirbek today, I'll start loving back Tikku bhai. And well, oh भाई साहब, भाई ये आपका प्यार ना एक तरफा ही रह जाएगा भाई, मुझे लगता है,
अरे ये तो
बिकॉज
होलसम हो
आज
गया भाई, ये तो बहुत होलसम हो गया भाई. लेट्स ओ
भाई
नाइट
knight
f6 played.
df6 played. It's a mistake.
And
Knight
this
c6 is the
was,
move now.
now it was played at the wrong time, because let's not forget knight df6 should have been played in this moment, but Magnus said rook c8 के बाद knight df6 खेलते, because rook मेरा develop हो गया ना फिर. But this gives actually not just one Tiku, by two options to Jordan, which gives him a point 0.8 advantage. One is knight c6 like you mentioned, rook c6 के बाद ये check and rook h8. If I was Jordan, I would avoid this, because this gives Magnus that fortress वाला possibility. Magnus यहाँ पे खुद से जीतने के लिए खेल जाएगा. I've seen this before भाई.
I agree. I
Give
agree.
Magnus 10 moves, Magnus खुद यहाँ पे black से जीतने लग जाएगा. तो don't do this. The other option is c5. And this is where things become tricky. Short
You
castle
know,
जाते हो आप, c6.
but it's very hard, right, to choose this as white. You see the exchange. It's so tempting to instantly be an exchange up against Magnus Carlsen. But I absolutely agree with you. If you
But
play
you
knight
know
c6,
exact.
rook takes, rook b8 check, और आपको रुक जरूर मिल जाएगा, but Magnus with his two knights, weak pawns on c4, c2, a2 will absolutely draw this by. There's no way. And you have to have the guts to play c5 here, and kind of aim for the best. Push that pawn all the way to c6, but Magnus will get to castle in that case, and you don't get any material. So, important choice for your Van Forest here.
I feel Magnus, you could argue, why did Magnus give this exchange? Of course, if some of you who are wondering whether this is a blunder from Magnus, it's not, yeah, because this is a very conscious decision, and at a higher level, players value initiative a lot. So right now you can see there is a seventh rank, there is a passed pawn, your rooks is on an open file. Black has a lot of pressure in the position, but the moment you kind of take this rook, which is not even moved in this position, rook takes c4 के बाद आप ये नहीं बोल सकते white यहाँ पे pressure डाल रहा है कहीं से भी. आपके जो भी आपकी strengths थी, knight, आपका pawn, वो जो rook 7th rank पे था, वो क्या कोने पे बैठा हुआ है, they are all gone. So this is an active conscious decision by Magnus to say, bhai, take the exchange but give me back something to play for. Because Magnus knows he has 5 minutes on the clock, and Jordan, of course, being so experienced and so strong, he will realize this, and I think he will think about it but choose not to play it.
Absolutely agree. 10 on 10 on that explanation, Sahaj Bhai, because Magnus Carlsen needs a clear plan as well. It's not just about the counterplay, it's also about a clear plan. Once you put the king on e7, आपने अपना सबसे बेकार पीस h8 वाला रुक दे दिया, you exactly know what to do, and that will make his task easier. यहाँ पे Jordan needs to be ambitious. He will take a risk by not taking the exchange, but that risk might give him huge rewards an hour from now. Magnus Carlsen could be about to lose his first game, Sahaj Bhai, and it's going to hurt a lot if Magnus loses this, because he's played classical chess for a long time, and to lose against Jordan will be a painful experience.
Yeah, it will definitely be wake up call for sure, because Magnus पूरा एकदम उतना consistent नहीं लग रहा, as we discussed against Arjun, against Nodirbek. It just wasn't. I mean, against Nils he had a fantastic game though, but overall it's looking a bit dicey. But let's see. And by the way, chat में people are saying after c5 knight takes c5 possible नहीं है क्या? Of course possible है, but after takes I can give this check. You can play king e7. I can take on h8 and you can take on a5. And Chad, I'm very glad that you mentioned this point here, because I think it's a good thing to compare, because we have two positions, right? There is one is in front of you, and the second one is this one. And the question is, how do you choose which is good and which is bad without looking at the bar? And I think it's largely simply it can only be dialed down to two things. Firstly, एक ज़्यादा पीस ट्रेड हुआ है बोर्ड पे, अगर जिसका भी मटेरियल ज़्यादा होता है उसको ज़्यादा पीसेस ट्रेड करने होते हैं, ताकि उसके उस पीस अलोन की जो वैल्यू होती है वो बढ़ जाती है. जैसे अगर ये रुक नाइट के साथ खेल रहा है, सिर्फ रुक और नाइट होंगे तो रुक की अहमियत ज़्यादा होगी. सिमिलर टू दैट, द बिशप ऑन e3 इज अ वेरी बैड पीस, एंड ब्लैक का जो नाइट e4 पे है, इट्स अ बॉस, एक सेंटर में आउटपोस्ट की तरह बैठा हुआ है, दूसरा नाइट खुद ही बचा रहा है इसको. एंड दिस इज वाई if you look at the eval difference between the two positions, just by removing these two pieces, white card advantage is almost winning.
Agreed. And I think it's also about how easily can you attack your opponent's weaknesses. For example, in that, he goes for it. He goes for the exchange. Will this backfire? It's a brilliancy on the board. But Sahaj Bhai, very rarely can a brilliancy sometimes be not the best practical decision. Jordan could not resist the temptation, but I'm pretty sure Magnus saw this and expected this, and he is should be kind of satisfied with what he's getting now.
This could be the most unfortunate brilliancy I have seen so far. Because I think Magnus saw knight c6, although he's not playing, but I'm pretty sure they're going to go into that endgame. But the amount of times I have seen and, witnessed a position like this where it looks like white is putting pressure, by 5 चाले रुको आप, फिर उसके बाद धीरे धीरे करके यू स्टार्ट टू सी ब्लैक का पॉन ऐसे आगे बढ़ गया, वाइट का एक पॉन मर चुका है, एंड वाइट इज स्टिल ट्राइंग टू प्ले फॉर अ विन, बट धीरे धीरे करके लग रहा है नहीं, अब वाइट जीतने के लिए नहीं, वाइट ड्रॉ के लिए खेल रहा है, एंड देन सडनली यू रियलाइज इट्स टू लेट. सो मैग्नस इज एन एब्सोल्यूट मशीन when it comes to these things. But let's see, I could be completely wrong here. It could be a great practical decision, but only time will tell.
And the fact that Magnus is thinking is not really impressing me. He's shaking his head, by the way. Not sure if he missed some little detail there. There's no way he missed knight c6 as a move, but he might have missed something, let's say 3 moves from here. And right now, there is no other move, by the way. Anything else, and you're absolutely busted.
My question is, but why is Magnus? He has 3 minutes on the clock. If he saw knight c6, then why is he thinking?
I think the reason he's thinking is because he knows that after this trade, his moves come easy. So he can quickly play 3-4 moves and gain that time back.
There is no other move.
Agreed. I think
There
he's
is
just
no
making
other
sure.
move besides rook c6, and you are losing literally 2 minutes. I think is what he spent on rook c6. Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
there we go.
that's a lot
Played.
of time. Agreed. He takes it.
5 मिनट हो तो भाई 2 मिनट बहुत होते हैं ना भाई.
Agreed. And rook b8 now, of course, the only move. King e7. You will pick up that rook on h8. That rook never got to play a game, Sehaj Bhai, in the entire
Oh,
tournament. Yeah.
I think थोड़ा एरर आ गया. रुक टेक सेचेट मारा है उसने, बट वो थोड़ा अपडेट हो रहा है.
Yes. That will be fixed, chat. Don't worry. Yeah, it's
He
already
took rook
fixed.
c4. I have played the moves out manually until it gets fixed. So this is the position on the board right now.
Okay,
और चैट
so
ने लिख
I think
अर्जुन ब्लंडर.
question, chat, by the way, Arjun is much worse, and I think वो plus हल्का फुल्का evaluation हो रहा है. I wouldn't get too much into it. I would just say it's very bad for Arjun, and he's hoping for a miracle, but the evaluation isn't changing much. वो 0.2, 0.3 difference is just the engine realizing after every move, okay, what the real evaluation is. I would just stick to this game. And Sehaj Bhai and chat, I have a question for you. The engine says it's close to +1, right? Like it's almost +1,
Yeah.
roughly +1. Practically, if you were playing, like, does Jordan or Magnus think it's +1? What are they thinking the evaluation is?
I think they will the eval should be somewhere around that, but I think practically this is much easier for Magnus to play.
Hmm.
And I think वो थोड़ा struggle कर सकता है भाई यहाँ पे. I think sorry, the board is getting updated by itself, so I think
Hmm.
we are on the right page now. Yeah, this is the current position. So I think it should be around +1 तो नहीं होगा. If you let it run, it will go down, I'm sure. Objectively, I think white is fine. But the first move, I've noticed whenever you have these end games, I'm not sure if I broke down, my internet broke here or not. Tikubai, can you hear me?
No, all good, bhai.
Okay. So, many times when you get into these end games where you are slightly better or you have this exchange up or कुछ piece होता है आपके कुछ pawns के against या कुछ fortress type का, like this type of a position, whenever something like this happens, I feel the first like 2-3 moves are really important. Like to establish like कि आपके pieces कहाँ पे हैं. But if you let this run, if you don't make major changes immediately यहाँ पे, then position can equalize or it can even work well for white. Now, saying that, Tikubai, can you guess what the best move for white here is?
I'm guessing it's something ridiculous like rook
It
a1 or
is.
something. Rook a1.
आपको याद है उस मोमेंट पे जब मैग्नस ने बिशप c8 खेला था, बिशप e6, बिशप
हाँ.
d7 वापस आने के बाद वही करना है भाई, बट इस बार यॉर्डन को करना है. That move is bishop
Ah.
c1, only move that keeps advantage in the position. You see, it starts to get more and more and more difficult to play practically for white.
Oof, but that is insanely tough. Just to give the pawn, and also, by the way, once I take on c2, a2 is also hanging, and you will likely lose that pawn just to give up both my pawns on the queen side, which I'm thinking are the real reason I'm actually potentially winning here. Is incredibly hard, Sahaj. I don't see Jordan playing this or anybody playing this for that matter.
Very, very difficult. I think it's one of those moments, if you tell a strong player, okay, something is here, they will find bishop c1 like easily. But if you don't tell them anything, then it's difficult. Yeah. Also,
And
someone in the chat saying Sessi engine says 0-0.
hmm,
भाई वो एक वो 2 सेकंड के लिए ग्लिच हुआ था जिसमें लाइव मूव्स थोड़ी सी मैसअप हुई थी, बट सेसी इज नाउ शोइंग 0.89 एडवांटेज ऑन माई स्क्रीन राइट नाउ, सो इट्स +0.9 राइट नाउ, नॉट 0.0.
and even if in a hypothetical world it is 0.00, I still feel practically this is way different. And by the way, for example, Sajid, what I would play, for example, is rook a8. That to me looks logical. I just want to take on a6. You can take on c2, and I will just push the a pawn. That's my plan as white.
Then rook a4. I'll
Rook
defend this,
a4.
attack this. Rook b1 maybe, yeah.
I'm
But rook b1 is
thinking.
already worse now for me, ना. rook a2 तो मर ही रहा है क्योंकि I didn't realize after rook a2 check king e6 there's no check here.
Can I play rook a1 then? Let's say rook a1. I'm going very passive, but I have dreams. Someday I'm gonna be a good boy, big boy. Rook a1.
Here rook a1, yeah.
Yeah.
ठीक है, आई मीन बट ये दिस इज अगेन नॉट चेंजिंग मैन. नाइट d5 बाय द वे इज वेरी गुड फॉर, यहाँ पे मैग्नस खेलने लग जाएगा भाई जीतने के लिए. Like you can't. I mean, okay, for sure you're thinking the position is no longer better for me now. No, you start to defend here. बिशप C1 फिर
I
से
mean,
रखना पड़ेगा आपको. F5 आ रहा है, किंग E6, G5
um,
से सब पुश हो रहा है आगे.
I agree. It's not something which I'm excited about, to be honest. Rook on A1 doesn't look tempting, but I don't see any other way. Like bishop C1 is impossible. I mean, there's no way I find bishop C1. So rook A8 to me makes the most sense. Maybe rook B1 also just to get the second rook up, but of course you just have king E6, king F5. So there's no counterplay there with the two rooks possible. So Magnus, I think, made a great practical choice. And Jordan, I think, even with the brilliance, he boshed it up a bit, Sahaj, but I think he might have missed out on a potential win. This one is not going to be easy.
Yeah, true. But I think if he wants to continue fighting, just two moves. Yeah, bishop C1 and rook 8. Bishop C1 is the key. I think if he finds bishop C1, he can still put pressure for a long time. Because let's not forget, मैग्नस को अभी भी 17 चालें खेलनी है इन 4 मिनट के अंदर. तो the likelihood of Magnus making a mistake is high, is very high. अगर वो if you pose the right questions here, basically.
Hmm. Hmm. The right questions are very tough to pose. Unfortunately, let's see what happens.
By the
Can
way,
we have the
Jordan
bird's
का
eye view?
accuracy देखो भाई.
Wait, what? huh
99.7%.
wow.
Or
By
first,
the way, he
like
played rook
slight
8.
inaccuracy, हाँ, slight inaccuracy. First one
Ah,
from Jordan, 99.7 से 99.1 हो गया भाई. Sharma
yeah.
ji was a bit disappointed with this.
Yes, and मेरी चाल खेल रहे, that cannot be a good sign. And rook A1 is now what he has to play. That was my move. I don't know what he plays. Um, Tough choice. Although Magnus also, yeah, the position is a problem for Magnus, yeah. Like because there's so many options. Rook A4 was an obvious move, right? You have to play Rook A4. But ugly Chale, if I somehow save my pieces, like might not be easy. Because he still has to play 16 moves in 4.5 minutes.
That's very, very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And by the way, you see the best move here is C4 for white. Just to sack rook A2 completely. Don't allow knight D5. एक बार knight D5, F5 आ गया board पे. I think Magnus is taking this भाई. This is where he takes over. So C4 खेलो. Give up the A2 pawn. Try to go rook B1. Try to give some checks. Push this pawn up. And something could happen there.
Wow. I think यहाँ पे passive rook a1 would be a problem for sure. Agree with that plan, Sej Bhai. He needs to be active. And if he can, for just a second, have the bird's eye view, just want to highlight all the white pieces today are winning or close to winning. Look at the evaluation bars on the top left. Nodirbek, we have a rook endgame, and Nodirbek has a more than +1 evaluation. Top right, completely winning for Zhu Jiner. Bottom left, plus 1.52 valuation for Yagiz, and bottom right as well, white is still pushing. Sehaj bhai, आज चारों white जीत सकते हैं games.
भाई look at this. He played C4. उसने rook A2 मार भी दिया. इसने rook A2 मार दिया क्या? It's not
मार दिया
updating
मार
on
दिया
my
मार दिया
end.
मार दिया.
He's taken it, yeah? Okay. Wow, impressive, impressive stuff. Rook A2 also played in 23 seconds. Yeah, Magnus playing pretty quickly now. But C4 was a tough find from Jordan. Bhai, Jordan is playing so well in this match so far. Also, Arjun के match में, while we
भाई
were on the bird's eye view, it was a rook end game.
भाई big blunder by Nodirbek. It's equal now. It's equal. What?
Oh.
Can we go back? Can we go back to where we left it, Sehaj bhai? What just happened? Arjun is holding this.
Ah, he had to go B4, B5 immediately. And
Maybe he
he
thought
chose
king.
to not do it. थोड़ा बाद में करता हूँ, बट किंग D6 पे आ जाएगा फिर B4 B5 में, तो आई कैन जस्ट गो pawn takes pawn ना.
But apparently you had to play rook a3 once the king gets to d6.
So
And that
let's say
was
in this position,
huh,
B4, king here, B5, king D6, and rook A3. Oh,
only move. But this was very
yes.
hard, no?
Hmm, very hard. Very, very hard, yes.
Wow.
But okay, still
Chat.
maybe some edge for Nodirbek still? Or
Yeah.
do you think this is equal? Just draw
Now,
है या
now
फिर?
he now he defends because now I will play king e7. I will put the king on d6. I literally played this endgame yesterday, Sahaj bhai. Like I'm not kidding. I played this endgame, same endgame yesterday, And the only reason I lost was because it was bullet. I lost on time. I feel like this is, of course, it's passive, but there's a pawn on b2. If there was no pawn on b2, I would say this is tough. But I have a clear target. Once my king gets to d6, I will free up one of my rooks, put it on the b file, and then it's, white has to decide, okay, how long can I put pressure? I think Nodwell will put pressure for sure, but thankfully Arjun has enough time and he should hold this by. अगर बच गए तो बाल बाल बचेंगे यहाँ पे लेकिन.
ये तो भाई बच गए। अब तो लग रहा है बच गए। ऑल्सो weird decision from Nodirbek to play knight c5 here, no? You think?
Yeah,
Although it's the
agreed.
best move of the engine and everything, but still I thought knight को ऐसे trade नहीं करना चाहिए था. But yeah, it looks like he was winning, but then
Again,
one
your point,
mistake
Sahaj
and now,
bhai. Sometimes it's
yeah,
easier to draw against an engine than Magnus Carlsen, yeah, because the engine will play the best moves and exchange pieces. So this is a real time example of that. And by the way, Zhu
exactly.
Jiner has won. That's the first result for today. So she wins with the white pieces out of the opening itself by game hi khatam ho gayi. And look at this, queen takes e7. A nice finale. Queen sacrifice, queen takes pe
भाई
f6 check at some point, and that is winning. So Zhu Jiner wins her
takes.
first game.
And here I promote the pawn. But yeah, what a win by. She's 1.5 out of 4 now. Basically, she lost her match against Nodirbek, drew to Jordan, lost to Yagiz, and then defeated Andy Woodward. And tomorrow she plays Magnus Carlsen with the black
Oof.
pieces.
Aye. That's gonna be a crazy game to watch. So, okay, that's one result. Let's jump back to the game of Magnus Carlsen, जहां पे सोच रहे हैं हमारे star, potential star of the day, that is Jordan van Foreest, if he manages to beat the goat of chess with the white pieces. सहज भाई 15 मूव 5 मिनट 30 seconds increment, 7.5 minutes. Yeah. So he basically has 12.5 minutes exactly to play 15 moves. That's less than a minute to move. Not easy.
Not easy is an understatement, bhai. And also, like, I feel it is much better for Jordan कि उसके पास time ज़्यादा है. Imagine, usually whenever you play this against, let's say in an open event, ऐसा कुछ गेम होता है ना जहाँ पे आपके opponent की इतनी प्रिपरेशन होती है, वो ना ऐसे नाइट चीज़ खेलने से पहले ना मतलब प्लेयर्स मतलब आधा घंटा सोचते हैं। ठीक है। वो
Hmm.
इतना ज़्यादा सोचते हैं कि नॉर्मली कि ओपोजिशन आने के बाद उनका टाइम हमेशा 10 मिनट से कम होता है और ब्लैक का टाइम यूजुअली उससे ज़्यादा रहता है। एंड
Hmm.
दिस इज वन डिफरेंस ऐसे कि यॉर्डन ने टाइम अभी भी 10 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा रखा है तो ही कैन स्टिल कैलकुलेट ही कैन स्टिल पोज सम प्रॉब्लम्स बट ही इज रनिंग आउट ऑफ मूव्स आई फील लाइक ही इज रनिंग आउट ऑफ वेज टू पोज प्रॉब्लम्स क्योंकि टाइम टाइम बिल्कुल कम है और एकदम एंड गेम में आप घुस भी चुके हो।
Hmm.
um
By
yeah
the way,
I'm still not sure how he continues. There's lots of ideas. H3 is one of them, bishop b6 is one of them, rook b1 is one of them. um but yeah,
if we
he
can
has to be super
jump to
precise.
the Yakiz game on move number 25, जहां पे game would have been roughly balanced. Move 25, after c takes d6 उन्होंने मारा, he had to take with the rook, the pawn on d6, and look at that brilliant scene. Knight to d5. If you
Oof.
take, there is knight f6 check, and after this, Yagiz is actually winning against Nils Grandelius, who could suffer his fourth loss in a row.
बाप रे एंड किंग एच सेवन के बाद ओके स्टिल नॉट इजी किंग एच सेवन के बाद व्हाइट को किंग एच टू निकालना है which is I think a little bit
Funny.
funny to play this move. um but yeah still it looks very 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 promising for Yagiz but look at his time by 5 minute only. कहीं ना कहीं पे जाके किसी ना किसी मोमेंट पे इट्स गोइंग टू कॉस्ट हिम एंड आई फील लाइक इट कैन बी
Yeah.
एनी गेम सो वी कैन नॉट से इट्स विनिंग येट बट ही इज डूइंग रियली वेल सो फार दैट इज फॉर श्योर.
By the way, Jordan has played something. He finally played bishop to b6. A nice move. Looks like it. Gets the bishop out of the range of the knights and also now supporting the pawn, right? c7 is controlled. Also, bishop d8 check could be a plan to exchange knights in certain cases. Sejbhai, what does Magnus do now? We need the c4 pawn.
I think like my bar is saying h5 to me, but I don't believe in that. I feel like in a position like this, king e6 is automatic. I think that's what I would do without even thinking, because check जो आपने mention किया, plus it's a strategically it's a sound move because it's a dark square, bishop can give checks, 7th rank पे भी है, you're giving away a lot of tempos. King on e6 is more active, it's more centralized, and then other ideas such as, for example, knight d7 and f5 or anything along those lines would just the king on e6 would just help with that. So that's what I would do. But computer is screaming h5, and it says apart from h5 you play anything else, you're worse.
Mine is also screaming knight d2 apparently.
Second best. But 0.5 ka
Yeah.
advantage, knight d2 pe rook c1 is what it says.
And then
To
knight
defend.
fe4 and bring the second knight. But this is very hard to
Hmm.
play actually. Because your knights are kind of
c5?
loose, yeah? c5 and now knight b3. Oof, this is tough. This is
नहीं भाई, ये
very
तो नहीं
tough.
होगा. Rook f1 के बाद भी knight d4 to stop this pawn. You can't take it, by the way. Very important point. And check king e6 and rook a. Bhai, I don't. No, 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 no.
Impossible actually.
This is not
Impossible.
happening,
So I
bhai.
think
Not with 3 minutes on the clock. This is not happening. Actually,
so.
with you can take all the time in the world. It's not happening, bhai.
Yeah. So the choice is difficult for Magnus. Let's go full screen because I feel like Magnus 3 minutes on the clock. This is where we might see some nerves from even the goat of chess. Chat. The top comment on every single post we have for any event we do is congrats to Magnus Carlsen for winning the event. And this is like before the tournament has begun. And literally when he actually wins, the top comment is, I'm sure they prepared the graphic even before the tournament started. And that's usually not true, but it does seem that way. But if Magnus loses this, there's a very good chance he will not win this event because Sahaj Bhai, there are not 9 rounds in this event and not enough time to maybe come back.
Exactly. It could be a 1 point deficit or at least a half a point deficit. Actually, half a point ही लग रहा है अब तो, because Nodirbek और अर्जुन का तो draw ही होगा. No position
Yep.
stabilize हो चुकी है. And I feel Arjun is out of the woods, which is great, great, great news. But Yagiz is still, destroyed. And he could technically be on sole lead, bhai.
Wow.
Tikku bhai, Yagiz could be leading this event after this day, yeah, because he's the only guy on 2 points who's actually winning. Wow,
Wow.
14-year-old is gonna lead this event, bhai. Crazy. यहाँ पे मैग्नस भी खेल रहा है, अब ये भी नहीं बोल सकते.
That is insane. And of course, Magnus and Yagiz play in the final round. So imagine the tournament, final round. Yagiz, if he draws or wins the event. Like what a match that would be. That would be crazy for Turkish chess, of course.
वो
But
तो पूरा
meanwhile,
रिटायर भाई एक ही दिन में खत्म.
and why look at the clock, chat. Magnus has 1 minute and 40 seconds to play 15 moves. Look at him, he's shaking his head. He cannot find the move. Magnus under pressure. He cannot find the best idea. The best moves are knight d2 and h5. Look impossible. Sahaj by Magnus could be going down. I repeat, Magnus could be going down.
Bye. Magnus is definitely, I think, is not out of the woods yet. I think he's a lot safer now than he was. By the way, it looks like a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's going to correct itself. It's completely fine. This was one of the best moves as well. And the most logical one in this position. But
By the way,
let's
you
see. Let's see
mentioned this
what
move.
happens.
You mentioned this move as a logical one. Magnus did choose it. So Sahaj Bhai open the chat, but now will Jordan Bhai and he plays the best move c5 instantly.
Yep, and now only move territory for Magnus. Rook c2 has to be played to defend or to guard the c6 square. Otherwise, c6, c7 आ गया तो आप resign अभी कर सकते हो. तो rook c2 forced by giving up the a6 pawn.
Wow. Rook c2. Of course, rook behind the pass pawn. Strategic principle. But
Is a Magnus? Oh no, bhai. I was gonna ask, is a Magnus blunder incoming? I was like, no, no chance, bhai. The goat is still goat. Let's go. No mistakes here.
man, this is crazy.
And another only move incoming, by the way. This is now his third only move in. Oh, that's a mistake. Magnus just blundered? Wait, what?
He had to play.
Winning advantage now for Jordan bhai.
He had to play knight d5. That was the only move. Very hard to play that move, by the way, because the bishop is giving a discovered check. Look at Jordan. He just dropped his chin for a second. He was shocked by that move. And said, by what is the winning move for Jorden van Foreest here?
I'll tell you why Magnus did not play knight d5, because after knight d5 you had bishop d8 check, king d7, you had rook takes f7 check, and king d8 pe rook 8 mate ho rahi hai bhai. But king e8 in this position is what you had to find.
Oh,
And good luck playing this on the board. By rook a7, knight e3, like it's like कौन मेट कर रहा है कहाँ मेट कर रहा है बट यू डोंट नो बट जिसके पास भी 1 मिनट है वो तो ज्यादा स्केर्ड फील करेगा ना यहाँ पे.
of course. Hi, this is an insane position. Magnus, by the way, gaining some seconds on the clock by playing three moves quickly. But now the kind of pressure he's facing is going to be tough because he's objectively worse. Look at him raise his eyebrows. He's
Bhai,
not
I
happy with what
think
he
he's
has.
objectively lost in this position. I'm pretty sure this position should be objectively lost. The move is rook e1. And
Hmm.
if you go knight takes c5, I'm guessing, or the computer doesn't want to take. I just really curious what happens after knight c5. Rook e5 and knight e6. ये winning है क्या white की?
Oof,
Like
this is.
अगर आपने stabilize करने, I know rook a7 check दिख रहा है मुझे, king e8. But आई नो कि अगर मेरे रुक्स बैक रैंक पे होते ब्लैक के पॉन्स थोड़े एक्टिव होते तो ब्लैक ड्रॉ करा लेगा यहाँ पे. आई नो दिस पोजीशन थोड़ी स्टेबलाइज होगी तो ड्रॉ हो जानी चाहिए यहाँ पे. बट the
Wow.
black pieces, the black king, white's pieces are also looking super active. It could be that this position is an example, is an exception. But let's see, भाई 11
Sahaj
मिनट है
bhai.
यॉर्डन के पास. Look at the way he has
Sahaj.
just, he's looking, yeah.
Exactly. Jordan is like about to pounce on his prey. That's the posture I can see in front of my eyes. And right now, Jordan has more time. Imagine, chat, if Jordan had 2 minutes here. Like, you would not be sure he's going to find these moves, but with the extra time, that really is the cherry on the cake here. Jordan could be moments away from beating the GOAT of chess and gaining 5 points to become the new World War 15. Super crucial moment in the game.
Yes sir, yes sir. Let's see, 11 minutes, very very important 11 minutes. भाई दोनों ही एकदम मतलब इतना स्ट्रेस में आ गए. It feels like, oh wait, what is he repeating?
No!
Oh, he's repeating, I think. I think Jordan is repeating. भाई रुके सिक्स के बाद अगर मैग्नस ने 95 खेल दिया ना अब इस बार तो मैं रो दूंगा भाई. बिकॉज
Oh, that will
then that
be
would be just ridiculous. कि
that will be
वो ड्रॉ
heartbreak for
पूछ रहा है और
Jordan.
मैग्नस मना कर रहा है भाई.
But don't think he'll find it. Yeah, that rook f7, king e8 is impossible to see over the board. So I think
अब सोच लिया होगा ना भाई.
I still doubt it. I still doubt it, Sahaj bhai. I think he will repeat and Magnus will repeat, and Jordan will get his chance.
Let's see, let's see, let's see. By the way, chat, Arjun is now completely equal, like 0-0-0 हो गया है तो ही इज completely fine. रुक एंड गेम जो हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था, नाइट और बिशप ट्रेड हो जाते हैं उसके बाद वो रुक एंड गेम में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है. आई थिंक Nodirbek is still gonna play because only he can try to play for a win. लंबा चलेगा आई थिंक थोड़ा, but let's stay here. Let's at least catch
Yeah,
what happens until 40 moves are done and then we can check in with Arjun as well.
absolutely. I think that game is going to be slower. This game is in its crunch moment right now. Magnus Carlsen, the guy who we all love, is known as the greatest player of all time. Coming back to classical chess, we've all been waiting for it, right? It's been almost a year since he played a classical event, and he shows up, plays some great chess, misses out on a couple of potential advantages, and now with the black pieces losing to Jordan, and look at him, his eyebrows are permanently up, Sahaj at this point.
Wow. I mean, he definitely looks stressed, that is for sure. And of course, it's a
Yeah,
critical moment, right? It's such a difficult moment because you sense it, you know that there is a moment here where if I just spot that one nuance, one tactic, one thing, I could take down the goat of chess in a classical match, and not many people can say that. It's something you carry with you for the rest of your life.
chat.
So very big moment.
Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. This is a crazy moment, not just for Magnus or Jordan. It's a crazy one for chess because Magnus Carlsen, whenever he loses, it's like headlines of the chess world. And this is a beautiful game so far played by Jordan. Queens trade karne ke baad. Let's not forget he traded queens on move number 6 or 7. He's done this in an end game against the greatest
Yeah.
endgame player of all time. Totally commendable.
Absolutely. And in the chat, I see some people are saying that Jordan has messed up his advantage or he doesn't look His last move wasn't the best. I don't think he has really messed up the advantage to that extent just yet. I think if he goes rook a6 now, there is a very big chance Magnus might do king e7 as well. And it is still Jordan who's pushing in this game so far, because Magnus has 2.5 minutes on the clock. That counter play on the king side with knight d5, f5, knight d3 has not really generated anything in this position so far. So I think Jordan is still pressing. Yes, it's not +1 anymore. It is a bunch of zeros, but those don't mean anything. Before Magnus made a mistake, it was look. As I said, Magnus plays king e7 immediately and giving Jordan
Wow.
that option again, that chance again. Magnus does not give second chances, and except for today, let's go, Jordan. Take this second chance. Go for the win.
And this means Jordan has a golden opportunity. He needs to find rook e1 now. There's also rook d1, which maintains the advantage. But if he repeats, that's going to be hard. He's about to play something else. He's not repeating for sure, but was he about to play the rook sage? Why it looked like he was about to touch the rook.
If he is just going to take a draw, I can tell you Jordan is going to be really, really, really unhappy when he goes back and checks the game and he looks at the final position. He's not going to be happy.
No, I think he was about to touch the f1 rook, Sejbhai. I think he was
Oof.
about to touch the f1 rook. Now, d1,
Rook
e1
d1
are both
maybe?
great squares.
Rook d1 maybe? I don't know. That could be possible. That is still decent. It still puts some pressure on Magnus. Wow, there it
Played!
is. Jordan denies the draw and plays on against Magnus Carlsen. And now, difficult moment for Magnus. He has 9 moves to make in just 3 minutes.
And the problem is the blue arrow. Whenever you see the blue arrow, that means there's only one move that's better than the others. And Magnus has to find knight to c3. This is not an easy choice, because knight c3 again, rook e1 back is the best way to play on. What does Magnus do? Anything else, and he's busted.
Wow, wow, wow. By the way, besides knight c3, there is also this really sneaky move, knight d5, kind of restricting this rook, and you cannot take rook takes d5 because there is rook c1, and that would just be a checkmate. So, 2 moves technically Magnus has, not just knight c3, but he only has 2 minutes to decide which one to choose.
And chat, we absolutely love Magnus. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think we both have had the privilege of playing him, and it was an honor. But I think whenever you get to see him, under pressure, it's a reminder that he's human, and it just makes us feel like, okay, like Magnus losing is sometimes like, okay, headlines of chess, and we will cover it in its entirety. But what a position, what a game. And it's also glory for the opponent, right? You get to beat the greatest living chess player ever, and that's a mistake by Magnus, right?
No,
It's not the
no,
best
no,
move,
no,
at
no,
least.
no, no. That's the best move in the position, actually.
Oh, okay,
95 was
okay.
the best. The GOAT is still not giving up. Yeah. And by the way, here, Bishop d8 check, which is, I think, a ridiculously difficult move to find, because once you go king takes d8, we have rook takes d5 happening with the check, and it just gives me that one extra move where I can push the pawn on h3 and not get checkmated on the back rank. So after knight d5, bishop d8 check will happen most likely, is my guess, and he's gonna go king e8 or king f8 or something along those lines, and the game continues.
Yep. And now I think knight d5 attacks the bishop as well. What does Jordan do? Because this knight can also come to e3, as we saw in some cases, attack the g2 pawn, and there could be some smothered mates, yeah? Knight e3, rook g2, king h1, knight f2 is checkmate. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
definitely very interesting. And the black king does have an escape route. You can go to f6 later on, hide on g5 even if need be. So the c5 pawn is important. Does he push the c pawn? Does he give a check with the rook? Does he give a check with the bishop? So many possibilities. 7 minutes to play 9 moves. The time situation is not great for Jordan either.
Correct. I think the time situation is definitely concerning, more for Magnus than it is for Jordan, because there is still a 5 minute advantage, and those 5 minutes really, really count here, because now we can think, okay, let's try to think of a move that Magnus might not have calculated here, and that puts him in some kind of a surprise, and a mistake could be anticipated there. So, but right now this is not that moment. Right now you have to play bishop d8 check, or otherwise you give up your advantage entirely. It goes to basically just a bunch of zeros. And we know that if you give Magnus a bunch of zeros, or you give him the position that he wants, it is him who's going to start pressing here, and then it's going to be really, really difficult for Jordan to defend simply because he has been pushing, through the entirety of this game. It's very, very difficult to switch your mindset. So, oh wow, he plays Bishop D8. Let's
Wow.
go. The saga continues. Amazing.
Bishop d8. And I can see that king d8 is a blunder because I take with check. So am I supposed to play king e8 here, which is already, very awkward as black?
हाँ एग्जैक्टली सो किंग E8 या फिर
Oof.
किंग F8 में से एक मूव आई थिंक इज पॉसिबल. किंग D8 में रुक D5 चेक इज विनिंग फॉर वाइट. सो लेट्स एक्चुअली लुक एट किंग E8. वही मुझे ठीक लग रहा है यहाँ पे. हम खेलते हैं रुक एट, डिस्कवर्ड चेक का आइडिया. एंड कैन यू गेस चैट, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, ब्लैक टू प्ले एंड डोंट लूज. जस्ट दैट्स द ओनली रिक्वायरमेंट हियर. जस्ट डोंट लूज. Black to play and don't lose.
Hmm.
What do you think is the best move here?
Oof. Is it like some rook g2 93? I'm hoping, but it doesn't feel like it.
It's very
Maybe not, yeah?
difficult actually. It's very,
Oof.
very difficult to play because firstly एक discovered check तो है ही, उसके ऊपर mate का भी threat है. And yes, chat has found it. Let's go. It is F6, not F5 by the way, but F6. And just to point out the difference, F6 gives a pawn with a check. F5 saves the pawn, but it loses the game because I can go bishop G5 check, moves the king, rook takes D5, and now suddenly this checkmate square is defended by my bishop. एंड इसी की रीजन की वजह से ब्लैक को F6 खेलना है ताकि आप बिशप G5 चेक ना खेल पाओ, विच इज सो हार्ड.
But I feel like, Sejba, it's
20.
very hard for Magnus. I mean, 20 seconds. Come on, Magnus. You need to find King F8. 17 seconds. Tension is
Wow,
building
wow,
up.
wow. 13 seconds now for the world
Ooh,
champion.
ooh, ooh. Okay, he's not taking the bishop. That's good news. He will play
अरे
King
ये
E8 played.
रुक it now. Let's go.
Oof.
30, he
Wow, what a
played that
game.
move with 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, yeah. And what a game, man. And I think Rook E8 feels like an automatic move, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a big decision because Rook D5, by the way, if we play Rook D5,
Yeah.
that would be amazing for Magnus because Rook C1 is mate.
Exactly. Exactly. Rook C1 would just be a mate. So King E8, and now this is the move Rook A8. Another blue arrow on the board.
By the way, just an update on the other
Chat में
games.
people are
Erdogmus,
saying world champion. I mean, I get that Magnus has not defended his classical champion, but he's still a world freestyle champion. He's still a world rapid champion, world blitz champion. We still have to count that, no?
true.
The classical world champion is not the only world champion
I
title there is.
played.
Oh,
And F6 played.
wow.
What?
You are joking. With 1 second on the clock, he plays F6. Yeah, ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, that's impressive. That's really impressive. And now the game is getting down to the wire. I think if Magnus can play the next, I would say 3 to 4 moves accurately, there's a good chance he will hold this.
Wow. That move was, I think, to play this fast. Yeah. And this is what we were saying. Magnus is not looking consistent. Yeah, that's when he finds this in like 2 seconds.
Okay, bishop 6 is an automatic. So we take the pawn with check, king f7. Now where are we moving the bishop? Because the bishop is now hanging.
Oh,
So for
actually, you can play rook e1 also, yeah, because you should not be playing. Actually, this is such a cool thing in chess, bhai. Because after in this position, f5 is a blunder because rook d5 and that bishop g5 check thing we saw. But after f6, if you play rook e1, then guess what? You have to play f5 now because that d5 knight is not hanging. How do you realize that with 1 minute on your clock? Is my question.
okay, I mean,
That's very, very impressive, yeah.
I think the fact that they're even kind of fighting with the eval bar going up and without the eval bar going up and down every single move is crazy. Like the eval bar is kind of constant roughly. That's insane. And both the players have an accuracy of more than 90, 94 for white and 92.5 for black, rising. So commendable game by both players. But I can see Jordan getting tense. His face is getting a bit red. What will he do now? Rook e1, as you mentioned, is an option. Bishop f6 is also tempting.
Yeah, bishop f6, rook e1 में से these are the only two moves remaining. Oh, he takes on f6. Bhai, it's also Jordan has kept the pressure up throughout. I have to say, bhai. Very, very impressed. Now, don't take on e5. For some reason, bishop takes e5 is not working. Bishop h4 is the best. Very difficult position. I'm guessing there is knight e3 now that I calculate.
Wow, bishop h4 is the only move, yeah?
Bishop
And
g5 also works
it's
fine.
bishop g5. Wow. And I thought we were not supposed to leave hanging pieces. Wow, man. I think this game is just insane. So bishop h4, apparently the best move. But even then, knight f4, I mean, it's not clear to me what the evaluation is.
It's not clear for sure, but I think the real question we're asking, and I think this applies to every endgame. You have to think of endgames in the most simplified way possible. So, in this sense, if the position was to simplify itself, we could argue that the pawn on c5 would go. Probably the pawn on e5 will remain. So white will have a king and a rook and two pawns. Black will have a king, knight, and three pawns. Now the question is that winning or not? It's not a theoretical position that I'm aware of. I don't think there is anything in theory like this that I can remember, but it doesn't feel winning to me.
Hmm.
I'm guessing because the knight will put up some control over the e4 square and the d5 square, so the king won't be able to make progress. But you could run the king from this side, and try to win that. But it's still, I think, a tough situation for Jordan. But let's see.
By
Still
the way,
chances are there.
if we can have both well, the Yagiz is just one. Just 10-second detour. Yagiz has just defeated Nils Grandelius. Look at the final position, by the way. It is mate. Rook h7. There is simply no defense, and the
Why
white
knight
king is
g8
simply
is
safe.
beautiful.
Yeah, actually. What a game by Yagiz. And now he likely is going to be the sole leader after 4 rounds, unless Magnus and Van Forest have a result. So jumping back to Magnus, huge result for Erdogmus there, who's just gaining
So
rating like it's peanuts.
just want to mention this is Yagiz is now the second 2700 player to have won two knights versus a rook in an endgame. Chat, can you guess who was the first one? I'm just going back to Jordan. Tikuai, do you remember who was the first one?
हाँ भाई गुकेश अभी तो ओलंपियाड की बात कर रहे थे हम लोग गुकेश
Yes,
वर्सेस वेई
absolutely. It was Gukesh Wei from the Olympiad, India versus China, board one, where it was two knights versus rook as well. Of course, the position was a bit different, but it was cool to see that regardless.
and and yeah, hard luck for Nils, man. I think 4 losses, and tomorrow he plays Nodirbek, so it's not getting any easier. And question from the chat: will he play Magnus? Yes, Dogmas will play Magnus in the final round of the TePe Sigeman Tournament on 7th of May. So it's gonna be an exciting, mouth-watering clash. But of course, right now Magnus fighting it out in the worst position, but bishop h4, the blue arrow telling us Jordan has to find that, and he doesn't. Nice move though, yeah. Bishop g5 as we saw, still fighting.
Yeah, that's still fine. A rook c5 basically an only move for Magnus, which I think he will take. And now the knight takes g5 while a threat becomes more and more dangerous. Now he cannot take obviously because there's rook d5. Okay, he takes, and now bishop goes to c1. So the same question that I was asking earlier, basically we can assume rook and rook will get traded, and then this knight will get traded by the bishop. Because you just cannot avoid it, I think, for that long, these trades. After the trade is done, who benefits? Do you think this king, knight, pawn, this end game at the end is going to be winning for white or not is the question? Because that's exactly what Jordan is thinking about right now.
Ah, tough choice, man. Really tough choice, actually, because now the time situation is even worse for Jordan than Magnus. He's behind on the clock. So whatever decision he takes, he does not have much time to ponder about it. And you see him panic a bit there, yeah? His hands are shaking, by the way, a little bit, I think, for a second there. So he needs to make that choice quickly. Apparently, rook c1 is also a nice move, trying to exchange rooks. Apparently, bishop c1 is possible. Rook f1 check is possible. So many options for white. All of them look tempting.
And by the way, it's the first time in the match where Jordan has lesser time than Magnus. First time that it is happening just now. 1 minute for Jordan to play five moves.
And somebody mentioned Arjun has four whites, four blacks in the first four rounds. I think it evens out. Somebody is going to have an odd number of, an extra black. It's just part of the process because the number of rounds are odd. And he's going to have more whites now. It's not technically unfair. It's just a little bit of bad luck to start off with. But he played very well with the black pieces. He drew Magnus. What else can you ask for? By the way, Bishop C1 played on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop c1 and now bishop b2, perhaps to put pressure on the e5 pawn. Also, the bishop on c1 does a wonderful job of guarding these two e3 and f4 squares. In case knight f4 happens, bishop f4 should just be winning. Just for clarity's sake, guys, if it's rook versus knight, 2 pawns each, or 2 pawns on each side, then it's completely winning for the rook. But it's,
Wait,
wait a
what?
second, that's a
What?
big, wait, how is h6 a blunder? I am sorry, but I need to really study Dvoretsky again, because how is this possible? How is h6 a blunder in a position like this? It's such a natural looking move.
And just to understand what was the best move for black, because I think that might give us a hint.
Rook c2? How is that a
Rook
hint?
c2.
There is no hint for me, bhai. Like,
Maybe,
chat, how many times I mean, I'm sure you've looked at a lot of chess games in your life. How many times has it happened in your life when a move like h7 to h6 is a blunder? Like, how that's so ridiculous to me. That's the concept of it is ridiculous.
I'm still not sure if Jordan and Magnus know it's winning for white.
100% not, by. How can they know that it's unless Jordan is thinking he's completely winning already and Magnus is thinking he's
I
lost already, and then they just continue that. By the way, Rook A7 check played as well, so Jordan now completely winning because of apparently a very apparent blunder, which was h6 on the
And
board.
Chad is saying Stockfish knows something that we don't know. Touche, indeed, absolutely agree. And I think I'm not even sure anybody in the world apart from Stockfish knows what's going on. King G8 back on the back rank. And now the best move is the very, very logical bishop to b2. If you win the e5 pawn, I think that is game over.
So bishop b2, why can't I play knight df6? Then rook. Is it just because that he's losing the pawn by force on e5? Is it
Very
just
likely.
that simple, or what? Or because in this
Very likely.
scenario, had he played rook c2, there was no bishop b2 in this position. So you could defend this pawn for a longer time.
Oh, agreed. I think that makes a lot of sense. So the e5 pawn is crucial because once that diagonal opens up, the bishop reaches g7, which is a major weakness for black because white's rook is on the seventh rank. So bit by bit, Sahaj by chat, it does look like Magnus Carlsen might be about to lose. It does seem that way. By the way, look at this move h3, very
It would
calm.
be. I was just expecting the stockfish to just yell blunder again, and the game is a draw now. Somehow, let's just make absolutely no sense of it. If h6 is a blunder, then h3 should actually equalize matters, right?
Reminds me of a quote by a famous comedian. Yeah, life is unfair, and Magnus does play to his credit rook b5 now, preventing bishop d2. So maybe the advantage, maybe Jordan might have to fight harder for it now.
But okay, rook e1. I mean, at least the king is disconnected from this pawn, which is the most important thing. If had the king been on
He's
f5, the knight been on f6, then it would be amazing. But he's lacking a defender. No one's defending this. And just to extend to my point earlier, if it's rook versus knight alone, so let's say I have a rook, black has a knight, we have 2 pawns on each side. That's a theoretically winning position. And it's pretty elementary as well. But with the pawn on e5, it becomes a bit harder.
also, Chad, by the way, update on the other games. Zhu Jiner did win. Erdogmus won. Nodirbek is still pressing against Arjun. It's like a plus zero point 0.5 edge, but Arjun defending for now. So two games over, two results, four results also possible today. King h2 very safe. What will Van Foreest play now? Magnus play now. 40 seconds, by the way. Two moves to go for Magnus to reach the 40th move. Sahaj bhai, who benefits more once we reach the time control and they get 30 minutes each?
Now Jordan for sure, because the position is
Hmm.
objectively winning, so he can formulate a plan in his head, and he can just be cautious, more cautious. That's why he's playing h3 and king h2, just to gain time and think about when to take the pawn on e5. He doesn't want to make anything direct. He doesn't want to play anything direct until he reaches the 40 move stage, which I think is a mature way of looking at it. By Jordan is, I think, on the verge of taking down the goat of chess.
And he looked straight in the camera as he said that. He's like, I know, brother. I'm going to do this tonight. By the way, King H2 ke baad, still no moves by Magnus. He has 30 seconds or so. Okay, place knight f6. Now what do we do? e5 pawn. That's what we need. Okay, that's a nice move though. I'm planning e4. So essentially, I'm saving the pawn forever. Once I play e4, you can't get to it. You will have the
No,
diagonal,
but
but at
then
least I will have the pawn.
the diagonal opens up,
Aha.
no? So
At least I
that's
have
the
the pawn,
problem.
yeah? At least I have the pawn.
Yeah, but the pawn on e5 and the pawn on e4 is completely different. Even in that endgame that I'm talking about
Hmm.
with king rook, and you have the if you have the pawn on e4, I don't think you're winning. I don't think it's a draw because my king can reach f4 and your pawn is easily accessible to me. But that's a
By the way,
mistake again by Jordan. 40th move
I,
curse, maybe?
okay, I think the idea is rook g3, right? I want to play rook g3 and pressure g7. I'm guessing that's the plan. Um, does feel logical at first glance. Also, bishop h6 ideas for rook g3, but apparently it's not the best one. And the best move for black is rook b1, which is very logical attacking the bishop. And Magnus just needs to play it to gain 30 minutes. Come on, Magnus, rook b1. We want to see fight over the chessboard.
I'm not sure. Magnus is not doesn't seem to be looking there. I feel like he's gonna play something like king h7.
15 seconds. Rook b1 is the
Oh.
best one. King h7, the second best move, but
The
it's
blunder could
that's
just happen on this move alone. Yeah, it's the
yeah.
40th move curse. It could just happen right now.
Come on, Magnus, 5 seconds.
Ooh, that's a
Ooh, rook
blunder.
c5. No,
That
that's a
is
big mistake.
indeed that is indeed a blunder. Wow. 40th move curse is
Wow.
real, chat.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. And if you think about it, bishop b2 now comes just with a free hand. Thank you for provoking me. You're attacking my bishop. The bishop goes to b2, attacks the e5 pawn, and you're lost.
Wow, let's go full screen. I really want to see Jordan come to the board, play bishop b2. Magnus gets up. He's, by the way, even while standing up, he's looking at the position. That tells you he couldn't figure it out all while because he didn't have the time. He didn't have the time to figure out all the details.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's wow. Magnus still looking at the position. Tough
Oof,
situation.
that's
Bishop
hard.
b2 is the move, and someone in the chat letting us know that an inaccuracy is not a blunder. A blunder is someone that a blunder is not someone, but a blunder is something that changes the nature of the game. So, for example, if you are in an equal position, you make a blunder and it's no longer equal, it's lost. That's a blunder. So, in this case, the position before rook c5 was holdable. We can say it's a with correct play it's a draw. After rook c5 with correct play it's losing. So that's why it's a blunder.
Also, it's contextual, right? I mean, if you're already at the borderline of losing and you make a mistake, even if it's not losing a piece, it can be counted as a blunder because now you're busted. And I think if the game was equal, you make a mistake, you're still in the game, right? The game is not over. But if you're already at the borderline, you have only one move and you make a major mistake, it technically, for me at least, is a blunder because you're losing now. And now, luckily for Jordan, he gets 30 minutes at the absolute right time. He can sit down, simply calculate everything for the next 10 minutes, figure out. And bishop b2 was anyway his plan. Yeah, he played bishop c1 with that purpose. And the e5 pawn is waiting to be captured. And let's play that move, Sahaj, by bishop b2 on the board. So I want this pawn. I'm guessing black has to do something about it. Let's say I play e4. I just push that pawn. How can white win this?
So I'm just gonna make arrows. I don't even need to play it. Yeah, rook goes to b3, rook goes to b7. Basically, I'm pre-moving this whatever you play, and I think you're
Hmm.
lost.
Got it.
That this pawn on g7 is undefendable. You could play something like this, but any kind of endgame is going to be losing because you've committed e4. Big problem. If he finds bishop b2, I think the follow-up is maybe knight f4, which looks kind of interesting because now the rook is defending the pawn and you're also putting some pressure on the d3 rook. But like I can play anything. I can play rook e3 here and it should still be winning. Oh, maybe there's rook c2. Never mind. Rook c2 का plan है आपका.
But rook c3 maybe, yeah? I basically don't give you that and I come to c7. So
So we are sure this is winning. This should be winning for white
I
because I think the
think
king is
so.
in the back rank
Yeah.
and what's the one thing that knights cannot do is lose a tempo. Knights can never ever lose a tempo. So in a position like this, a move like bishop b2 is going to be really dangerous for the knights, because this knight cannot lose a tempo. This knight, if the moment it moves, it's going to run into some kind of an a tactic. Let's say knight e8 allows bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, rook e7. So knights really struggle to lose a tempo. So after a move like bishop b2, it's almost like a perfect position for Magnus, and he just has to say pass or something, but he cannot do that. It's a zugzwang.
You know what? Let's do one thing, because Jordan is thinking. Let's have both the games on the screen with the dual camera setup, because I think Arjun game we can also have a look at brief moment. Saj bhai, as Jordan thinks, just your opinion on the right game there. You see Arjun defending. There's a pawn on h5, which does seem to give white some edge, but is it enough a tangible advantage where Nodirbek has genuine chances to win?
There is chances. I'm trying to again think of the simplified version of this endgame. And in this scenario, what I would do is, if I'm the defender, I would exchange the rooks, the one pair of rooks, and I would remove the D pawn and the C pawn. We were talking about the Arjun game now, chat. Maybe I can have it on the board so I can explain it with arrows as well. So this is the position. So what I'm saying is that in a position like this, you want to exchange one of the rooks, which I think is going to happen sooner or later. Then you can say, I will give up these two pawns, but you give me the d4 pawn. So I'll play c5. You can take this pawn. I will take with the rook, and somehow I'm just gonna give you the d5 pawn. Okay, I'm just gonna assume. In that scenario, it's 3 versus 4 and one rook each. That is maybe the easiest draw that Arjun has, because this pawn formation, pawn on h6, g7 and f6, is the easiest to draw as black. So if you go into and by the way, you notice why Nodirbek's rook is on g8. It's because he doesn't want him to play king e7 and f6. Because he knows if he manages to get f6, that's basically a very well-known theoretical draw. Like I think a super heavy, like heavily analyzed, and I think Nodirbek is going to try to avoid that. But yeah, just all in all, I think Arjun is completely fine. I think considering that the simplified version of the end game is a theoretical draw.
Yeah, and then on the 41st move, so just gained those 30 minutes. That's very valuable for Arjun. Of course, we know Nodobek, he can confuse his opponents. We saw that blunder from Gukesh at the Tata Steel tournament, but that did feel like the exception and not the norm. And Arjun should be okay in holding that game. And if Arjun does hold and Van Forest does win, that would be a very weird standing at the end. So we could have, so many players. Like, first could be Erdogmus, second could be, let's say, okay, tied for first place could be Van Forest, third could be Nodirbek Arjun, fourth, and fifth could be Magnus. Nobody could have predicted that. So I think this tournament is turning on its head, and the final few days are going to be really exciting, because Magnus, if he were to lose, or even if he were to not lose, he's going to come back like a lion.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, knight f4 was played in that game. I can see on the screen on the right side, attacking the rook and the pawn. But yes, I think Magnus is not going to be in the top four if he loses this match. But okay, only 7 round thing, and we're only halfway through. I think we've seen Magnus come back from way worse deficits before. And of course, I'm talking about the World Rapid Championship, where after the first day, I think people were saying, at least in our chat, people were saying that, Magnus is not playing the best. He could actually, not continue the event. But then he comes back, and then, he he just destroys everyone back to back.
Agreed. And meanwhile, I think we can go full screen on Magnus now, because Arjun's game is a bit calmer. It will take some time. So Arjun looks like he's going to hold this one. Let's jump to Magnus, because bishop b2 on the board. And as we discussed, knight f4. And instead of rook c3, rook g3 played, which seems like it's an inaccuracy.
And okay, so question for the chat. So chat, this is, I think, a very difficult one. And I'm not even sure if I understand it, but just think of it as an experiment, because I always get curious with these questions. Which piece would you put on h5 here? Because you can see two knights are coming to h5, both are defending g7. Now, I don't want you to calculate. I just want you to play off of instinct. What do you think is better? I really like to understand how people think, and yeah, I think it can be useful. Knight f6 to h5, you are saying. Knight f6 to h5. So, like, I'll tell you my reasoning. If I was to play in this position, I would choose probably the knight 6 to h5 because this knight can go back and defend this pawn somehow. Like that's how I would justify. But I think in an actual game, I will probably not even see the difference. Like I'll just probably play one knight to h5 and I will, because I know I'm already lost in this game. So many people saying
Yep.
knight 6 h5. Wow, impressive. That would be the right move, by the way. If that's the maybe the only move that does not immediately lose. That
And
is
it
if the
does make
position is not lost
sense.
already.
Does make sense because I want to keep my active knight on f4 because it's pressuring g2 and I also want to defend g7. So by logic, it does make sense. But it also leaves my king kind of alone on g8. So if something were to go wrong, I have both my knights far, far away. And then, it could be catastrophe soon. So I think knight h5, rook c3 now, he will have to find to
Yep.
try and
Look
gain
at
a
this.
tempo there.
Magnus goes with the chat as well. Magnus
Wow.
also says this made the most sense to me. So let's just play it. And I agree with you. This attacking the G2 pawn with maybe Rook C2 ideas or having Knight G6 as a resource to defend the E5 pawn. दोनों ही अच्छे हैं यहाँ पे, I feel. दोनों ही are good reasons. But I took a look at Sessi very quickly,
Hmm.
Tiku Bhai, and what it shows is like very, very bad for Magnus. In fact, right now we see a +2 advantage. Sessi is showing +4 advantage. That's
Oh,
almost a
wow.
rook. So that
Wow.
means if what it's saying is true, Magnus is
So
completely lost here.
is rook c3 the only move here, according to Sese?
Well, I'm not sure if you can play out
Hmm.
different ideas. Actually, no, rook c3, rook a8. Rook a8 check is also winning. It's
Got it.
1.88. But rook
So
c3
two
is the key.
moves. Got it. So either you can give a check and then play rook c3, or you have to play rook c3 directly. So anything else, and Magnus is back.
And do you think Jordan finds it? Question to chat. Do you think Jordan will play the
Oof.
move rook c3 here? Because if he puts the rook anywhere else on e3, actually, you know what? Never mind, chat.
Oh.
Jordan has answered for us, and the answer is yes. Let's go.
And I think it's very clear you cannot trade these rooks as Magnus. So he will have to play either rook b5 or rook d5. Now, which one is the better square, Sahaj? It's not clear. Rook d5 has the advantage of rook d2. Rook b5 has the advantage of a clear tempo on the bishop. Both look tempting, but definitely lock the rook trade.
So Rook D, I think in either scenario, I don't think it really matters to me who's playing as the. I mean, I'm thinking I'm playing as the white player here. After Rook D5, I would just go Rook C2. After Rook B5, I'll just go Rook C2. Both cases, I
Got it.
defend B2, I defend D2, E5 still under attack. I'm just waiting for the moment when this pawn falls, and yeah, I think the game will be over.
So essentially, what you're saying is Black's counterplay is real enough. I cannot simply double up my rooks on the c file, right? Like it's on the seventh rank. It's not possible just now because of the two knights.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow, I cannot believe
Oof.
Magnus was basically he fell short to the 40th move curse, Tikuvai. That's so difficult, no?
But yeah, I mean, the game was so complicated, I think, and it's been complicated for the entire duration of the match. Right from the start, yeah, said why we saw all of that, right? Oh, crazy opening, exchanging of the queens, and you mentioned it. This is going to be tough. Then that bishop e3, knight a5, not giving Magnus a chance to even develop his pieces. He could never castle, by the way, and he does choose rook d5, the best move. And now, important moment. What does Jordan play? Rook d2 incoming.
I just realized that this basically the last classical loss that we remember of Magnus was against Prague, and that was in Sicilian as well. So basically, maybe in the last five classical losses that Magnus has had, two of them have been against Sicilian, where he has played with the black pieces. This is the second one now.
Maybe it's also
I think
because
I think
this
he
is the
will.
opening he
Yeah, I
prefers,
think he will
like.
avoid it. He will avoid it in the future, like for the next few games. I think.
Hmm. True. I think it's also like it's the opening he plays when he really wants to maintain winning chances. And Zin, of course, is a top choice for Magnus. He played it in the World Championship, I think. So, but it's very interesting to me that Magnus struggled today in an end game against when Forest showed some crazy preparation. And I think maybe the time management is something that felt like a problem for Magnus today. And it's very normal, right? You play after a long time. Time management is always an issue for anybody, be it Magnus.
Yeah, true. I think time management was definitely a big issue. After move 11, it itself, it felt like Magnus was struggling. But let's see. Rook c2 is the move. By the way, Rook c8 check, whoever is suggesting, I don't think it changes much except for the fact that it gives your opponent an unnecessary tempo in the board, in the position. King on g8 is much better than the king on h7. Eventually, you have to play rook c2 anyways, because rook d2 aa raha hai, and both b2 and g2 are under attack. So rook c2 has to be played. But if you play rook c8 check and then rook c2, okay, the king on h7 is better. So let's play rook c2 straight away.
एक बंदा कहता आज बीजेपी जीती है तो आज कोई और नहीं जीतेगा ये क्या लॉजिक था भाई नहीं नहीं भाई आई थिंक लेट्स जस्ट सी हाउ द गेम प्रोग्रेसेस रूक d5 के बाद रूक d2 इज अ ह्यूज थ्रेट एंड white has to counter it. Jordan is
Chat
considering.
में someone saying, why you guys acting like he already lose this game? We're not saying he has lost the game. We're saying he is lost. Like he is dead, but which is I think completely accurate to say, because Sessi is now saying plus 4.62. I'm seeing that and I'm fully convinced. I just think it's all about taking the e5 pawn in the right way. If you take the e5 pawn somehow, then I think Magnus will resign himself here.
Wow. And look at the accuracy, by the way. I don't remember a single moment where I've seen a Magnus accuracy less than 90%, by the way. So that's a unique experience for me. Of course, Magnus will gain a bit of it back, but okay, but I remember the Freestyle World Championships as well. Like it was +5, +7 for Fabi. I think we all felt like the game was over. Magnus's king was dancing around the center of the board. He
But
even
that's
won
rapid.
that one. That
That's
was
rapid.
like, hi, I know, but like it still was a complete, like it was like a roller coaster experience. Yeah, you can't believe he came out alive, and you have to kind of feel that Jordan might be having some of those thoughts as well. Like maybe Magnus will somehow squeeze out some draw here. I have to be very accurate. He does find the best move though. Rook c2 on the board.
Exactly. And now rook d2 is guarded. Your bishop is now open. Can't play e4 really. Maybe you play. By the way, whoever was saying rook c8 check and rook c2, I mean the best move for black now is king h7. So you basically get the exact same position with when it's your move, which I think is a huge plus. So a great move by Jordan there. Now all he has to do is trade this rook somehow. So I'm I'm thinking of crazy ideas. So I'm thinking this rook c7, rook c5. But then I was also thinking bishop a1, rook a2, and rook a5. I wasn't sure which one is nicer. But yeah, both of them seem to be working.
Yeah. And question to you. So chat inside, would you consider just taking the knight on f4? Because it does look tempting, but my guess is black will take with the pawn then, and suddenly then knight g3, rook h1, rook h1 waiting idea. So doesn't feel like a good idea in hindsight.
So Tiku is still thinking of ways to lose this game. How can White lose this? As White is what Tiku's
No,
thought
but
process is right
I,
now.
I'm trying to simplify, but feels like there's no easy way. The only thing I have is the e5 pawn. I think I need to get to that pawn somehow, one way or the other. And if, for
Right.
example, let's say black plays king h7, which apparently seems to be the best move, I still can't get to it with rook e7 because there is knight g6 and black just holds on to it for dear life.
Exactly. So after I think something like this, rook e7, there's knight g6, of course. I think you can go rook c7, rook c5, or you can first play rook e7, provoke knight g6, then go rook c7, rook c5. I'm sure you can find like a way or some move order where you can take the pawn on e5. Simply put, we can just calculate this in a very easy way. Realistically speaking, I can put one, two, three pieces who can attack this pawn. You can only defend with two because it's this rook and this knight. This knight on h5, okay, if someone is thinking this knight can defend, from where is the question? G6 is taken by this knight. F7, I mean, good luck. D7 possible, but that, I mean, then ideas like rook c7 itself would be very dangerous. So just based on that, I think this pawn is going. And if the king manages to come to f6 or f5, then maybe Magnus is safe because then you can protect the pawn.
Hmm. Luckily, Jordan has time to figure all of this out. Crucial moment, man. This could be. Can we have the standings if we have them on screen for just about 10 seconds? Because we had five leaders before this event. There you see it. And one of them has won. Nils, unfortunately, on zero at the bottom. Zuzino also won. So Nodirbek Arjun likely a draw. They will go to 2.5. Then there could be just this, a couple of winners. Yeah. Jordan goes to 2.5. Oh, so we'll have only one leader actually. Sahaj, I thought Jordan is on two, but he's on 1.5.
Yeah,
So a
he's on one and a
dogmas
half. So
will
basically,
lead
Yagiz is
people.
definitely gonna be the leader, and behind him is gonna be most likely Jordan, Arjun, and Nodirbek, who are currently in second, fourth, and sixth spot. And after that, most likely it's gonna be Magnus, who's gonna be playing
Wow.
against the Chinese. Well, let's say one of the best players to come out of China is
You
Zhu
know,
Jiner.
I wouldn't want to be Magnus's next opponent if he loses this. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter who it is because
You
he's be
never know.
he'll be
She did beat in a spectacular fashion today. I mean, she's
true.
showing some amazing skills. And let's not forget, in during the candidates, Zhu Jiner was, I mean, basically outplaying or winning in every single game. Yeah, which was very very impressive.
Agreed. And by the way, Jordan did put out his hand on towards the rook on a7, but didn't play anything. So he is considering moving it somewhere. Um, he's taking his time, and I think that's a good decision because all you need to do is get to the e5 pawn. I think then the knight on f4 becomes a bit destabilized. The pawn on g7 becomes a target. Then basically you can even win on the increment, I think. So taking time, very, very pragmatic chess. This is a golden opportunity. I don't know if Jordan has defeated Magnus in a classical game before. Do we have the data on this, Ajbhai? Do you remember any game?
Jordan, I mean, I know Jordan when he won the Tata Steel, Magnus was playing there. I'm not sure if he defeated him, but I will take a look. You can continue.
Very interesting, actually, because if this is the first time, it's going to be memory he's going to remember for the rest of his life. And of course, it's a huge pump in ratings and confidence for him. Jordan, by the way, had a dream Tata Steel and gained a bunch of rating, around 30, 40 points in a month, and now is gearing up towards entering into the world top 10. So the Netherlands team also becoming very strong. He's about to play a move. He looks half ready. The rook on a7 is the target piece. Where does he put it?
By the way, Jordan has only defeated Magnus once, and it was in Blitz. So no
Ooh.
classical wins yet.
So this could be a big one. By the way, bishop a1 played. So bringing the bishop to a1 feels like more of a waiting move. Just kind of checking what black does because black seems to have every piece in order. Yeah. What do you do? It feels like some sort of zugzwang. Yeah.
हाँ मुश्किल तो है. Bishop a1 was the idea, no, with this whole rook a2 and rook a5 that I was mentioning to you, which looks a bit
Mhm.
odd, but suddenly now it starts to make sense. I think this is what Jordan is also going for. Like this idea actually. He's been super clinical, I think, throughout this whole game.
Agreed.
Wow. By Jordan, actually, he does not have a good score against Magnus at all. Like it's basically out of 25 games, basically one win for Jordan. So I'm just looking at the numbers:
So,
4% wins, 48% draws, and 48% losses against Magnus.
wow.
So this
Uh,
a classical win is worth so much. I think in this sense, I can just feel it.
wow. Somebody saying Zoo gets crushed tomorrow. I mean that's what we would predict. But I think Magnus, of course, Uh, I think once Magnus loses, he's going to come back with 2x force every single time. It doesn't matter who's sitting in front of him. And Zuzina, I think, did blunder her queen in the last game yesterday, but she also had a crushing win today. So depends on, what sort of form she comes up in. But also, Zhu has, I think, black. So that's going to be a tough one. By the way, knight g6 played. So very flexible, defending the e5 pawn. And now the
I know
question
with
is how to.
each move that Magnus is playing, I'm checking what Ceci is saying, right? So the eval right now was 4.7 plus 4.7, and the moment after knight g6 was played, it became 4.3. So Magnus is looking a bit scary right now, but I'm just kidding. Of course, it's still winning. Rook a2 was played just now with the idea of rook a5 and to take the pawn on e5. And yep, still completely winning. Rook d3 apparently is one of the best moves in the position. Maybe the only
Yeah,
move to
but
survive.
that's tough, no? Like, what's rook d3? Like, it's
Think from rook g3, rook g5 is maybe some idea like
oof,
this.
that's so tough. Rook d3. If that's the idea, that's impossible, borderline impossible to play. Um, maybe it's because now that the rooks have doubled up on the a file, rook a5 is incoming. So you want to defend the pawn from the e file. So rook d3, rook e3 might be the idea.
Could be. I think both of them could be. Rook d3, rook g3, or rook e3, rook e3. Like, I think both of them are possible. And chat people are asking, what is Sessi? It's Sesse. That's how you pronounce it. Basically, it's a supercomputer essentially which follows all games that Magnus plays. So if you type on Google right now Sessi, Sesse, you will see the game right now with like the best computer and everything. Like it will show you everything in insane depth. It's a quite a useful tool to have when you're following
And
Magnus's games.
it's live only when Magnus plays.
Yeah.
So that's the caveat there. So chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because this could be a historic game for Jorden van Foreest, or it could be a mind blowing comeback from Magnus Carlsen, which would not surprise anybody. And there is no extra time that these players will get now. So this was the final time control. By the way, no updates in the Arjun game, so that's going very slowly. So let's stick here.
By the way, rook
Rook
d1 played.
d1.
Okay. Okay. Now, what is his plan? If I played rook a5, how are you saving this again? Ah, rook e1 he wants to play. That makes sense. Okay, 4.3 से +3 हो गई है भाई अब. Magnus still finding ways to complicate.
There's this maneuver. You could play rook f2. And what do you play, Sahej bhai? Idea है rook f5 and then rook f7. And if you play rook knight f6, I just take the knight.
So rook d5, rook f5, knight
5,
f4, rook f7, and
rook
okay, knight
f7.
h5, you have g4, I guess, yeah. So knight e6.
Knight e6. But maybe
Still not easy.
I still don't get
Just
it.
wanna find this, just take
Rook.
this pawn somehow.
I thought rook f5, but there's rook d2 apparently there. And you still don't get anything.
Rook f5, there is rook d2 here.
No, I think I think 96. After 96, rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5 here,
And
rook
rook
d2,
d2
yeah.
now. The only
That's
move.
equal.
Yeah.
Bishop e7, bishop e5, then rook g2 check, yeah. Or rook d5
Oh,
is
rook
actually just
d5.
even, it's
Yeah.
even better, but rook g2 should also be a draw here because it's 2 versus 1.
So complicated. You don't expect the end. Oh, by the way, what did he play? Rook e2. Attacking the e5 pawn. Keeping it simple.
Yeah, position is still winning. Still good. Rook d5. Maybe he's just trying to gain some time. Also get the rook fixed. Doesn't want the rook to be on e1. Still completely winning. Rook d5 ke baad he has to go rook f2. Your plan. It's still working. Nothing major has changed. See, Magnus
And
just gave a reaction there. I think he knows he's lost, but he has to put
yeah.
up the best defense that he can.
By the way, many people saying switch to Arjun's game. I can tell you nothing has happened there actually in the past 15 minutes because both players are thinking. They're still on move number 41, by the
Can
way.
do
And
the
40.
two-player view now if you want. The two-board
Yeah,
view
we
if
can check it
you want.
out. I think, Chad, you can see King G2
Yeah.
was the last move by Nodirbek, and the rook is still on G8. And no major updates there. As you can see, both players trying to figure out the best way to defend and attack respectively.
So chat in
So
Arjun's board, I think you can just play the rook to c2 and push c5. Like we were discussing this a bit earlier. Playing c5 at the right moment, I think will be very good. And it would immediately make this position dead draw, like 0-0-0. Yes, white will be a pawn up. And, people like strong players have won this endgame in the past. But these days it's very less likely.
agreed.
Of course, the most famous game in this 4 versus 3 endgame would be that Kasparov Piquet or Piquet Kasparov it was. Jerome Piquet versus Kasparov. Do check it out. It's the 4 versus 3 rook endgame where, well, at that time, the world number one player, at that time, the GOAT of chess, lost in a 4 versus 3 endgame. So it does happen.
Indran is saying Magnus definitely holds this game. Oh man, that would not be a surprise. It's totally possible. I think
Oh, no,
pawns
it
on the
would be a
same
huge
side of the
surprise.
board.
What are you saying?
But you never know, Sejbhai. I think Magnus is tricky, man. Like right now we have time, so it feels like an easy win.
But
But
also
once
Jordan
Jordan
has
gets
time,
to,
no? If the
yeah, but
position
once
is
both,
winning, it's winning. Like you cannot
I,
really do. I mean, yeah, you can do tricks, but it's still winning.
like I would agree with you, Sejbhai. But if I had not commented on the freestyle world championship, I would absolutely agree because what I saw
That's
there.
rapid. That's rapid. It's different.
But this is also soon going to be rapid, yeah. I think. Okay, we have a 30-second increment that does change things. By the way, Rook D5 played. So Carlsen just defends the e5 pawn, not ready to give that pawn just yet. Jordan needs to find a way to win that pawn.
Wow. So rook f2 is the move. Bishop c3 is the move. Lots of different ideas.
Like for example, like I want to get to the e pawn, so I could play something like Rook A6 or Rook A8, but that's a mistake already. Knight HF at F4, and suddenly it's not even winning anymore. So
And by
the
that
moves are
logic,
rather.
bishop takes c5 is a blunder. After that, knight
But
takes
Rook
c5 and
A8
black is playing
is.
for a win. I mean,
No, but Rook A8 makes a lot of sense, right? I want to get to the E5 pawn. So Bishop C3, for example, I'm not really sure why
I'm not so
like that
sure if
is
rook
winning.
8 makes sense because knight f6 is what I would just complete. And also rook on the it's your strongest piece. Moving it
Hmm.
doesn't make sense. It makes sense to move this rook here instead.
Hmm. Also fair. Oof, these knights are tricky. By the way,
I
Bishop
also
C3
think it's
played.
very hard to defend this as well, like for black. But okay, let's see.
He plays Bishop C3, by the way. So
Oh, beautiful.
very,
And
very
now knight
interesting.
f4 only move. Knight f4 के बाद should I go rook f2 or should I keep my eye on? Because I really want to keep my eye on this pawn.
But I thought the idea of Bishop C3 was Rook D2, just to offer the trade and potentially threaten Rook
Oh, that's
D7.
too many threats. Yeah, white has way too many threats. Just want to get a quick like understanding of where the chat stands. We're looking at both channels right now. Just wanted to know how many of you think Jordan can win this match against Magnus Carlsen? Yes or no? Even if you take draw, that's a no basically. So just want to get a view of what you guys are thinking, where you guys are at. Yes, no, yes. Most of them are saying yes, I would say. Wow, a lot of people saying yes. I thought the chat would be like completely shifted towards no, yeah, as in Magnus would defend this because, of course, him being
I
the
mean,
goat of chess.
depends on the channel, Saj, but I think it's still no. I think
No,
depends on when
chess
you're.
Chesscom India pe, I see a lot of yeses. Chess 24 India
Uh,
pe, it's fairly mixed, yeah.
uh, Hans Niemann board, please. Hans Niemann is not playing this event, unfortunately. That would have been a crazy rivalry between Magnus. But by the way, 18 minutes. All the four players have roughly the same time, around that 17-minute mark. So feels like both the games could end at the same time. By the way, a complete contrast in the kind of games on left and right. Ek taraf we have this crazy endgame where one side is winning, a rook endgame on the other side.
Yeah, looks very difficult for Magnus to save this as well. So knight hf4 is a move, knight f6 is a move. You can maybe move your king. But that's it. Knight
Chat,
f4, I guess, is the most logical.
by the way, would love to know where you guys are joining from. Let us know where you're joining from, guys. Let's see. Let's see भाई कहाँ से लोग join कर रहे हैं. By the way, somebody is saying, I read this comment. This will be a draw. Mark my words. You know what I'm. Man, that would be an
I will be
insane
marking your
comeback.
words, whoever wrote that. I will be definitely be marking your words. And afterwards, I will
Yeah.
ask, after the game is finished, I will ask, like, if you still remember. But wow, a lot of people responding to your question, Tiku bhai.
Yeah. Clearly, some of them are clearly, exact locations. For example, like Antarctica and Mars and Pluto. That makes a lot of sense. Uh,
Amazing.
the chess culture is crazy in Mars, by the way, Sage bhai. That's why Elon Musk
Yeah,
is,
yeah, 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 yeah.
really,
That's
really,
that's
really
why
anxious
he
about getting
wants to
there.
go there.
The
That's
World
why we
Mass
need to go there.
Championship, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
true. Okay, no moves by either player. Okay. I think they're gonna think for a long time and suddenly just 2 to 3 moves later, we're gonna have like time pressure. Like nobody's playing.
Yeah, exactly. No one's because this is the critical moment. Magnus knows he's lost, but he's trying to put up like the best defense. And chat, I mean, I know a lot of you are seeing the bar and you're saying, it's only +1. It's, it's not really that bad. We've seen Magnus defend this. Just like this is not really, let's say, this engine that you're looking at right now, although it's very, very strong, but it's not strong enough to calculate everything to the end. If you look at chess, it's +4. That makes a huge difference. We already figured out a way to win for Jordan. That is just around taking the e5 pawn. If he can capture the e5 pawn in any form, he is going to be winning.
Wow. Look at both the players, by the way, completely zoned into the game, hands on their heads, trying to figure out the correct move in these complications. It's not an easy task. Magnus, by the way, 4 minutes behind again. Somebody said Magnus will complain about classical chess being slow. I disagree. I think classical chess is always slower than Blitz and Rapid. He's playing after a long time. He's bound to be a bit rusty. And his defense has been quite impressive. That King E8 find, for example, like all of these moves were very impressive when he had, 30 seconds on the clock. But I think Jordan's game has just been more impressive so far. But Magnus still fighting it out. Can Jordan play Rook A5 in the next move, Sejba, is the question. I think he can, but it's black to play. By the way, Magnus's current ELO is 2840.7, apparently. So if he loses this, he would lose around 6 to 7 points. Still 50 points ahead of world number 2. And if he wins this, man, he's getting close to 2850. Critical moment here. Nodirbek bhai blunder. See, the thing is, Nodirbek Arjun ki game mein blunder, I think, is very unlikely from Nodirbek. Nodirbek is not going to make a mistake here. It's very unlikely. Um, he's basically
What
playing for two
mistake?
results.
How does Nodirbek even make a mistake here?
I mean, he plays, I don't know, Rook
Oh,
A8, Rook
wait, that's a
B2.
big development for Arjun. No, Rook B7 is a big development. There's Rook B2
Exactly,
incoming.
because Rook B2 aa raha hai, and that just kind of ties down White's
But wait,
rooks,
what
right?
happens
There's
after
no.
Rook C8? Rook C8, Rook C6 is a check, no?
That's a good point. Wait,
Wait,
Rook
what's the no? What's the
C6.
tactical thing? I'm missing something here for sure. Is Rook C8 after Rook E2? Perhaps shall we go to that game very quickly?
Let's go.
Let's
Let's go
actually
for a
go
second.
there. On the live board as well, we're there. So let's understand Rook C8, and now just one move for Arjun. Just one move that draws here. Chat black to play and draw. We couldn't find it instantly, but let's see
But
if you can.
but it does make a lot of sense, though. Basically, I think Arjun is basically saying, take that pawn and I'm going to draw instantly. And that tells you this is a great example of how to play with your rooks, Chad. A great example. They have to be active, even at the cost of a pawn. And yes, some of you have guessed it. It's King G5. Getting out of the check, Sehaj, show us how Arjun draws.
So King G5, Rook takes C6, Rook takes C6, Rook C6. You take the pawn, and now it's just a paradox. You attack it like this, I will defend it like that. If you attack it like this, then like that, and then it's a draw.
And also,
Then you
very
just bring the
important,
king back, and tablash incoming.
if you take with the C rook, for example, let's say, instead of the A rook, that's even worse. Because now black can just play rook E2. He just avoids the rook trade.
Oh
Second rook
wow!
coming to B2. And this is where white is start going to offering a draw, I think. So,
Yeah, basically
um,
he should take with the A rook. So if after rook E2 there's rook
yes,
C2, essentially, yeah. Nice,
yes.
nice, nice. That's a draw for sure. Oh, by the way, just got news that international master Anuj Shivratri just held a draw against former world rapid champion Daniel Dubov in the Baku Open. So big congratulations to him.
Dubov, like, was it a classical game?
I think so, yeah. Baku Open. It was a classical
Dubov
game.
couldn't lay it down. Nah, that was the problem, I think. He had to nerf his skills. By the way, we have moves in the Carlsen game. Let's jump there. I think Nodirbek is going to think for a few minutes. Uh, Knight HF4 was played, and now Rook to E3, the best move played by Jorden.
Wow, the best move, keeping an eye on the bishop, on the pawn on e5 with the bishop and the rook. And now it's just about putting this last piece into use. Like whether it's rook a4, rook e4, and then taking on e5, whether it's rook a5, eliminating a defender. It's all about taking this pawn on e5. How can we take this? And you might say, let's play e4 and defend it with the knight somehow. But if the
Wait,
pawn
wait,
is on a
wait,
light, if the pawn is on
wait,
a light color, then the knight has to be on a dark color to defend it. Whether it's g5, f6, anywhere, it's everywhere it works like that in chess, and the bishop can just hit that square.
wait. Isn't it Rook A5 now? Wait, Rook A5?
Rook a5 is winning. Yes, it's completely winning right now.
Oh, wow. I think that's a miss. I think that's a miss from Magnus,
No,
or
no,
at
no. It
least he
wasn't a
has.
miss, but there is no other move. Like the position is lost as it is. Just the
There is
engine is
no
not
way.
fast enough here, I think. So rook a5, I believe rook b3 is what Magnus wants to play to not allow bishop e5 as the rook is pinned right now. And then you play bishop d4. Nice little tactic here. Rook takes e3, bishop takes e3, and now the e5 pawn is lonely. And then you just shift the bishop again, take the pawn, and that's it. GG.
Wow.
Oh, what a big moment for Jordan, taking down Magnus Carlsen with, I mean, in a classical game is a flex. It's something you will carry for the rest of your life. What a big moment.
By the way, we have a super chat from Kilua Gamer. Guys, if somehow Magnus magically is able to save this game, then I'll slowly start loving Andiku and send a 1,000 rupee super chat in the honor of Goat Magnus. I think, it's like, he's जो होने ही नहीं वाला, it's like saying, like if the sun starts setting in the east, maybe I will give a super chat. But okay, I think Magnus can pull this off. And let's have a look at the end game Sage by Rook A5, because that's the plan, right? I want to trade off rooks.
Exactly. So
That
rook
reduces your
a5,
counterplay.
you want to take on a5 or do you want to play rook b3? I think both of them are.
Oh,
Rook b3 we just looked at. So let's look at rook takes a5 maybe. Bishop takes a5 happens, and then basically the king is too far away. It needs one, two, three squares to reach the e5 pawn. And if you play king g8, actually even bishop c3 is not even the best. Rook b3 is just winning. Wow, this is hard to evaluate. King f7, rook b7 check, king f6, and bishop d8 check. Very, very, very important. Okay, so rook a5 is not very easy to see for Jordan because if he sees rook a5, now I'm just going to take a quick, I'm just going to change the board very quickly. So this is the moment, move 49, move 50 is where rook a5 is happening. And after this continuation, he has to calculate, takes, king goes here, brings the rook to b7, and he has to see this check on d8 that wins him the pawn on g7. If he doesn't see it, then I don't think he is going to go for rook a5.
I think he'll see it though. I think because Rook A5, Bishop A5, this much I think he's seen in a second. And I think he understands now he needs to get to the E5 pawn before the king walks in. And that direction should help him. Luckily, he has time. So I expect Jordan to find it. And he plays Rook A5 on the board.
Wow. Yeah, Jordan,
Wow.
let's go. What a game. What a performance. Insane. That was the move that seals the deal.
You know,
100%. With that, you can be sure that he has seen the win.
somebody said, if Jordan wins, he's gonna eat a chessboard. I advise not to do that challenge. Please don't do that at home at all.
Yeah, but please don't
Um,
eat a chessboard unless it's a
yes,
it's a like a cake or something
chocolate
that you
chessboard.
can.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So rook takes a5 is the move. Rook b3 is another move. Wow, Magnus about to be taken down by Jordan. Why crazy? Did not expect this going into this day. This is a very, very surprising moment for me.
Yeah, agreed. And the eval
And
is
again, it's happening in
plus.
Sicilian. Yeah, for the
Oof.
second time, it's a Sicilian position.
And look at this rook b3 played by Magnus. So he understands in that variation the e5 pawn was getting lost potentially. He pins the bishop. How do we unpin this? Is bishop d4 a move? Is rook
Yes,
c5 a
bishop
move?
d4. We were looking at bishop d4. Remember, this was the idea.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bishop d4 was the difficult, like let's say the more difficult try in comparison to the other one, because that one you had to see that bishop d8 check, which was ridiculous. But now Sessi is saying +5. That's a rook. According to Sessi, Jordan's advantage is so big that it is comparable to having an extra rook. That's how much winning it is. I know it doesn't look like that, but that's what Sessi is saying.
Wow. Somebody saying if Carlsen loses today, I'm afraid for Zhu Jiner. I think there could have been anybody in the world tomorrow sitting against Magnus. Magnus would have tried to win that game. He mentioned it himself. He does not like losing. And as you mentioned, Sahej, by earlier, like this is Magnus's first classical event after a long time. He must be really, yearning for it. He really wanted to play this. It's been a while since he has played this, and the loss might even hurt, him a bit more than normal because he's not playing many of these in the year. So yeah, tomorrow he's gonna
One
come
thing
guns
you are
blazing.
for sure, like, I think if you look at the trajectory of this event, like, and if you had to show me after the first half, what everything Magnus has gone through, and I just know what's going to happen in the second half. Magnus is just going to go on a rampage. Yeah, I mean, I really feel for the next three rounds. Yeah, in this sense, if I had to play Magnus, I would play in the first three rounds, hands down. Uh, not in
Agreed.
the last three. That's going to be a completely different Magnus. Chad, do you agree with this? I feel like from tomorrow, we've seen this happen so many times in freestyle, in World Rapid Championship, in. I mean, it just keeps happening again and again and again. I mean, do you think that for Magnus, he's going to become a completely different player from tomorrow? And do you expect a 3 out of 3 like in the remaining rounds from Magnus?
I think his preparation will be much, much better in terms of the opening, at least. I think he'll be much more focused as well. I think maybe he might have, not put 100% effort, yeah, in the opening preparation. Maybe that's possible because he's playing after a while. So he'll come with full force, right, with full opening preparation, and that's going to put more pressure on his opponents. And he has two white games remaining. So 3-on-3, totally possible, I think.
Yeah, it is possible for sure. Possible for sure. But also he has that final match against Erdogmus, which will be very, very
Oh,
exciting to see because
can't wait for it.
Yagiz right now is leading the tournament with 3 out of 4, which is ridiculous for a 14-year-old. And going up against the world's best player of all time with black pieces to win a tournament like this would be insane. What a story.
Yep, and Magnus himself said no. Like he's really impressed by Yagiz, how quickly he's improved as a chess player, and in fact, he considers him like one of the best talents in the world, which he of course is the youngest ever to reach 2700 rating at the age of 14. I sometimes can't digest that. I don't know what you guys were doing at 14, but definitely not entering the world top 30 at any competitive sport. That's insane.
Yep, and I was just reading chats and someone is saying Magnus is lacking in classical. Now I have read everything, yeah, like everything positive, negative. This is a comment I thought I would never have to read in my life, where someone says Magnus is lacking in classical out of all things. Wow. But yeah, Bishop D4 is the move. Bishop, I think there are multiple moves in this. Oh wow, he just placed
Played.
best move after best move for Jordan.
And now you can't avoid the rook trade, right? Because the e5 pawn is gone otherwise. So you have to take. He
Oh, he
takes.
takes it. Bishop takes e3 now, and okay, the rooks are traded off, and now we need that pawn on e5. That's all we need. So if I played king g8, okay, many moves here are actually
By the way, knight
only
h4
move.
is a tricky move. Only he plays it. He plays it.
Magnus
And
not giving
this,
up easy. Two knights are always tricky.
and this
G3 or
is,
G4 chat? Which one? Which one do you choose? Your pawn is under attack. How do you defend it? Do you
and
play G3
there's
or
only
G4?
one is a draw, one is winning, by the way. There's only one
Yes,
move for Jordan.
white to
Choose
play
carefully.
and beat the goat of chess is the question.
And no, backing the table is not an option. G3 or G4.
Banging a table is not an option, it's a consequence if you find the right move. Yep, it is indeed
Yeah.
G4. Because if you give a check on F3, I can bring my king to G3, and with that, I keep my H3 pawn defended. However, if I had played G3 in this position, then black could play knight F3 check, king goes to H1, and knight takes on H3, and okay, this is a draw now. One pawn move makes all the difference.
Wow. Magnus not giving up just yet. And the question is, after G4, why is this move so great? So apparently for black, G5 is the best move.
The move
And
is
you
good
still,
because you're avoiding this, you're creating the
ah,
G3 square. Yeah, that's the idea. You were saying
so you
G5,
can't
yeah?
take the pawn. You can't take the pawn because of knight a3 check. So you have to find another way. So maybe I can read out my bishop now. For example, bishop a7, bishop b8.
Why not king G3?
King g3 is also, but maybe knight g6 then. And the pawn is
Ah,
safe
king
for now.
G3, knight E2 check. King F2, knight F4, and you keep harassing my pawn on H3. So I have to bring it back to H2. The next move you were
Hmm.
saying is bishop A7. Yeah, that's actually the
Yeah.
best move of the engine.
Oh, nice. Bishop a7, bishop b8. Just want to get to the pawn somehow.
Yeah, and that is winning. Yep, that's winning for sure.
We've been saying this is winning for a long time now, Sahaj, where now Jordan has 10 minutes. So the fact that this game is going on is crazy, and I would never discount a Magnus comeback. It's totally possible. But objectively, yes, Jordan is winning, but 2 minutes behind Magnus now.
That's fine. That's completely fine. As long as he doesn't lose the pawn. I mean, from the way that Jordan is focused, as focused, it feels like he did not see knight h4, but I think he would have seen g4 for sure in this position. He's still completely winning. It's +6 now, according to Sessi, if he finds g4.
And
That's a
Jovi
rook
Shruti
and a pawn. So rook or Jordan is technically up a rook and a pawn according to Sessi right now.
and Jovi Shruti नाम का अकाउंट था भाई प्लीज अपनी मॉम को फोन वापस दो मतलब
So
मॉम को फोन
I'm
वापस
not
दो
even sure which chart you're
11
reading,
बज
but
चुके हैं
by
सो जाओ लेट हो गया है ओके कम ऑन G4 लेट्स गो You know what, Sahaj? I think in this game, the result doesn't matter. I really want to see a fight till the end. Like white wins, black draws,
this
whatever. I
is
want to see.
By
Like
this
it's
is a fight until the very end. Like Magnus has been
exactly.
trying to hold for, I mean, he's defending, let's say, a position for 3 hours. That's how long can you go? I mean, this is some world champion level defense, but Jordan is just on his game today. He has not given a single chance.
And somebody asked about what about bishop takes f4? That's an instant draw, by the way. Instant draw because you connect the black pawns. Now black can just play g5 at some point after taking that bishop. It's a dead draw instantly.
Yeah. The bishop f4, you don't want to connect this pawn. You want to take this pawn. Of course, you cannot take it right now because this pawn on g2 is also hanging. I'm guessing you'll take with the h knight. But yeah, you don't want to take this pawn right now. First, defend your pawn, then try to capture this. He has enough time, 8 minutes on the clock. More than enough time to calculate his way out of this. Very, very
Somebody
difficult,
saying
tough moment for Jordan by. Again, I'm not sure. I mean, surely he discarded g3 already because knight f3 is just a pawn, and then knight g5 is an outpost. You don't want to allow this. Besides g4, there is no other move. Like anything else is just a draw, yeah. Or
I
is he
feel like
looking at this by?
uh
Knight fg2 is the only move. Sorry. So it's not knight hg2, it's knight fg2 actually. Because you have knight f3 check as a threat. And if you go king g3, then you go knight takes e3 or you go knight g6. And yeah, that's a draw. This is simple.
No, I think he finds G4. I think he'll find G4. He has the times of. Okay, he might make a mistake later, but G4, I think he'll find. He's trying to avoid it, of course, because then he can't take on e5, right? Because that's been his plan. So g4 avoids rook takes e5. So he's trying to avoid it, but he won't find a way. By the process of elimination, he'll find that g4 is the only move. He cannot afford to lose the g2 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, he has found way harder moves. I have every reason to believe that he's going to find this as well. So let's see what is happening with
And
Arjun. Any updates there? By the way, some
not
updates. So
much. One rook,
this was the
one careful setting
situation.
trade, yeah?
Just want to go very quickly as he thinks. The takes hua, takes on h5, rook d6, rook b5 to defend the pawn on d5, king h3, f6, and then he brings the king back to the back rank. And after king f4, this was a critical moment for Arjun, where you can see from the blue arrow, he had to play the move g6, not allow the king to become active, and he plays it. He plays g6, and now the position is just a dead draw. You just wait around with the rook, a5, b5, and it will be difficult for Nodirbek to make progress here. This is a dead
Any
draw.
chances to use the black king on the back rank somehow? Like if I don't know,
I'm
maneuver the
guessing you
king
cannot make
somehow.
waiting moves by the king, because if you play king f8, there's rook h7. If you play king
No, for
h8, there's rook
example,
f7.
the white king comes to d3 and tries to, enter somehow from the queen side. Is that a possibility? Waiting
You
for
can play
Zhu
king
Jiner?
c3. I'll probably push. I mean, realistically, there's going to be a scenario where the king goes to c3 and you'll put the rook in some zugzwang. Black will play h5. White will win the
Hmm.
pawn. Black's king will come to e6. And okay, with one pawn extra, it's very hard to win in a rook
Hmm.
ending. So I think it's going to be a draw. But let's
Okay,
switch back to
question.
Jordan because he's still thinking. Very, very
Which
difficult moment. Yeah, go ahead.
which game do you think ends first? Magnus or Arjun?
Ooh, that's a very difficult question. But I feel Magnus's game is going to end faster though, because I think Nodirbek is going to
Uh-huh.
play for a long, long, long time.
True, true. Also feels
Chad, what
like
do you
with
think? Do you think Magnus finishes first, or do you think it is going to be Nodirbek's game?
I think 5 minutes for Jordan. I think we have the answer right in front of us. Jordan has to play. He's about to play. He's feeling a bit
Wait,
nervous.
what?
Plays what? What? What?
Blunder by Jorden van Foreest. You are joking me. You
And
are
the goat comes
joking me.
back. I told you, Sage, I never discount a goat comeback, man.
You are joking me. No ways. No ways.
Wow.
Okay, so I
Wow.
see that even though the variation is there, I feel like the follow-up is still quite difficult because this knight f takes g2 is the only move, by the way, chat. Any other move is
Hmm.
losing for Magnus. White plays king g3. Another only move for Magnus is e4. Not g5 to defend this, but e4. Okay, defend the pawn instead. I'm guessing you want to play e3 and e2 and e1. So you go rook a7 and another only move for Magnus, king g8. You play the move bishop c3, another only move for Magnus to play g5. Ah, okay, so it is a mistake, but in light of recent events where we are seeing not one, but two, three, and four only moves back to back, how confident are we that Magnus is going to find all of this with 11 minutes on his clock?
I think it's going to be very difficult, but if somebody can pull it off, it's Magnus. So I would love to go full screen again. I really want to see Magnus's expressions here. It's still very tough, chat. It's very, very tough for Magnus to hold this. But once you grab the G2 pawn in the correct way with the knight on F4, at least he takes that pawns ahead. So it feels like he has a chance, right? I mean, at least he's in the game now. Objectively, it is a draw. Now it's just about making sure somehow that the G7 pawn doesn't crumble. Yeah, that's basically the game. So, important moment. Magnus attacks the G2 pawn. Jordan says, take it, bro. And now he has to take it, but with the correct knight. Says why? Is this the Magnus effect or is just the position too complicated?
No, no, it's position, I think, for sure. But Magnus effect as well, for sure. But I think mostly the position. I'm not sure if this is that simple to convert, but we'll see, bhai. We'll see. The game just became very, very exciting to me, bhai.
Wow, it is. And we've been kind of hoping this game is a treat, a back and forth struggle. It's promised us an amazing entertainment, to be honest. Both the players, look at them right now. the kind of mental struggle they must be going through right now with their calculations, trying to figure out these subtle details is insane. And the time pressure just makes it magical, Sahaj Bhai and chat for me. For me, if both players here had 40 minutes, this is not fun. But with 9 minutes and 6 minutes, it's entertaining because you could see a blunder any moment, just like that move, bishop d2, which does make logical sense. You're kind of moving the bishop away, bishop c3 could be a move, and you're offering that pawn as bait. Does
Wow.
Magnus take it? He has to take it though. There's no other move.
Yeah, it's difficult. Also, the follow-up I think is very difficult as well because after knight if e4 here is such a hard move to play because g5 is where the eye goes instantly. But e4 is very, very difficult to see here. Rook a7, king g8. Like we are taught in an endgame, you should activate your king, but this is going against those principles. King g8, bishop c1, apparently g5, another only. It's like the follow-up is just
He's
so
taken it.
difficult.
He's taken it. He's taken the pawn and king
Wow.
g3 played by Jordan. Now e4
Let's see.
only
Let's see.
move.
Wow. If Magnus plays this by
That,
endgame, God confirmed. Yeah, let's go.
I think we have to do a prediction for every move now because there's no other alternative. So, chat one by one, we'll go, yeah, for every move. Does Magnus find e4 the only move to hold equality? Yes or no? Move by move, we'll go, yeah. Let's see if the goat of chess can hold on under immense pressure. I see a lot of yeses, Sahaj bhai. I see a lot of
I am
confidence.
also seeing yeses, and this is generally the moment, where Magnus starts to take over. And you can see from his body language as well that he has gotten up. He senses that this is the moment and he plays it.
Play!
Let's go.
Wow!
Wow.
Such a crazy move. E4 on the board by Magnus, and he's fighting back.
And Rook a7 played. Wow, Jordan had calculated this way forward. I'm guessing this is where he
Chat,
saw King g6 as the only move, but then King g8, pointed out by the blue
Sahaj bhai,
arrow, was the problem.
the second prediction, chat. Let's go. The battle is not over yet. Will Magnus find the only move? King to g8 played, brother. This guy clearly is the goat, man.
Oof.
Oh,
Oof. Yeah, what? Oh, this is sad, bhai. This is sad.
somebody in the chat just said he's the one. He indeed is. I mean, it's like, it reminds me of the Matrix, but, Neo has to remind everybody like 100 million times. Yeah, I am Neo, brother. I am the Neo. What should I have to do? Should I have to fly now? Should I shoot bullets or what? And King G8 played. And now, Sahaj, by whatever White does, apparently G5 is the only move, right? On the next move for
Yeah.
Magnus.
G5
So,
is basically forced. Whatever you play
yeah.
in this position, whether it is bishop c3, bishop c1, or whichever way the bishop goes, you have to play g5 next, and then you have to play e3 next. And yeah, king g8 could be the move that Jordan didn't see. Maybe he was looking at king g6 only.
Look at
And
Magnus' body
yeah,
language, by the way. Look at Magnus, by the way. He looks a lot more jovial, a lot more kind of relaxed now. Somehow, I think he figured out that Jordan had missed something. And I can guarantee you, if Magnus draws this, you'll see that subtle, smirk, subtle smile on his face. Ah,
yeah,
man,
yeah,
I
yeah, of
survived
course.
again. I survived again. I don't know how I did it, but I survived again.
Yeah, when he does that little hand and then he's like, nodding his head, I can't believe that just happened. You've seen it so many times from him. But yep, that is indeed what's gonna happen. So bishop
And
c3, bishop c1, two moves were there. King g4 is another one where black can play e3. It's still not, let's say, super simple, but I think the difficult moves have been found already. Which way
yeah,
should we go first? Should we go bishop c3 first, maybe?
I think that does look tempting, but that also forces G5, right, from Magnus. So I'm hoping to not kind of force him to go G5. Like let him play
I
something, Bishop
want
C1 maybe. Let him play
bishop
something else if
c1,
possible.
but still g5, no? It's the only move.
Exactly, but Bishop C3, G5 is forced, right? There's nothing else.
Yeah.
Once you Bishop
But
C1,
I
maybe you
think
give the
g5 is
chance.
good for white because again, when we think about the simplified version of the end game, if the pawn was on g7 and black had a knight, and white has, let's say, king, rook, and a pawn, black has a king, knight, and let's say these two pawns on h6 and g7, right? So only the highlighted pieces are on the board present. Everything else is gone. in this scenario, would you want the pawn to be on g7 or would you want the pawn to be on g5? This is a good strategic question that
I
I think
I
every person who wants to improve their endgame should think about. What
I
do you
would
think?
I would want the pawn to belong to Magnus Carlsen actually. Then it doesn't matter if it's on G7 or G5, he's going to hold it. But yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's an important decision. And I think Jordan might be just realizing, as you mentioned, King G8 was the move he likely missed. A beautiful find by Magnus Carlsen. And Chad, just to point out, I mean, you already know who's the GOAT, but I think he manages to find a way to impress us all, even after we know the standards he holds himself to. Like every single tournament, he'll do something which is like we think, oh, we didn't know even this was possible. So that's crazy. So while Jordan thinks, just can we have both the games for a second?
Bhai,
On
yeah, for sure. But also मैं chess 24 वाली chart I wasn't reading, but ये इतने लोग सहज humbled क्यों लिख रहे हैं भाई? What's going on? Like,
I
what
have
is the context there, भाई? इतने different लोग सहज apologize for what, भाई?
अरे chill करो भाई chat relax करो भाई I think it's our job to read the objective evaluation and
Oh,
I
for
think
that. Oh, of course, definitely not. If Magnus is losing, I mean, you have to say that he's losing, right? And if he's defending, then you have to say that he's defending. That's
and
how it goes.
And by the way, chat, I think we look at the second game on the right as well. So it seems like it's equal. Of course, White will try to play on. King F4 played, but objectively, it is just a draw. So now both the games, which felt like potential results, it
Yeah.
they both are going to end in a draw. So let's go to Magnus. I think, Sej, I think we can look at Arjun later. I think this will last longer. Crucial moment in the Magnus game. What does Jordan do? He has 2 minutes, chat. Let's focus on the game, chat. Come on. 2 minutes for Magnus. Sorry, for Jordan.
Yeah, I feel like he missed King G8. King G6 आता तो I think Bishop C3 के बाद Rook G7 was hanging by force, and if you play King G8, which doesn't look, logical, at least to just looking at the board, Bishop C3, there is G5, and that's what he is calculating right now. And if you play King G4, now Black has Knight F4, and these knights are just legends. One is guarding the F5 square, one is guarding the H5 square, and the king has no place to go.
You should keep an eye for the E pawn. If it reaches E2, that's when Magnus starts to play for a win. I mean, you should keep an eye on the accuracy as well, by the way. Magnus's accuracy is now higher than Jordan in the game. So
Wow. Wow, just one mistake. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Like chess is so brutal sometimes that you push and push for the like for 4 hours, 5 hours, one bad move and the position just all of that effort just goes basically to nothing. But yeah,
that's chess, man. If
sad.
you play
Sad
tennis,
है भाई.
you score a point, that's your point, regardless of what happens in the future sets. But in chess, you could play marvelous game for 5 hours,
Oh,
make one mistake, and you could still lose. By the way, Rook A4 played, and now E3 is the only move. Chat. I'm going to continue my prediction to asking you guys: will Magnus find the only move pawn to E3? By now, I think I'm not going to see a single no, Saj. By
easy. This one is easy. This is easy. By king, if he finds king g8, I mean, come on. There, you have to think. Also think, okay, what other move can Magnus play here, right? Besides e3, like I don't
yeah,
like knights cannot really move because they're hitting each other. Yeah, played within
there it
28
is.
seconds. Let's go.
There it is. Yep, it is an obvious move indeed. The only way to save the pawn, the bishop has to move. Now, where do you put the bishop? Bishop c3, yeah? Looks lateral, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Bishop c3, black can play g5, I guess. And if you play bishop anywhere else, I mean, just g5 anyways. Just
Yeah, I
remember
like.
that in this position, there will be a huge problem. That there's a huge trap here. Like, for example, if black plays e2, then rook takes h4, let's say, is fortunately winning because after knight h4, king h4, this is the right color for the bishop. So
Yeah.
this is winning. So that's maybe the last trap that he's setting up. Oh, but he takes on
Wait,
e3
he
now.
took.
And I think, yeah,
Oh,
it's a
he
draw now, bhai.
takes.
It's a draw.
Wow. Jordan Van Foreest simplifies the game and basically admits that the game is a draw. And with this chat, Magnus Carlsen is 99.999999999 to the millionth nine gonna draw this game. He has a knight and a pawn for a rook. Sahej bhai, I mean, he does it again somehow.
Wow. I think it's a little bit more than 99.9 right now. Looking at Jordan, his body language, his facial, I mean, he's definitely not happy with how the game progressed. And I think we can definitely comfortably say that it's 100% that Magnus is holding this now. But yeah, what a save, bhai, what a save. And it all came down to that one move where he gave the pawn on G2. And if he had played G4, it was completely winning by one move. Just one move. That's what it was.
Somebody said you missed a nine, by the way. Sorry, bro. My bad. I missed a nine. Too many nines to consider. But overall, I think this game was a treat to watch. I think that was the best part about this
Yeah.
game. It was so exciting from start till finish. I think both of the players will be exhausted after this game. Um, it's amazing to see Magnus in action sometimes, and it also makes me wonder. Would love to see him play more classical chess. Yeah, um, maybe every 2 3 months he shows up for an event, maybe like the World Championship and so on. I don't know, like just every 2 3 months, said by.
I'm also just wondering, why is Arjun a pawn up now? Like, why is, oh,
uh
it's already a draw. They have
oh
agreed to a
wow.
draw, but I'm just curious. Yep, that ends in a draw basically. Nice save by Arjun. He was also actually a lot worse at one point, but he saved
Yeah.
it.
And I think we had predicted that the Magnus game will end first, but it's Arjun game, but both will end very, very soon.
None of my
But
predictions are good today. It's just not my day today. I feel like, I thought Magnus is, I thought Jordan is gonna win, Jordan draws. I thought, Nodirbek's gonna win, Nodirbek draws, and I thought one match is gonna finish faster, and that also doesn't happen. It's just not my day. Yeah.
yeah, no lottery tickets for you today, Saj bhai. But I think a great
Yep.
hold by Arjun,
Gonna
yeah,
stay
at
away
the end.
from gonna stay away from
And
lottery tickets today. Yeah, that's for
but
sure.
but insane save, insane save. Congrats to Arjun for holding that game. Nodirbek must not be super happy by missing out on that win. At some point, he had a +2 evaluation. Of course, it was tricky, but he technically would have converted it in many many cases. So that is a draw, and
Oh, ho,
the
ho, ho.
standings become very interesting now with Erdogmus in the lead. Wow, it's going to be an exciting last 3 days at this event. And also, Chad, let's not forget, very important, tomorrow we also start with the Grand Chess Tour Poland. And we'll start streaming an hour early from tomorrow. And we're going to have top players like Gukesh, Sindarov, Fabi, and especially the clash between Gukesh and Sindarov is going to be a treat to watch. The first time they play each other, I know it's rapid and blitz, but still the tension will be palpable. Sahaj bhai, I mean, it's going to be exciting, yeah?
Oh yeah, for sure. Two events back to back. One is gonna be Rapid and Blades. One is gonna be, classical. It's gonna be fun switching around. And of course, we are seeing all of the best, chess players, play out, play their hearts out. It's always fun. So yeah, looking forward to it. And also,
Wow.
someone in the chat, just want to mention it to them. They did a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, Vaibhav Bhai. Said, remember my marked words. And I just want to say that Vaibhav Bhai did say about 2 to 3 hours ago that Magnus is going to save this end game. Mark my words. And you were right. Absolutely right.
Yeah, but Sahaj bhai, like, I think we all learned from the World Championship never call anything 100%,
No, no, of course,
basically.
of course. No, no. But for me, I
But
think it's still fun to see,
wait, what do I
when it
see
goes
on my
up and
screen? Oh, I saw Rook D5 on my screen for a second. I had a mini heart attack. Like Knight D5, the Rook is hanging. I literally saw Rook D5 on my screen.
I think they are just taking a draw now. I think he's trying to separate the knight and the king, but the knight can just go to f5 and then king g4. Yeah, that's the idea. Knight d4 is just a draw. Yeah, yeah, it's a draw now.
But chat, come on. I mean, it's our job to call the current evaluation. So fair enough. And now I think this game will give Magnus a lot of confidence. I think. Who also he plays Zhu Jiner tomorrow with the white pieces, so potentially could catch up with Yagiz unless Yagiz keeps winning and Yagiz plays Andy Woodward tomorrow. So potentially chances for him as well. And of course, Nils Grandelius playing Nodirbek tomorrow. Nodirbek missing out on a win today, hoping he gets some points on the scoreboard, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, we'll leave that for tomorrow. But for today, I think it was a very nice fight, I would say, from Magnus and from Arjun as well. Both of them. I feel Arjun also had this crazy defense, but I think Magnus's defense is kind of overshadowing that because it was so lost. And none of us thought that it was going to happen. But yeah, I mean, Arjun also had a crazy, crazy save today as well against Nodirbek. So now, basically, according to the standings, there's Nodirbek, Arjun, and most likely Magnus, who are going to be on 2.5 points. So right behind Yagiz, half a point behind, and that's it. Yeah, Yagiz is still the sole leader, Tikubai.
Yes. And I think the only difference being, I think, apart from, let's say, all the people on 2.5, he's the only guy who's yet to play Magnus because Magnus is not going to play Magnus. Arjun and
Mm.
Nodibek have played him. So he's yet to play Magnus. That technically counts for half a point, Sahaj, by I feel, as
Magnus
we
has
saw
the
today.
best advantage because he doesn't have to play Magnus.
Agreed. Um, Meanwhile, I think this game is basically a draw. Essentially, what white is hoping for is to trap the knight, but I don't really see what's the problem with knight f5. Is there a problem with this move, Sahaj bhai?
And the problem is that after knight f5, king g4, black has to play h5 check. And because the knight cannot go to d6 because there's rook e6 check. So, and I'm guessing Magnus is uncomfortable playing h5 because he wants to put the knight on f6. It's the same principle as, where the pawn in one situation was on g5, next was on g5. It's the same
He
situation.
played.
He doesn't want to commit any pawns. He does play
He
knight
just played it, by
f5.
the
At
way.
least he's
Yeah,
calculating it. Yeah. I
it's a
think he
question
probably
mark, by the way.
calculated, thinks it's fine. Yeah. H5, knight h6 probably is equal. Everything is equal now. But wait a second. It's not as simple though. King f4 ke baad, I'm guessing you have knight h4, not knight h6. Knight h6 should be difficult. So h5 check, that's forced, right?
Yes, h5 is the only move
Wait. I'm not so sure this is simple. So h5 check, king f4, where are you putting your knight? H4 or h6?
because I mean h4 looks a bit tricky to me. I would rather put it on h6 near my king, right? Because I know it will not get lost at least.
h6, I'll give a check.
King f7,
King
I'm
h7 or
thinking.
f7, okay, wherever.
Let's go
Let's say.
h7 actually. Let's go h7
Yeah,
because I have
because you
knight
want the
f7.
square for the knight, yeah? Like I'll
Yes,
put.
yes.
And king g5 में क्या हो रहा है?
King g5, knight f7 check.
So this
I assume I
position is
can
a
give
draw.
that pawn, yeah? I'm assuming I can
You're
give that
telling me
pawn.
this position is a draw.
I think so, no? Is there a way to win this?
Why you're
Because
joking?
if I go knight
This
h6,
is not
knight
a
at...
theoretical endgame that I remember
No, no, because
whatsoever. Like this is
the
not a
reason why I'm
theoretical
saying
endgame.
is because of knight h6, knight g8, basically. I have infinite number of moves. You will have to walk the king all the way, I think, to, I don't know, f8 or something. And then I should have enough time to pick up the h3 pawn. Like, I'm just kind of intuitively saying this. I could be completely wrong. Like, maybe 4 moves later, the engine goes up to winning.
No,
But
if I played like h4, king to g5, h5, rook e7, h6 could be dangerous, bhai. I don't know.
can you
I
show us?
okay,
Can you
this
show
is
us?
not
Can
a
you show us
known
how?
draw for sure. This is not a
Agreed.
known
Can you
draw.
show us how? Let's kind of play the
Your
natural
move.
moves.
It's
Yeah,
your
let's
move. You
say
have to play.
okay, that's a tough one.
Right, knight h8 is the only,
Uh
like, or knight h6. Yeah, that's the you
Knight
have to
h6 I will play. Yes, knight h6.
yeah, and now h4 maybe,
Let's say I repeat, knight f7.
and rook e7 पे g6 check दे रहे हो आप.
No, knight h6 back. I'm not going to move the pawn at all. If
Rook a7, knight
knight
g8,
g8.
king g5,
Yes.
knight h6, h5, knight g8. So basically, knight g8, knight h6 is the
Yes.
way here.
Because if you
Yeah,
come with the king, then my king can walk up and take the h pawn. But I do agree, Magnus made this a bit more complicated, I think. But I think the
yeah.
time pressure probably had something to do with it.
Because
Yeah, I think.
I'm not so sure if people like I'm not sure if this is a known thing where this pawn and this pawn is a rook versus knight. Rook versus bishop, I know. That's a very well-known principle, but rook versus knight, I'm not so sure. I don't know if oh, see, Magnus just blundered knight d4. He's losing
What?
again. No?
No, 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 no. Wait.
Yeah, it's losing. +3 on my screen. I see. What?
What?
Magnus just
What?
blundered. Bhai, Magnus, the game is the
What?
story continues.
There is no way he just blundered.
Wait,
What?
whatever happens, bring back Vaibhav Bhai. Wherever he is. उनके marked
Bhai
words
Sahab.
वापस लेके आओ.
Oh my God. What just, I can't believe it. But is he really losing?
Yeah, it's losing. Rook c4.
What's,
That's the way to win. Let's go. Rook c4 is winning.
wait, King
I can.
h7?
Okay,
King
also
h7?
Magnus doing this is so unbelievable, I think, no?
Wait, King h7? King h7, Rook c4 के बाद?
King, Rook c4 and then King h7.
King h7, idea
Rook
96.
c6.
Knight d4, king
Bhai,
f4, yeah?
you know, okay, let me tell you, this may seem like very like difficult to do, but when you study king rook versus king knight, right? I have king rook, you have king knight. This is exactly how you win.
Nahi, bhai, it's winning. It is winning.
It's
Sahaj is
winning,
right.
bhai. I
It
checked
is
with
officially winning for.
Sessi is saying plus 12. It's not even like Sessi bol raha hai, bhai.
Bhai, Sahaj bhai, I mean, you were correct.
Okay, chat. I feel everyone like some apology. Let's go. Some apologies भाई कुछ अनमार्क करो भाई कोई तो आई फील लाइक कुछ कहीं तो एक बनता है कुछ अभी.
Okay, let's go full screen, I think, because we're going to see an animated Magnus now. Because, you know, पहले क्या था, the sense of danger was on for Magnus.
भाई चैट
And
हम्बल्ड लिखो भाई चैट हम्बल्ड स्पैम होना चाहिए चैट हम्बल्ड लाइक पुट दैट नाउ एक सहज हम्बल्ड देख देख के पक गया था भाई मैं व्हाट.
भाई विराट कोहली is saying, सहज में गलती हो गई, माफी.
अरे 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 भाई सो नाइस.
Wow, I still can't believe this,
And
man.
played Rook C4 played. Let's go.
Wow.
So Jordan knows this, yeah?
Okay, I mean, this is
And
the
you were
perfect
telling me this
moment.
variation with knight g8 knight. There is no way that Magnus plays that by. That's so hard to play. Like
Bhai,
okay, like I know he's the goat of chess, but he's human.
Bhai, this is the perfect moment for a table banging, I feel. Like, totally possible because, the sense of danger for Magnus went off. He played some marvelous chess to play the hold to a draw, somehow come back. And then he thought, up to dead draw, knight do pawn versus ek pawn, this is completely even. And
Hmm.
suddenly his sense of danger went off. He played that move, the one we saw, right? The check and allowed king f4. And suddenly he's lost now.
या एग्जैक्टली भाई
Wow.
कोई सुपर चैट करो ना यार कोई कुछ जो छोटा मेरा मैं कर नहीं सकता मैं करता वैभव ओपी. मैं तो वही लिखता अभी अपनी अपनी उस पे भाई तब बढ़िया से उन्होंने ऑरा गेन किया था इट जस्ट गॉट लॉस्ट भाई सॉरी.
Wow. Man, and now Magnus is going to lose like 7 rating points, I think. That's going to be. Man, this game is an absolute, like, it's like those, I don't know, drama TV series you watch. Yeah. Like, there's a twist at every turn. You think you found the killer, but then he's actually the one whom you least suspect. Yeah. He's like the insane, insane game overall.
Yeah, very, very exciting over, I think. So many ups and downs in the game. Still cannot believe that this is winning. I thought, like, after King Rook 1 pawn, King Knight 2 pawns, you would expect it to be a draw in 2 seconds. Why?
By
So,
Rook
very, very
C6.
surprising. And by the way, only one move to those who are seeing the
Played!
bar kind of drop.
Played!
Yeah,
Played!
wow. He knows it. It's completely winning. Basically, the
Wow. This
idea
is.
here is chart that when it's king, rook, and king, knight, you want to
Sahej bhai,
separate the knight and the king as much as possible.
I have a question now. There's this tricky move G6 here. And now White, I think, has to find king to F4 as the only move. How easy is that?
I think it's pretty simple because if you played rook b6, then the knight goes to d4 and f5. I think he play g6? No, he doesn't. He plays knight d4.
Oh, it's Rook D6 only move now. Rook D6 only
Rook
move for.
d6. Wait. Guys. This is still not simple. This is still very, very difficult, I think now. Rook
Okay.
d6, knight b5. And now, because the problem is he has 1 minute on the clock. That's why.
Okay,
That's
chat.
why it's
Now it's the complete opposite. Will Jordan find the only move Rook D6? Yes or no? The tide has turned. He finds it.
wow. That's
Wow.
something I think he would find. Knight b7 ke baad, I think he might go rook d7 instead of. I see rook d8 as the best move, but rook d7 is what I think humans would play in this position, for the lack of a better word.
There's also H5 check, by the way, when White has to play King F4 as the only move. So there are ways for Magnus to complicate this, and Jordan is winning, but he needs to be accurate. The last opportunity, I think, for Jordan. Wow, man. Sahaj, bhai, can we just rate this game a 10 on 10, regardless of the result?
Oh yeah, for sure, bhai, for sure. What a game actually it was.
By the way, we have a super chat. Magnus asked, Weber OP in the chat क्यों लिख रहे हैं भाई लोग? Come on.
अरे नहीं चैट वो तो मजाक तो उससे पहले वाला सुपर चैट भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आया वाला बट स्टिल फनी रिगार्डलेस. But yeah, this is the position. Now knight b5 is what has to be found by Magnus. But thank you so much for the super chat, Rushikesh. And now knight b5 is the
This
move.
there's also knight e2 and then rook d2, knight c3, king f5. Like there are so many ways here for black to kind of maneuver his knight. So it's not trivial. This could be
Mhm.
going back and forth still. Chat, look at the clock, 50.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, I thought it was mine, but yeah, it looks very, very scary. What does he play? Right, 42 seconds for the world for well, world number one. Does he play knight b5? Or does he go knight b? Knight b3 is just a step in the wrong direction here because white can go rook d5 and completely, isolate the knight. फिर उसके बाद king को just walk करना है वहाँ पे and just capture it. That's all you have to do. But knights are very, very tricky pieces. Knight b5, only real try. Apart from this, there should be more than one way for Joran to win. आज आज सब हम्बल लोग है यस भाई सबके सब हम्बल लोग हैं हम्बल का ही दिन है आज भाई क्रेजी नाइट बी फाइव प्लेड लेट्स गो सो ही इज रिपीटिंग मूव मैग्नस एंड नाउ रूक d8 was the move rook d7 is what I would play in this position. I really cannot justify why rook d8 is better than rook d7. I'm guessing it's because rook d8, king g6, and then rook d7. Okay, this is ridiculously difficult. This is very, very difficult. But let's see what Jordan goes to. Yeah, he plays rook d7, and I'm just not sure if that's a mistake yet or not. That is a mistake, chat. That's a mistake. Magnus is back. The position is a draw again. Wow. It's a draw again. And look at what Magnus blundered again. Magnus blundered again, and now it's losing for Magnus again. It's like with each move, the bar is going up and down, up and down. I'm not even sure what to make of this. Wow, what a turn of events. This is crazy. Wow, wow, wow. Knight c3, and now multiple moves here are winning. King f5 is winning here. Rook d4 is winning here. King f5, I think, is the simplest one because the knight cannot give any checks. But what was that? I thought King G6 is what he's going to play. And chat, look at this. This is what I think the one disadvantage of having a knight is that it cannot lose a tempo. In this exact position, knight b5 ke baad, rook d8, king g6, rook d7 would have been black's move, and black cannot lose a tempo here. But in the same position, had he played king g6, it would have been white's move, and that's somehow worse for Jordan. But let's continue with the game. 30 seconds for Magnus. He has to come up with a move, cannot move the king anymore because king g6 is super dangerous. The knight is really far apart. Rook d3 is the move. It's completely basically boxed out. King e4, king e3 is the idea, and the knight gets trapped. Wow, I think Jordan is going to take this one now.
Bhai, what happened? What happened? I got disconnected for a second, man. What's the update?
Magnus basically, Jordan blundered, then Magnus blundered, and Jordan is winning completely.
What?
It
What?
bar was dancing by up and down so much, but now I think it feels. I've been saying this that this should be clean, this should be clean, but I think this is the last time I'll be saying this. It looks clean to me. I feel Rook D3 is the move, and it should be winning.
I think the we all got humbled today because clearly we don't know chess. Nobody knows chess. And now, okay, 92, I see. Yeah, this is the life position.
No, we know a bit of chess, but yeah.
No, man, but this was crazy. By the way, chat,
But
do
I mean,
like
if
the
Magnus can
stream.
make a blunder like this in a position like this, then of course it's the position that's very, very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, chat, let's like the stream. Let's get more people in. Jaldi say, let's go. Because this is the final moment of this insane game.
Wait, was
What
that?
does
But that was not the best move.
oof,
Rook e7.
more
And that is
drama?
still winning, still winning, still winning, still winning. It's still winning, yeah.
Somebody
Knight
just
d4 check पे king f4 is winning. King e4 में knight e2 वापस आ रहा है, that's not winning.
uh thanks not for chat, Sobit. There's some chess right there. Men crave men and table. Men wage war on the board. Game is back indeed. And now King F4, King E4. Two moves possible for Jordan.
King e4 is winning. King e4 is completely winning. King f4 is also completely winning.
No, but King E4, Knight E2, you have to go back King F5. So King F4 is the only winning move, actually.
This is
भाई क्या
ridiculous,
चल
bhai.
रहा है?
This is ridiculous.
Only winning move, by
Oh,
the
I
way.
love it. I absolutely love it.
By the way, 35
Does
seconds.
anyone in the chat have any idea what's going to happen? What could be the result of this game? Because I don't. I feel
Chat,
like it's completely 50-50 now, whether Jordan wins or Magnus holds somehow. I feel like it's
you
completely
know,
50.
the the only ironic result here would be Jordan blundering the rook, forking the rook like playing. I don't know
Okay,
what he
no.
would. That's the only result that's going to throw me off my chair. Everything else I've anticipated now. Like nothing can shock me apart from that. By the way, it's
But you
8
just
seconds.
anticipated Jordan also
No,
blundering
but
that as
that'll
well.
still shock me. That'll still shock me. That's the only thing that can shock me now. Somebody said, I feel like two Tikkus are playing.
So. Oh, well, look at that. King f4 played, by the way. And now black has to make a move. Knight has to move perhaps somewhere to c6 or to b5. Essentially, guys, these pawns are just a distraction in this game. Essentially, this is king rook versus king knight, and generally speaking, it's a draw. But when the guy with the king and knight doesn't defend, let's say in the most accurate way possible, the knight and the king can get separated. Then both sides have to play really accurately to achieve, whatever they want to achieve. That's what is happening. That's why there are so many mistakes because the position is very, very sharp, and the players just don't have enough
By the way,
time.
look at time. 17 seconds for Magnus. He has to play now. He's fumbling. He's nervous. He pulls ahead in his chair, sitting at the edge of his chair. 10 seconds for Magnus. What does he do now? Plays King G6, brings out the king. The idea is, of course, at the right moment to go knight f5. But rook e4 now, only move for Jorden van Foreest. Can we point that out, Sahaj bhai?
Yeah, rook e4, beautiful move, taking away the squares of f5 and c6 because in both situations I can go rook e6 check and just capture the knight on f5. I think a very, very simple move, and he plays it,
Wow.
separating the knight further. Knight now has to go to b3, which is definite. I mean, they are all losing, but this is definitely one step closer. Knight b5 played. Another
Wait,
only
what?
move incoming for Jordan now.
Oh, that's a blunder, actually. Wait, rook c4. I think we've seen this before, position before.
Only move is rook c.
Wait,
Yeah, no, the king was on f4.
wait.
King was on g4. Now the king is on f4, bhai.
I almost thought we repeated the position twice. Yeah, rook c4 only move.
Rook
Right?
c4
This is
has to be
getting.
played. It is. Oh, let's see if he finds rook c4. He
I
doesn't have a lot of time. 24 seconds only.
Chat. Can you rate this game out of 10? Like just a rating of the forget the result, just the game out of 10. I feel like this is an absolute 10 on 10. It doesn't get better than this. 14 seconds, 11, 10.
Played rook c4. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And now, do you know the only move for Magnus to survive, Tiku bhai? It is king h5. Explain that.
Rook
Rook
c5,
c5
g5
check.
check.
g5
Oh,
counter check. Let's go.
oh. Chat, if you're coming to the channel for the first time, do subscribe because this is the kind of entertainment you see. By the
Why?
way, played by Magnus.
Magnus plays king h5 there also. What is going on? That is ridiculous. And two
You know
moves
what
that
he's
are
hoping
winning
for?
right now. By the way, I'm checking Sessi just to have correct information everywhere because the position is really, really sharp. It's rook c5 and king e5. Two moves that are winning. Rook c5, I think, is the simplest one because after g5, you'll play king e5. But in Jordan's mind, he has to calculate and comprehend the fact that he's going to take the knight, but black is not going to defend the knight anymore. He's going to go for this pawn and try to push them. And white just has to hope that his king is going to be in time to
But
reach back.
But that's what this is a nice move, right? Because I cut off the black king now. There's no king h4 possible, and the knight is
Ooh,
getting trapped.
smart, very smart. So now g5 maybe is possible.
Magnus comeback incoming. Some people still have faith in Magnus. Chat, what do you think? Who will be the winner? Will Magnus draw? Will Jordan wins? Jordan, by the way, both players, by the way, less than 30
वैभव
seconds.
वैभव भाई के वर्ड्स तो मार्क नहीं हुए आज अगर ये ड्रॉ भी होता है तो बाय द वे
Okay,
रुक
but
c6 winning that's over because king cannot move zugzwang and the knight is far away that's theoretically one. I think Jordan will play the rook c6 here.
rook c6, knight a3, king d4, knight b1, king d3. Resigns, yeah? I'm guessing. No.
Yeah, exactly, because the rook alone controls these three units and the king can just go and target the knight on a3 basically.
By the way, there's this stalemate idea. G4, rook takes g4 is technically stalemate if the knight was not there. Just saying it out loud. Just putting
Of
it
course, of
there.
course.
You never know.
King e6 he plays. I think, is that a
Oh,
blunder?
that's a draw! No way, that just
भाई
happened.
आराम
What?
आराम से भाई आराम से आराम से आराम से भाई आराम से वहां के भी
What
हैं
is
भाई,
this
यहाँ
game?
के नहीं है बस, वहां के भी हैं, रिमेम्बर।
Bhai, what is this game? What is this game? Let's go full screen again. What is this game really? I mean, this is not a chess. This is just absolute drama.
देखो डिफॉल्ट सेटिंग्स है अब।
Bro,
The
you
game is
can't
so
even blame me
goated.
for this one.
The
This
game
and
is
he
so, oh
finds it, bro. He
wow,
finds
finds
it.
knight a3. Why he finds knight a3 as well? Now it's a draw. Okay, you can't make this up. You really cannot make this up.
Why somebody literally asked, "Is this scripted?" Like I don't even have an answer at this point. Like this is insane, and now it's a draw.
No, but apparently we shouldn't call it a draw. Apparently, we should have
It's
faith.
equal. It's equal.
It's
It's
equal. Yeah, yeah,
equal.
yeah. Never say 100%, Tiku bhai. Never say you haven't learned anything.
No,
Never
no,
say
but
100%.
after this game, I have clearly not learned anything about chess because I don't know any of these moves. And now knight c2 is the move. Knight b5 also is a draw, but I wouldn't play that. I think knight c2 makes a lot more sense. At least I'm moving
एक
towards
एक
the
और
king
चाहिए
side.
भाई, दो और चाहिए, मतलब लाइक
No, no,
उल्टा
I'm
सीधा
good. Chat,
बार को डांस करते देखना भाई, अब तो मैग्नस ही कोई
chat,
जीतना चाहिए।
do you need more drama or do you want a comfortable draw now? Do you need more drama? Yes or no? I'm saying I think enough is enough. Let's just settle the game now.
Well, I'm not so sure if Jordan would be happy with that. Of course he can tell himself that it was an extremely difficult, complicated endgame to convert, but yeah, he would be. I don't think he would be happy with this.
You know,
48 seconds.
the knight still looks trapped. I would just play king h4, I think. The
Yeah,
knight
I'm
still looks
guessing you are just
trapped.
now in time. You're because
Yeah.
at some moment you're gonna sacrifice the knight, and the king is just gonna reach on time because you wasted a tempo with this king e6 move.
Yeah, I think king h4, h5, g4. I create a passed pawn. You can take home the knight. I'm going to make a new queen and we trade the pawn for the rook. Exactly. I love that move actually.
Yep. So he's human. That's confirmed.
Wow, what a game. So
Magnus is
now
human,
can
bhai.
we seal the deal? Or is there another twist, Sahaj bhai?
There is one twist. King f5 के बाद h5. Okay, no. King f5, h5 is still a draw. I was just wondering if there's anything else. Rook b3 पे knight d4 is a check. That check is annoying because
Yes.
you wanted to play rook b4. He
Rook
plays
d3
king
would have been
e5.
the perfect win for Magnus, the perfect result actually.
Hmm.
Wow.
Plays h5. Yeah, this is now a draw.
Sahaj, are we sure that the pawn will not get captured for free and then there's another dance trying to capture the knight?
How do you capture the knight by?
No, I mean, let's say I play king f5. Okay, maybe I'm not sure actually. How do I capture the knight?
G4 maybe takes, and I will just focus on the G pawn, and the time you will take to take this pawn, I will release my knight from B5 essentially. Yeah, Rook B3 played. Both A7
Why?
and C7 are draws.
Why? Why? भाई चैट में
क्या हुआ?
वैभव
फिर से
वापस
आ
आ गया
गया.
भाई. But wherever,
Someone was down.
you know,
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
would be on
That's
your side
hilarious.
wherever
वैभव भाई शांत हो गए
if
थे
you
कुछ टाइम के लिए.
if you did not disappear when Magnus, like was losing again. If you had not disappeared, I would be on your side. But now, no.
Yeah, you are only supporting Magnus when he's winning. You're not supporting Magnus when he's not winning. तुक्का लग गया भाई का.
Okay, knight still in the corner, but I feel like g4 is incoming. Don't see much that Jordan can do. 17
Oh, by the
seconds.
way, the people wondering which chat we're looking at, there's two different channels here. This Chess 24 India and then there's Chesscom India. So both of them are we are looking at the chat at the same time.
Yeah.
Plays Rook C3. Only move now for Magnus G4.
I think knight b5 repetition है ना दो or no?
Knight रुक मेरा C3 पे थोड़ी ना था. रुक तो कहीं और
अच्छा
था ना
हाँ
मेरा.
हाँ
रुक
right right
D3 पे
right
था.
right. D3 पे था यार.
क्योंकि रुक आई रिमेंबर रुक C5 नहीं आ रहा था. तो Knight C7 नहीं था आपके पास. Knight
Okay,
B5
he
played.
does repeat.
So is that the third repetition that Jordan is saying no to? Yeah, it's the third time. Yeah, third repetition.
By the way,
And
97
no draw.
only move. Let's be careful. 97 only move. Don't play knight a3. King f5 is winning for Jordan again.
Knight a3 looks good.
My,
Vaibhav Bhai,
my.
I know Vaibhav Bhai is just praying right now. Just don't, whatever you do, just don't play knight a3 right now. I just can feel Vaibhav Bhai's
Whereby,
tension
but
right now on the
stay in the
screen.
chat. Just stay in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, knight a3.
There is
You are
no way. I
joking.
am
You are
sorry. There is
joking.
no way. We have to ban this game. This is not legal. This is insane. This is not possible. I am in a dream. I'm going. Bye bye.
Inception, bhai, Inception. This does not feel real. And King F, that's a huge. That's by the way is a blend. This is as big of a blunder as it gets, by the way. Because look at this chat. You cannot go King H3 because Rook C3 is a check and you take on A3 and Tikubai has actually left. Wow. No, actually he's not left. He's watching. I can see him from the camera. You guys can't see him, but I can see him. He's watching still.
What the
But
hell, man? What was this? What was this? This is not legal. This is clearly not legal. This is not chess. Chat, I've learned chess for many, many years, but this I have not learned. So I don't know where these guys picked it up from. But crazy, man. Let's go full screen again because Magnus is going to realize, that he messed up and now Jordan is winning. And is this the final
yeah.
deal Sahaj by?
I think not. I think एक और होगा भाई. I think Magnus draw ही करेगा भाई ये. पक्का, you'll see. Knight B1. It's still not simple भाई. Because now Rook C2. Let's see. Rook C2 is a blunder. Rook C2 is a blunder, right?
No, no, no. It's
Yeah. Rook
winning, winning.
C4
It's winning.
check.
It's winning.
It's winning still. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
winning.
Mine is showing G4 as like +1 right now, but I'm guessing it's wrong.
93, you can go back though, apparently.
Okay. Let's
And
see.
Rook
Let's see.
C5 is the only move, I think. So you have to repeat basically as white. This is for real, yes.
Sahaj, why do you remember any other game with so many swings? Many, 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 so many. Like actually, Gukesh versus Magnus was kind of similar. No, there were so many swings there. Like Magnus was winning -6, -7 it was, and then the king came out, and so many times there were clean wins there, and that's the one that comes to mind. I'm sure there are more.
Wow. I think this has been probably the best game of the year in terms of entry. By the way, 10 seconds for Magnus. He needs to play quickly. Let's not lose on time. Come on, Magnus. 5, 4, 3, 2. Play, Magnus. Ooh, played on
Knight
2
A3
seconds, by the way.
blunder, by the way. Rook C5 again is winning +17 apparently. So it is still not over. Rook B2. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He plays Rook B2 instead. And now G4 is winning. Yeah, it's winning because G4 ke baad you take and play Rook G2 and you win the pawn. And then the
Sahaj
knight
bhai,
is still very, very far away.
my point is he will get the pawn. He will get the pawn now, but he will still have to, isolate the knight. And that's where the mistake can still happen.
No,
Like
the
it's
knight
still.
is already isolated.
ना बट रुक को आना पड़ेगा ना पॉन को मारने के लिए 2 seconds by the way for
Yeah, but
Magnus.
Rook is very fast.
He's
No,
on losing time.
and one of
Oof,
them is a
bhai.
check. Takes 2 minutes now for Jordan. 1 minute for Magnus. Rook G2 is the move.
Just checking if everybody is in the chat. Let us know. Would love to make sure.
वैभव भाई यहीं पे हो ना? बाद में जाके आप बोलोगे कि आपको डाउट किया था.
Somebody saying turn off the eval, bro. How? I mean, it's like saying I mean, the eval bar is the
I
journey,
feel
brother.
it will be difficult for the audience to keep watching the games without the
I
eval.
mean,
It's really not for the audience, not for us.
I mean, if Magnus and Jordan can't figure it out, I mean, who's gonna figure it out among us? Let's just kind of enjoy the journey here. Somebody said this is better than the entire candidates. I mean, at least it's a debatable point, man. This is an insane game. Wow, I've never seen a game like this, at least for a long time. By the way, Jordan has a lot more time that really helps him now to figure out the nuances.
Someone is saying Jordan won in live.
No,
This is live actually. There is no delay
is
in
live.
this tournament,
Yes.
so everything is happening in real time.
Levy's gonna make 4 videos. Somebody said. I think it's gonna be only one, but I can picture the thumbnail and the title already.
King F4 played. That's okay. One of the best moves. Still winning for Jordan, mate in one is a threat. G3 ke baad you want to go rook G2 and take the pawn, and basically you are just in time. The knight is still very, very far apart. This should be winning.
Sahaj bhai, I'll give you a shock. King H5, only move for white is King F5. You want to
Hmm.
bet? This is
Interesting.
missed by Jordan.
अरे भाई.
Weber bhai, nikal jao bahar. You still have a chance.
Yeah, Vaibhav bhai is just, getting ready. Oh, King H5, moment of truth.
Brother, you have to be kidding me. Not one more time. Please. Please. I can't handle it. I
It
have a
is
headache.
winning. You are right. That's the only move in the position that's winning.
I have
Apart
a
from that,
headache.
everything else
I
is a
need
draw.
medicine. I have fever now, literally. I'm not kidding. Come on. Not again. Not again. I will cry on stream if it happens
अब
again.
तो
No,
भाई roller
please.
coaster है event. It would be only appropriate if he plays some anything besides King F. I think Magnus will save this though. It
Come
looks too
on.
difficult, too complicated. I think Magnus will save it though. But let's see.
He has 55 seconds to figure it out.
55 seconds.
Not again. Please.
Moment
I'm
of
praying at
truth.
this point. Just end it. Jordan, just end it. Sahaj by giving us another teaser, bhai. 20. Sahaj bhai also disconnected, bhai. He cannot handle the pressure. Can we go full screen with the board if possible?
It.
Okay, okay, let's just have a. Okay, वो भी एक
Yeah,
चीज है.
yeah. I'm
Okay,
here.
I
I'm here. I'm
understand.
here. We're back.
Come on. Not
Okay,
again.
let's
Not
see.
again. 6 seconds. Is he gonna lose
5
on
seconds.
time?
Ruke two. That's a blunder, no? That's a draw again. What is going on? Honestly, seriously, what's going on? Oh, but wait, Rook H2, King G6, Rook C2, Knight B6, and D6 is not. Rook C6 is winning. So maybe that's his idea. But let's see. Rook C2 he plays instantly. Knight B6 now only move. But now it's draw. And chat is writing Sahaj humbled. By what? What humbled? Is the- I'm shocked.
So,
I still cannot believe my eyes.
so I think this will be my last stream.
What? Oh, why Rook C3? You cannot play Knight B5 because Rook C5 check. That's losing. Please tell me that's losing. Please tell me that's losing. Like this has to be, right? Okay, there we go. There we go. And Magnus won by the way finally at the end. ऋषिकेश भाई के वो ना अपनी सुपर चैट भेजने ही वाले थे. Like वो just like he was just about to send it and then suddenly Magnus वो blunder हो गया.
So this will be my last stream. Chat was fun streaming chess. From tomorrow, I'm going to stream checkers. Simple game, not many twists. Has been solved. Much easier on my heart as well. Like much more fun. Clearly. By the way, this is now over. For finally, I can legit say this is over.
Are you
I
sure?
think yes, there it
Oh, there
is.
it is.
Magnus Carlsen resigns. Oh my God, what was that game? What was that game? I have never seen anything like this before. This is just insane. Sahaj bhai, I have simply no words. I have no
I
words.
I am also kind of I think loss of words there, but of course Magnus will not be happy because of course when a game is this complex, this difficult, there were many draws, there were many ways that I could have taken control, and Magnus might even remember, even think about some of them, but. I think this is a moment to also celebrate Jorden van Foreest, who recently became, world number 11 and now taking down Magnus Carlsen in a classical match is no joke. So well done to him for, performing in such a, I mean, however the game was, it's an awesome result regardless.
Wow. And just to show, I think the knight on b1 has no squares now, basically. It cannot go to a3, cannot go to c3, cannot go to d2. And king h4, which tries to hold on to the pawn, basically rook d1. And it's attacking the knight and threatening mate in one. So there it is. Can't see Vivavai in the chat. But
वैभव भाई आप बहुत लकी हो वैभव भाई कि मुझे सुपर चैट करना नहीं आता, नहीं तो आप ओवर था आपके लिए आज। आज रात को यही गूगल करूंगा मैं, सुपर चैट कैसे करते हैं।
chat, challenge for you. Describe this game in 1 to 2 words. I think this is the challenge for you tonight. I don't know. Uh, describe the
हाँ,
word.
I know the word. Humbled.
But who is humbled? Because I have lost track now of who's getting
Something
humbled.
should be left to the imagination, I feel. Just
No,
humble.
I mean, I
That's
know
it.
one guy, Vaibhav Bhai, but apart from it, I'm not
वैभव
sure.
भाई तो humbled हुए 100%. मैं भी भाई, I was also humbled, I think, because I thought the position is kind of like easily winning, but it's not, of course, easily winning. It was very complicated, and Magnus proved it. Yeah, Magnus proved that it was a very difficult endgame to convert. And
I,
I think today's lesson I learned is as long as there is a knight on the board, the game is not over. That's the lesson for
I,
me.
by the way, we have a super chat. अब गेम वैलिडेट करने के बाद 4 बजे तक अरे भाई I liked what Cartoons and Gaming 9700 just said, and that is absolute cinema. I think nothing summarizes this game better than that. Absolute cinema, man. That is the game. And wherever by saying, okay, Sahaj wins, we all got humbled. There it is, Sahaj bhai.
Hey, Vaibhav, by respect for actually
Respect, bhai.
accepting that.
Respect.
Respect for actually that super chat for sure, bhai. GG.
And Sahaj bhai was always
All
sure, yeah,
love
man,
here.
he's going to win. Like, not for 1 second did he doubt that's going to end in a draw.
Yeah, of course. I was never in doubt by. If you go back, I'm pretty sure after move 11 or something, I said Jordan is gonna win, and I was kind of afraid people are gonna go back to that. I was with such assurity. I said in this moment that after knight c5, like I feel Jordan is gonna win this match. So I was, of course, did not expect how complicated and how topsy turvy this game would be, but I think one thing is for sure, Magnus should play more classical, because I don't think there are many players in the world who could make the audience and make us and, just keep us this entertained with such great chess. He should definitely be playing more classical chess for sure.
Man, you know what? Usually we will make a long form video out of this, but that video is gonna be like 2 hours long because I don't know how to choose a moment to keep in the video, Sahaj bhai. I feel like this was one of the most exciting games of the last I would say decade or so, man. Like, of course, not like it's a contender for the most exciting game for sure, and constant. Of course, because it's Magnus as well, right? He doesn't make these mistakes, and the game itself was so complicated. And Magnus has lost around 6 rating points, and is down to only 2834 now. So, still
Oh, only
52
wow.
points ahead of
Fell
the world
off.
number two.
Magnus fell off. Fell off by.
Yeah,
Great.
clearly. And tomorrow he plays Zhu Jiner, so I think tomorrow he's gonna come all guns blazing. But wow, man, what a game! Absolute cinema.
Yeah, loved
And
it.
they're still
Jordan
discussing, can we
also.
go full screen? They're still, look at Magnus, by the way. He's still in shock. He can't believe they've not gotten up just yet.
For us, it feels like, the game is over now. We should, go about a thing. But when you're playing a match that long, I think a conversation or analysis that lasts even like multiple hours, that is completely possible. You can go back and you can just put up a chessboard and you can start analyzing there. Yeah, you can do that for hours and hours and hours. I mean, there was so much to analyze here. Imagine you are analyzing this entire end game, the rook versus knight, to एकदम final position थी भाई उसके पहले. It was so crazy as it is. So what a game. I think this
Yeah.
is okay. I think for sure it's the biggest win for Jordan. I think in his career for sure. And I think it also is maybe one of the games that he will remember for the rest of his life.
Agreed. And also, let's not forget, Jordan was Magnus's second. So they are friends as well
Exactly.
and have worked together. So Magnus, of course, this will be a learning experience for both of them. That chess is still complicated, and I'm kind of hoping this inspires Magnus to play more classical chess because this was definitely exciting, and you can see them still calculate. It's been like 5 to 10 minutes now, Sahaj and chat, and they're still not getting up. And wow. Arjun drew. So at the end, Arjun's game was the only draw today. All the others ended in results. That is insane. What a day at the TePe Sigeman Tournament. I think this day itself just kind of, well, then I like Paisa Vasool moment for me, man. Like
हाँ
totally
भाई.
worth kind of streaming this event just for this one game. Look at Magnus full screen. He's kind of half smiling, half kind of angry at himself. And wow.
I mean, at the end of the day, look, Magnus was playing exceptionally well, but Jordan didn't give him a chance. Yeah, like he got him right in the opening, and I think he had a half an hour advantage. Some 40-50 minutes also it extended to, but relatively half an hour, time distance, he kept. And a point 2, point 3 advantage where very little risk of losing. So Magnus was never having a chance where he could play for a win, but he defended, I mean, for so long. So
By
long.
the
It
way,
was
Magnus का
so
पोज काफी
impressive.
फनी है. He's put his leg over the chair now. He's literally like, भाई कहाँ गलती हो गई यार? Hilarious,
Arre,
man. Magnus Carlsen is hilarious.
crazy, crazy. What a moment.
What a moment indeed. And I think chat, also a look at the standings would be very helpful. Just a 10-second look because Magnus has lost and that means he's in fifth place. Now take a screenshot of this chat because we clearly know what's going to happen in the next couple of rounds. He's going to slowly drag himself to the first place, but fifth place for Magnus Carlsen. I mean, nobody could have predicted, yeah?
Okay, but it's still halfway through the tournament. I
Yeah.
mean, I think we'll have this conversation again in 2 rounds from now. Tiku bhai, I will ask you at the end, chat, who all of you, who are here with me in 2 days from now, at the end of the stream, I will ask the exact same question to Sahil bhai, where is Magnus, and we'll see. Because
नहीं नहीं
I'm still
भाई.
picking him bhai. I'm still picking him to
No,
win.
I think it's gonna
Uh,
be Magnus. I don't think can be the sole winner now. Is my guess. He can be a tied winner. He can defeat
what?
Erdogmus directly and hope Arjun and Nodirbek don't win all their games. So I think it's
But
gonna
I
be
mean,
exciting.
players can lose against other players also, no? Like there's only a
Ha,
one
yeah,
point
yeah, yeah. But I
difference
think
between like.
Arjun has very comfortable pairing though. So Arjun, I think
I mean, come
right
on,
now
bhai.
has the, yeah, yeah. I mean,
I
relatively, I
mean,
think he has.
to be honest, like I'm pretty sure. Okay, for example, Andy Woodward ने भी आज यही सोचा होगा कि आज relatively easier pairing है. But okay, that doesn't
Ha,
matter.
for
Yeah, in this
sure, for
event,
sure. I
like
think.
anyone can beat anyone. I mean, Zhu Jiner played like such a beautiful game, and I think you should not like let your guard be down. Maybe Magnus ने भी सोचा होगा to an extent. भाई अर्जुन नहीं है, Nodirbek नहीं है. Like okay, it's maybe not as difficult of a game, but look what happened. By 88 moves तक बचाने के बाद भी he was not successful. So. I
Yeah.
think still 3 rounds left, and these 3 rounds are going to be the most important to decide who's going to win. And I'm predicting a Magnus comeback for sure. Tikubai, what do you think?
No, come back for sure. But I do think he's not going to cover up 1.5 points in 3 rounds. So my guess is it's going to be tied first or first for somebody else. Not ideal, but what I can expect is Magnus Carlsen coming out full guns blazing from tomorrow. Like he's going to come back with a vengeance, and his next opponents better be careful. So, Chad, that was day number 4 of the TePe Sigeman Tournament. Thanks a lot, Chad, for joining in huge numbers. What a crazy day, man. I mean, absolute cinema. That should be the title of this stream. And see you tomorrow because tomorrow the cinema, we're going to start a second movie from tomorrow. That is the GCT Poland tournament. So 2 movies back to back. Um, we'll start an hour early tomorrow. So thank you, Sahaj bhai, for the amazing commentary. Thank you, Chad, for joining us in huge number. Thank you, Samay bhai, for the amazing production. And we're going to see you tomorrow, same time, maybe an hour early actually, and we'll be back with hopefully more exciting chess, maybe slightly less than this one, good for our hearts, but super exciting chess. See you. Good night.